I'm sorry. I'm sorry. That's so that was so mean. I'm so sorry.
Oh
Yeah,
man.
don't help me out at all. This is gonna go really well.
It's gonna go fine.
It's gonna be good.
Okay, 3 minutes. Jason's is saying. So
Okay.
All right. So who has the big like mega video of all the compilation of all the clips and all the fun stuff and everything? Who has the big video that we're gonna present right at the beginning?
um, not me.
Totally
Oh,
planned.
there's an actual video that's made, really?
No! He's
Oh
just
my
he's just
We're
being
doing
silly.
This unprepared. We're doing
Oh
this
my
completely
God.
unprepared. If we delay this podcast, if you guys can stall for about 4 hours, I can make one.
Oh my God.
Would only take you
And
4 hours? That's impressive.
and I'll put it to some epic nightcore music.
Testing, testing. Can you guys still hear me?
Yep.
yep.
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, beautiful.
Okay, I'm gonna have a side stream up on Discord that when you bring up clips, I've got like a big repository of the clips, and I'm gonna be playing them.
Wonderful.
Right now it's the Google Doc with 3 questions.
It's the Google Doc with no
The
questions.
3 questions we
There's
prepared.
3.
There's 3. Hey man, that's more than 0.
Hey, Peppo.
I'm gonna be like, in a chat, we really need your help. Please ask questions. We didn't write any.
Okay, so Neat, you're sharing your
Ooh.
stream, so
Let
we can.
me get my
Yeah, so we can watch clips in sync.
Okay, so I'm
stuff
just gonna have yours
figured out
live up.
here.
Okay.
Okay, okay.
Do-do-do. Is there a way for me to? Okay, hold on, chat. Let me get this up here for you.
Alright, yo, what's up?
Hello.
Hello.
Look who finally decided to show up.
That's right. Late as always.
Well,
God.
I think that's everyone that's gonna be here for right now. In really, it's the truest send up that James Kelly will not be attending because he has been shot.
Oh my God.
So hopefully Jimmy will be joining us. But let's do some introductions. I think we can, we're just gonna go in the order everyone's in the Discord channel. Say your name or channel, and then say which character you played in the gang, and then in 15 seconds or less, do you remember why your character came to the crossing, and why did they come to the crossing? Okay, it's Cheever first in the order, I think.
Okay, so we go live now.
Oh
Yeah,
my
yeah, yeah,
God.
we're good to go, yeah.
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah,
we're good to
yeah,
go.
yeah, 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 yeah.
Okay, we're good to go.
Can somebody else go first? My power just went out, so I need a second to.
Oof.
Okay, I can go first, and then we'll jump to Graham. Okay, so I am Niche. Is everyone's ready, right?
Yes.
Are you
Okay.
fuckers ready? Everybody ready?
See?
Take the silence is a yes. Just go.
Yeah,
We're
yep,
good.
just go.
Okay, just go. I'm going. I'm Niche. I played Kaniklo in the Kettleman Gang. I can remember why my character came to the crossing, and I heard there were cannibals on the server, so I made a cannibal character without really having any of the connections to join that RP.
Kaneko was a cannibal?
Yeah, wait, what?
Kanikla was a little
Well,
cannibal
That-
all
that
along.
was the-
he was
that was the
cannibal
meme, yeah.
adjacent.
Holy shit.
He was an undercover cannibal.
That's why he had that
Yeah.
big hole in his tongue
Oh
from the
my
cannibal
God.
disease.
What?
All right, grab your turn.
No one ever looked in his mouth. Except,
Oh my.
Wow,
Okay.
this is getting
Graham's
Hold
turn.
on, hold on,
Hold
on, hold on.
This is getting a little crazy right now.
Hello,
everybody.
Did he
I'm
say
Graham the
prion
Gibbon.
Disease?
Hello, everybody. I'm Graham the Gibbon. I played Clay Tone, leader of the Jack Kettleman Gang.
That's
I-
right.
Clay Tone was born in East Armadillo. He was there all along. Throughout every arc, he was actually in the background
Oh
lurking
my god.
until he finally made his first appearance.
Okay. Can I turn each of them?
He's
Yeah.
always there, folks. You can read it in the novelization. He's
That's right.
basically he's the guy in the background during that one thing.
Exactly.
Next in the order is the Grinning Man.
And
The
I
grinning man.
am Grenig. I played Wesley Shields, and I do remember why my character originally came to the crossing
Myself?
many years
I don't know if I
ago.
can, but alright.
It was to sell
turn myself down a little
cigarettes
bit.
with his wife at the time.
Oh my god.
You know, that's probably the most like historically accurate one. That is why people just moved around the country.
100%. We were like, oh, we're gonna start a cigarette business, and that was it.
Dream big.
All right, it's
Peppo.
Up
Peppo.
next is
Peppo.
Peppo.
What's up, guys? This is Jack Kettleman of the Jack Kettleman Gang, and I don't remember. He came to the crossing because he was traveling and stopped by, and there was money to be made and things to be done.
Simple and easy.
Yeah, so you can't remember.
It's because JR didn't work
Alright,
out.
hold on.
Sloss in the I have completely forgotten about that
Jack
guy.
Kettleman came to the crossing because the Rene Jr. was an utter failure.
Renee
Okay.
Jr. placed a hand on the picture of his father and shed a single tear, and then no one ever saw him again. I remember that.
I did not know about a Renee Jr.
Oh man.
Wow.
Okay,
next-
Unruly has to go
Marquis.
next.
All right. I'm unruly or I'm unruly. I don't know which one to say. I played Marquis, currently Kentucky Fried Chicken.
Oh my
dead.
god.
First time he came into the crossing was the Hunts and Critters with a crew, and then yeah, that took a turn.
He was hunting cryptids?
Oh yeah, but it was a scam though,
Oh.
because he knew it was a scam.
Oh!
Oh yeah, so he brought people up into the fucking snow and made them, oh yeah, pay so we can go hunt some cryptids and shit like that, So he was always been a scammer and shit.
Oh, that rocks.
Yeah.
Okay, then K-Sins.
Hi, I'm Kasons. I play Mills Milliken
Rooftop,
Fuller.
thank
He
you
was
for the
always
sub.
in the crossing. He was a little Saint Denis orphan boy, and he wandered out west one day and watched Jack Kettleman burn Isabella alive. That's
Oh
it.
my god. I remember that. I remember the insanity that was. We were given moonshine, flammable moonshine
The first day, by
for
the way.
less than 24 hours, and it was taken away. We had it for less than a day, and it was already taken from us.
Oh my god.
Timothy.
Okay.
Hello, my name is Tibbs. I played Chador from the Kettleman Gang. He came to the crossing to simply make a name for himself. He was a gun for hire. No code or any of that bullshit until he met James Kelly and Kaniklo in Armadillo. The rest is history.
Hell yeah. Good old Cheddar.
Cheddar Bob was just, he was, you know, he was a constant figure. And I, you know, I never really, I really want to have this conversation because I completely did not understand Cheddar Bob's motivation.
Let's get into that. We'll get into that after we go through everyone. Ferrets.
Hello, I'm Puking Ferrets. I played Alice, and she originally came to the crossing to find her friend Clyde Davis, and she did just that.
Dusty Danger.
Dusty Danger.
What a hero.
What a
Wacky
hero.
Tally.
Yo, my name is Wacky. I played the piece of Chip Paxton Wagon, and I came to the crossing to become the Supreme Hunter, and ERP would give me a minute.
Listen to this guy. He said, I came to the crossing. What a self-insert.
Oh
Wow.
Crazy.
We're here.
Wambooby.
Hi guys, I am Wombax, and I played Wiley Nash. He's been dead for over 2 years now, I think. He came to the crossing with his best friend Harold, and he was just a simple potato farmer, and he wanted to make a new life for himself. And to sound cool and fit in with all the gunslingers and deadly people, you know, they him and his friend made up a story about them killing somebody and had to flee Denmark. And every time they told the story, another person had died in that story.
Oh my god.
And I think the story ended with 15 people being dead from 6 bullets.
I feel like that's classic KG, because whenever I would talk about the deputies that came to get us in Guarma, it would increase exponentially every time.
See, that's the fundamental RP mindset is you just got to escalate. The number has to go up every time it's told.
That's right.
Okay, that's everyone introduced.
Nope, me.
Oh,
Forgot me.
oh,
Cheever.
Aurora forgot about again.
Why? No, we can never forget about Aurora.
Classic fashion.
No.
So Cheever played Aurora. Aurora actually came to the crossing because she ran away after her parents tried to force a marriage. So she kind of ran away and came and found Coyote.
Oh my
yeah.
gosh,
She
I
found
forgot about
Coyote.
that.
Maria.
Maria.
For my mama.
Woo. Well, okay, so we've got like three questions so far.
Okay.
If anyone has this is a mandatory audience participation period.
Yes.
I can't really watch chats right now because of I'm doing the screen. But the if people want to ask questions in chats, and then those can be dropped in the questions channel. But the first question, I had is kind of, let's start general. What was your favorite arc?
Should we go down the line again?
Yeah, let's start with
Okay.
Cheever.
My favorite arc.
How about we just have people answer it? Like,
Yeah,
we got
just
answers,
fucking
and
jump
then,
in,
like,
bro.
we'll go
Just
from
jump
there.
in.
Yeah. Jump in.
I was only ever a part of one arc. I don't remember being a part of any other arc. I was a part of the Van Horn one, and then I died. I think there might have been one after that, but I've completely removed it from my memory. That's Gavin Summers, the height of the Kettlemon War, in the bushes, Bush RP, 7 days a week, 24 hours a day, crawling in our bellies, being shot
32
100
slot.
times. I had a little list of every time we had been shot. We got shot every single day.
Oh my god.
13 days in a row. Something along those lines.
Was it really that much?
Legendary.
No, it wasn't that much.
Crazy,
but it
man.
was a lot. It was a lot. We got shot every single day, like 4 or 5 days in a row.
Legendary.
Us against like 3-4 gangs, and that's before they made the rule where a gang conflict is one gang versus one gang. That did not exist back in those days.
You were a part of more because there was the Summers gang, but then like Summers ends up taking a hiatus, and then there was that period where there was the Del Lobos, there was the Cuts,
Riggs and the Diamonds.
Yeah, there was all of those, and I think that was after the Summers arc.
Yeah, you were around for a lot longer, buddy.
All right, well, you listed a whole bunch of them. Let's hear it. Which one is your favorite out of all of those? Out of all the ones you've ever been a part of? Hard question starting off.
Yeah.
Very hard. What's the one that comes to your mind instantly as one that's just right in the forefront of your mind, one that you always think of every now and again?
War of the Wild West. Number one.
What's that? The original?
The Cuts were after us, the Del Lobos, the Pale Panthers, Queen of the West, Annabelle. When we would go to Armadillo and there was mounted sentries on the roofs with boxes full of ammo.
I forgot all about.
Yeah.
Was that right around the time where Goldie started making her way into the crew too?
I think so. Maybe?
Yeah, no, it was.
I think so, because that's the end of when I was around. Because Clayton dies towards the end of that.
Were you?
And I think I met Goldie very briefly.
Did you die before Nash did?
Yes.
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 Before
he
Nash.
died before Nash, because I remember going to the funeral on Little Jimothy.
That's where, that's where we had the gunfight at the funeral.
Hello. 2 more people just joined right now.
Jimmy.
Speaking of
and Davey.
And Davey.
And
Hello.
Neech, lead them in, Neech.
Okay, Bud, introduce yourself. Then Davey.
Am I meant to be watching someone stream?
Yeah, mine.
Okay.
But we're doing introductions first. So, Bud, you start. Then we're going down in the channel order.
Good clip to start on. Very nice. Very nice.
I'm Bud. I played Zip.
Why did Zip come to the crossing?
To die. A 1 life.
He was a 1-lifer?
Yeah, no, Mills was too. That's cool.
Oh, wow.
Okay. Also, yeah, I forgot to add, in 15 seconds, do you remember why your character originally came to the crossing? If so, why?
I don't remember why Zip came to the crossing. It ended up, we came back because we found out Enola was alive and in the crossing. Why Zip and Ollie came back.
Fucking shitty role player. Gonna leave another backstory.
Fuck you.
Wow.
All right. Who's next?
Davey.
Oh, hello. I play Pip. Alright, mate. I also play Pete. Hello.
Hello.
When I first came into the crossing as Pete, as Pip, it was because I wanted to be a pirate with Captain Henderson. And then I met Jack in Sisika.
Oh, how the tables turned. Bish bash bosh.
And Davey, please don't forget your other character that was a staple to KG during our speakeasy arc. The British old lady.
The old lady.
Oh, Mildred.
Oh my
Oh,
god.
yeah.
That was Davey?
Yeah, it was.
Oh, yes.
I'm going insane right now. I did not know that was Davey.
Yeah, that was me. Yeah, she's still kicking about. I think Thieves Landing kind of scared her a little bit. I think she had to retreat back into a hole.
Yeah, that went about as bad as a job could.
I have no recollection of Mildred.
I
don't
do.
think I was around for that.
I have screenshots of Aurora standing next to Mildred with just like this aghast look on her face.
I was probably in Sisika for 30 days.
Oh.
Yeah, who knows which time?
Yeah, which time?
Oh my gosh. When was the big Mills and Clayton are in prison forever arc? I
That
feel
was
right
like I
after
remember that
Bullheaded.
happening.
Right
That was
after
K
Bullheaded.
and K, Bass Kerrigan. That's when Bass Kerrigan was with us.
Oh, right.
That was peak
Okay.
Bass. Yeah, it's when we met up with with Riggs and Bass joining the fray, and pretty much Clayton and Mills going down to kind of preserve their relationship.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Before we get too deep into that, let's let Jimmy introduce himself.
Hello, everybody. What do I have to ask again? Fucking why the character came to the
Your name, your character's name, and then why that character was in the crossing in the first place.
The character in Kettleman Gang.
Yes.
Yes.
This is the Kettleman Gang podcast.
Yes,
right.
it is. That's right.
This is
Yeah,
the
I don't know.
DVD
I don't know.
commentary.
It was 2 years ago. I don't think I did have a backstory.
Oh, shitty role player.
Oh, come
yeah,
on.
I know. Yeah. No, there was nothing. Just James.
I
Kelly.
remember
Okay.
his story. He was wearing
Yeah, no,
cloaks, and he was coming around when Connor died, and he was looking for people to ride with to avenge Connor.
He was
Oh,
wearing
yeah.
he was wearing greasy clothes, greasy
yeah.
long hair, and he was riding with Billy Joe Barber, and he was at the ranch trying to fit in, but he didn't fit in, so he cried and ride off into the sunset.
Yeah, so little baby Kelly. It was the fucking Armadillo Saloon. The Del Lobos kept riding through, burning it down. They did burn it down. They killed Connor, and Kelly was trying to get Billy Joe Barber to ride out, and he wouldn't. So that's why he went to Jack and us, and then they what they do after that? Pepper, do you remember?
They rode out. It was from Moonstone Pond. I remember like it was yesterday.
Because they killed Baby. That's right. Because Kelly found out Jack was angry at the Del Lobos. That's what.
Right,
that's what
the
happened.
horse.
Yeah.
The horse arc.
R.I.P. baby.
That's a huge difference from
Kill Baby.
you know, going between games. People don't care about their cars like they cared about their horses.
That's
The
right.
Red Dead characters.
Yeah.
Do you remember when we had a funeral for Mills's horse?
Yes.
And
Oh my
Clayton
God.
wanted
Oh
to
my.
dig it up to make hamburgers.
Why are we burying a horse? It's not a person. We have a source of food right there. We're letting it go to waste. We're letting the worms have
my
it. We're letting the
God.
maggots have it. The dust is collecting on it. When we can have the most juicy, succulent horse burgers
By
that
the
I've
way,
ever had.
That was a sub alert.
That's when we were practicing for like 12-0 or something, and then Jack just rode the fucking horse off the cliff.
Oh my
Is that
God.
Straight off the cliff.
Is that in the Clips channel somewhere?
I'll try to find it.
Maybe, I don't know. I
Okay,
don't
I'm
think
looking
I
through the
didn't find
Kaysen's
it.
clip. It was Kaysen's sub alert. For
I
a
can
long
remember
time,
what you're
Jack
talking about.
Falling off that
Yeah,
cliff.
I didn't find it. No, I I only spent so much time on each person before I had to move on to
Yeah.
the next.
And then we
No
drug
worries.
it all the way to Valentine and had a horse funeral.
Oh my
Well
God.
wanted, by the way.
That was. I remember that was pretty nerve wracking. Which was really, really
Put on
just
some
a
music for you
great
guys.
part of the fun. That that we were always doing these strange things while very conspicuous and facing a lot of jail time.
Everything
Sorry,
I
that
ever did was
my cat jumping on my lap.
logical. It made sense. It had a point. The greatest orange delivery in the world. The horse burgers. Everything. Beating up an
Cattleman's for
alligator
kids.
in order to get alligator leather. Everything had a point. Every single thing had a point. Nothing was done for the memes. Nothing was done for the lulls. Everything had a very specific point, and it was all integral to the story. And I will not stand here and allow you to say otherwise.
So what exactly happened in the orange?
This is the greatest orange heist
Yeah,
in
can we
history.
talk
Get outta
about
here.
the Orange Trail Massacre of
Okay,
1901?
let's start this clip over. Yep,
I
here's...
mentioned it, and now it's up on the screen.
Yep.
Yeah, now it's on the big screen. So do you remember why we were doing an orange run?
I don't remember why we
I
were doing an
don't.
orange run. I think we needed orange deliveries at the time. They were very recently put in, and it was the fastest and best way to get a lot of money really fast. if you did an
Oh, so you
orange
were
run
grinding.
and you had everybody, all 6 people in your gang do an orange run, you're making like $200 each, something big, something like really big, where you could afford to buy a gun, a stick of dynamite. You could afford to buy anything if you did a big orange delivery.
We were probably
Uh,
buying something really stupid.
Maybe it might have been guns. It might have been something really
It
stupid.
might have been guns, but it was probably a wagon for a heist, like a specific wagon for some scam.
It had to be for some purpose, like for a future
There's
job
snow on the
or
ground.
something.
This could have been Christmas. Was this
was
Christmas?
This was
Was it?
Christmas related.
Oh,
This was
okay.
Christmas related. So what I had started doing, and I've been doing this for a few months,
Hazy, thank you
is
for
I had
the
a
sub.
controller plugged into
10
my
months,
computer.
oh my god.
Because
Thank
I
you.
liked the way that the analog stick made the camera very smooth when I was looking around during talking scenes. But one day, the controller, the right trigger was pressed down as I placed the controller down, and it was continually pressed, and when I pulled my gun out, it just started firing and killing people, and people were dying left and right. I killed 4 or 5 people there at the same time. Kaniklo, Pip was there, a bunch of cops.
Yeah, you killed Pip, you killed Itakala,
Yeah.
and another cop.
Oh.
Can we watch the clip?
Yes.
Nate?
Yes,
Let's-
let's go.
This is the greatest
This makes me
orange heist
cringe
in
so
history.
much,
Get
man.
out of here. Jeez, oh my god, Jesus Christ. Oh my god, I can't stop.
I love there's a pause as well, like you hold your
He's
gun and then you
panicking.
blast me in the face.
How about this? How about we focus on getting these guys treated?
We're all wanted at this point.
Yeah.
We're all super wanted.
I can't stop. I genuinely can't stop.
His
This
gun is
one
finally out of
is
bullets.
So funny.
I genuinely
You're
can't
just
stop.
screaming, it's not my fault, it's not my fault. Something like that.
Oh my god, oh my
Didn't mean to do that.
I can't stop. I genuinely can't stop.
The panic in your voice, Graham.
I've never
It's a
seen that.
massacre. You never saw that?
Wait, so you had your
Uh,
controller plugged in while trying to use a keyboard, because you can see the controller buttons on the bottom
Yeah,
right.
so
Yeah.
I have both. I have the controller and the keyboard. I only use the controller when I'm riding on the horse or if I'm talking to someone in conversation. So I could use the analog stick to do a smooth camera rotation
You got that unplugged
instead
in.
of the janky mouse camera. And I stopped using a controller after that. That was one of the low points. One of the low points. But hey, I'm not the only person that
Oh,
ever
God.
messed up and killed all of his
I'd
friends and
consider that a high point. That
done
was funny. That was
done
good.
the worst stuff. We've all had moments where we've killed half or more of the gang.
Yeah.
Okay, let me search the clips channel for killed half or more of the gang.
You have the you wouldn't have the dynamite clip. That
Can we
wasn't
get
KG.
the can we get the clip of Kaniklo shooting Layton at the first Van Horn shootout?
Can we
That
all
should
right,
be in
yeah,
there
let's
somewhere.
pull that up. Let's pull that up. The biggest
Yeah, let's.
betrayal.
So okay, that would be in grams.
There are a few different perspectives of that the start of that shootout, so I'm not sure if that one's in there, but there should be different, like at least 2 or 3 different perspectives there. I think one of them's
Okay, okay.
Peppo's, I think the other one is Kaysen's, and I think another one might be Sin.
Well,
Sin's.
while we wait for Nietzsche to find that, let's go back to the arc question.
Mhm.
Some people didn't answer. What was your guys' favorite arc?
My favorite was probably the very beginning for Wesley in the gang, because that included meeting Goldie when Jack and Wes were both wanted, and just we went into this old man persona for multiple days. And
What did we? I don't.
yeah,
Is that
you
what
were-
Frank Hollister.
Frank Hollister and old Schmitty.
Oh,
Wesley was old Schmitty.
When you had the crew of bums, is that what you're talking about?
Well, it was us, and then we ran into a random. I forget what the character's name was, and even the player's name now. He plays on NoPixel all the time.
Travis. It was Travis.
Yes, it was Travis. That's right. Trav's character on Wild we bumped into randomly, and then he was friends with Goldie, so that's how Goldie got in.
Oh, and we robbed the
we
fucking
robbed the Saint Denis
sheriff
sheriff's
station with
office.
Jed
Yeah,
Wicker.
that's right. Yeah, Jed was there too. Yeah, so that beginning arc for Wes, I really like because that included Goldie and everything in there too.
Can I have 2 answers? Because I can't decide.
You can have
No.
3.
Of course.
Okay, I'm gonna give you 2. So one, honestly, the ending arc for us probably was like, and I know it just happened, but for real, like when I look back on everything, I think the ending arc is one, and then the other one, surprisingly enough, was when Alice was alone, like without Mills, and she had to be in Van Horn. Well, she didn't have to be, but you know, she chose to be after Wallaby offered for her to stay there. I think that arc as well, because that was
Like,
a
he
lot
coulda
of
saved you.
yeah. Well, it was like it was just a different experience because Alice was like without her gang. Like, I mean, Cheddar was there, like, you know, to some degree, but like he was mostly, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, Tibbs, but like he was pretty much mostly there for Alice, like her mental
pretty
support, pretty much, to make sure that she, like, you know, didn't get hurt or hurt herself or something like that. But it was just like Alice was away from everyone, and she kind of had to deal like with everything already going on in her head, alongside being alone and the thought of the, you know, possible fact that she might never see Mills again, and she might have to accept that.
You guys heard it here first. She was happy her whole game.
Nope,
was
that
gone.
is not what I said. I was
Yeah,
so
big
fucking miserable without
Yeah, I
you.
wasn't
Trust
in
me.
either.
I was
I wasn't in
miserable,
either of those arcs.
but the arc was fun. Like, it
Yeah,
was
do we have a
good.
list of them somewhere, or we just remembering?
It's just
them?
what you remember,
We're
man.
using our failing memories.
Because I can't think of many. Maybe probably the war with the cut. For me, maybe, or like
That was-
Final Summers War was pretty good too. That felt like beating the antagonist.
Can we talk about some of those later arcs? I have no idea what the final Summers War is. I know after Clayton dies, they had the Kettle kids and the Kettle grandkids, the Kettle great grandkids, Kettle spawn coming out of the Kettle muck. I have no idea why there was so many generations
Prodigies of the
Kettle.
Principal.
Oh my god.
The Prodigies of the Principal is crazy, by the way. It was like watching it was like watching your creature and Spore go through different eras and watching them become more and more fucked up. What is the final Summers War? I haven't heard of that.
That
That's all
actually
Steve.
was
That
gonna
one.
be my favorite arc because that was the one that like got Aurora into the Kettleman gang, and like even when James, Aurora, Toby, and Nate took down the entire Kettleman gang at Rathskeller.
Hang on.
You mean
Summers
Summer's
Gang,
Gang?
Summers Gang.
Summers gang, yeah,
Mhm.
that's what I meant. But that was probably like one of my favorite arcs because that was kind of what really got Aurora into KG.
That was a great one. That was a good.
Somebody
shootout.
tell me what it is.
Yeah, wait,
Right.
hold on,
What it
Cheever.
is!
All right.
Cheever, I think you should explain
Yeah.
because you were the
Aurora
one who
getting
got
kidnapped
kidnapped
daily?
all the
Yeah, yeah.
time.
Do you have clips of that, Shiva?
There should be several clips
Oh,
in
wait.
her channel for her to,
That's
you know, look at.
Aurora
That's
taken
when
hostage
Aurora's getting
again.
kidnapped every day. I think I was still alive for that.
No, you were dead. You
don't
never
think
met
so,
Aurora.
because
Was
I
I
never
dead?
met
Oh,
her.
this is
I
great.
feel like
This
you
was
were long-
DiCenzo's.
you were
This
long
was a great
dead.
one.
That was a DiCenzo, I believe.
Yeah, but that one was that was a really good.
That's
Mhm.
crazy.
I was
That's
looking down a
Yeah.
binocular. when I got kidnapped.
Okay, let me try and find.
I
some
changed
of
my
the,
answer actually.
correct ones.
DiCenzo's War was my favorite arc, hands down. That one was
Right
fucking
over
Dude,
crazy.
there's
Milk.
You know what?
That
At least
was
Aurora
so
died
nuts.
of Swiss
Yeah.
cheese just as she lived.
The cheese heist
The
or the
cheese
ice cream?
heist.
Ice cream, ice cream.
I'm
wow.
still
Cheese heist.
bitter at Graham the Gibbon for that one. For
Oh.
making a character that did that and disappeared immediately. One sec, let me see if I have the cheese heist in here.
I don't think
name
I
was
don't
born,
think
right?
we
But
do.
first,
This is where
first,
Cheddar
let's
got his
go
name
back.
changed,
Let's
yeah.
go back to the past.
Yeah, I remember
Let's
that
go
pissed
back
me off
to
too.
the first, to where it all began.
Mm-hmm.
The
Aren't we?
yeah.
Aren't we? Aren't we? Aren't we finding the Summers and Aurora clips? We doing that
I
or after
I
this?
Yeah, we
after
will.
this,
Okay, all right.
I had this queued up.
I want to get
Okay.
sidetracked.
I would much prefer to smoke them.
So this is the Kettleman Gang's first gunfight, like in Van Horn.
Before this, we've been getting shot almost every single day, 4 days in a row. We go one time to Van Horn and start stomping on toes, man, and we we start making waves.
Yeah, specifically. Well, you'll see how the clip ends. Or gosh, is this the whole thing? Okay.
Slick, thank you so much. Oh my God, look at
Van
you.
Horn was well.
31 months. Look at that
I am
yellow
gonna take credit
golden
for the
paw
outcome of
print.
this one
Oh,
because I did team kill Clayton in the opening seconds of this gunfight with an execution animation.
If Clayton was alive for that, the amount of suppressing fire that would have happened would have won, I think, the gunfight, and I think that's directly responsible for that
Pika,
gunfight
thank
being
you for the sub.
Oh, yep.
This
you
was
can
the-
see the
This
pistol
was the
whipping.
This was the start of it all, right? This was the first one.
Yeah, this was.
Yeah.
Well,
First retaliation.
this was the first. Yeah, this was the first offensive.
Well,
You
this
know-
moment was super important because this was like the gang's first time, like you said, first time going on the offensive. But not only that, like we began robbing banks just so we can afford our horses and like the guns we have here. By the
Yeah,
way,
there was-
we got absolutely smoked in this clip.
There was such a massive prelude to this, if I could interject here.
Yeah, yeah.
Because like I feel like we all had our independent stories before this, like the way Jack's whole beef with the Van Horn began, and in the process of trying to find Jack, they would keep going to Van Horn, and they would, excuse me, Thieves Landing, and they would find Mills and Clayton and whoever else was there, and Jed, and be like, we don't know who the fuck y'all are. We're looking for Jack, but fuck you anyway, and they would shoot you guys down. And it just kept happening over and over. And so now we had the common enemy. So that's like,
yeah.
And I remember we used that as such a good story pivot because they're like, all right, we're going to have to ride on Van Horn, this place that has 3-4 active gangs. So we had to figure out how to rob a bank. We did it. We used it like the funds to buy horses for everybody. Then we did it, robbed another bank, used the funds to buy guns, robbed another bank. And then finally it was like weeks of preparation coming together. And this is kind of the climax of that. And someone permit here, Wade Wicker permit here in this scene.
So Van Horn was coming to Thieves Landing and shooting Mills and people that weren't like affiliated with Jack.
They would just show up. I'm sure
And
there's a
that's,
clip. They'd be like, "Yo, Van Horn, motherfucker!"
Yeah, I've
and
seen
just
that. I've
swipe
seen that.
them.
But yeah, when they come in and shoot up the speakeasy, I've seen that. So
the,
and
real-
that's why that's sick. Actually, I didn't know that.
No, it was fucking great, brother. It was so good. Like Jack did a bank robbery, or Jack was working with a girl named Holly Frost, and Summer. And at the time, Jack's trying to ingratiate himself with Summers, and Summers goes like, "Hey, this person here is a rat, is working with cops, so you better bring him to me, because like
Could
you're
I
working with a rat."
interject
Go ahead.
for a second? Can you, Peppo, specifically introduce who Gavin Summers was?
Oh, you're gonna have to go back to the Renee days if you're doing that.
Well, I'll put
Well,
from
to Jack
who's-
Kettleman.
Yeah,
but
from Jack's perspective.
So Summers, played by Johnny Blams, played a really important character. He was a pivot around which like a ton of people RP'd. A lot of outlaws, they kind of turned to him for direction. And when kind of Jack showed up, he's trying to make a name for himself and he's trying to go under the wing of somebody. And I was just looking for people to RP with. I remember coming to Van Horn and Graham's alt character Crow was there. It was like the grand opening of the Van Horn Saloon Revan's character. I forget who she was. Like her character's name. She was there. In any case, here's Summers, and Jack goes, "Hey, I want to work for you," because they called him the governor at the time, the governor of Van Horn. So he gives us a job, and we start working for him. In the process of working for this guy, he tells me that Holly Frost is a rat. So I go to Holly and say, "Hey, there, is this true?" She says no. I say, "Well, let's go and confront this guy because he can't be saying this about you." And she absolutely refuses, is crying. And at this point, Jack's like, "All right, I got two choices. Either ingratiate myself, turn in Holly Frost, who's in a sense a nobody at the time, like in terms of street value, turn her in and make my future by being the right hand of this fucking the boogeyman, the governor, or stand up for somebody that did a job with me and take her side and believe her." So Jack went to Van Horn and he's like, "Nobody here is going to touch her because she ain't a rat. And if you got a problem, you come say it to me and handle it to me." And there was a little back and forth, and Jack put a dagger in one of like the lead Van Horn people. Got the fuck out of there, saying like, yeah, put a
16 months,
knife in him and
God.
said, "Anybody
No of
fuck
you.
with like my people, y'all going down." So the next day there was like a hit out for Jack, and the entire server was after him. So everybody's hunting Jack, and I'm just doing bush RP. And I remember I was looking through telegrams once, and there was a telegram from Clayton Orwell saying, "This ain't right that you got to do this by yourself. I'm gonna ride with you." But in the process of them trying to hunt down Jack for stabbing Gavin Summers' secondhand, man in command, they went to Thieves Landing. They shot everybody in Thieves Landing up several times. And rather than Mills and Clayton being pissed at Jack, which I'm sure initially they were, afterward they're like, "Fuck this guy! Like we had nothing to do with this. They're shooting us up." And they're like, "You know what, Jack? We don't know what the fuck you're doing, what your business is, but we're tired of getting shot down by these cocksuckers too. We're riding with you." And that was kind of when we started riding together.
And I remember the first time that group rode out, they had an encounter with a new item that they had recently come into possession of, and that's gonna be our next clip. Here is
Hi,
one
Crazy
of the
Eagle.
classic Jack moments.
Less than a day.
Graham, do you want to introduce this clip?
Brand new update. I am so excited. My heart is pounding. I have the big grin on my face. I look at the patch notes. Flammable moonshine. You can now get a moonshine jug, hold it in your hands, and pour it on the ground like it's a jerry can. That blew my mind. I was so excited for it. The day before, we had made peace, quote unquote peace, with the Gavin Summers gang. And we said, all right, as long as you stay in the East and don't come out to the West, you'll be fine. Little did anybody know what Jack meant by "don't come to the West" is never leave Van Horn, because anything outside of Van Horn is now the West. So he finds Isabella inside of Blackwater, grabs her, snatches
She
her
was
up,
walking around
hog
Blackwater
ties her.
like there ain't no war going on.
Yeah, Blackwater's the West. to be fair, to be fair. Yeah.
Brings her
Blackwater
upstairs.
is the West.
This is OG Jack. I'm just saying.
This is some great territory claiming, because this, like, in my perception before this, the server, like, gangs had territories and stuff, but there wasn't like this huge cultural conflict that happened.
The border to the West has always been the river there. That river that splits it.
It's when the grass
If Summers
when it
said
turns into plains.
if Summers said don't come out east, you wouldn't go to Saint Denis, right? That's
Yeah, it wouldn't even go to. You wouldn't even you wouldn't go to Valentine.
Was Isabella part of Summer's gang then?
Yeah, she was one of the acolytes.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
all right.
All
let's
right,
play
now let's
Play the
see what
clip.
happened.
She is grabbed. She is grabbed.
What are you doing?
Brought upstairs, and then this happens.
You got any last words?
What are you doing?
I said you got any last words?
Get off me!
Oh shit.
Don't.
Clayton.
Don't you dare!
I'm your Huckleberry.
God damn.
There was something about early Jack, how unhinged he was.
Jesus.
That line that he dropped.
Yeah.
I was gonna ask Peppo.
So fresh out of watching
context-
Tombstone. Where did that line come from?
The context is not there for anybody else. To my knowledge, I think Kason's just said that to, or Mills said that to Jack like an hour before, or like a day before, and he loved that line.
Wow.
Something like that. Am I right? Somebody interject.
Sounds like something.
I
Mills
couldn't
said,
even tell. I
100%.
couldn't even tell you, man. I couldn't even tell you.
So okay, all right, I remember. So this was this was at the very beginning. This is like before I even knew Peppo like streamed. Any of you streamed? I wasn't even streaming way back then. And one day, like I'm just on Twitch and I see Peppo is live, and I'm like, wait, what the fuck? This guy plays Jack. So then I clicked on his stream and he was watching like
Tombstone.
no, you were watching My Darling
Clementine.
Clementine, that's right. And then I started talking about Tombstone in your chat, and you were making fun of how like goofy it is, the lines, nobody speaks like that. So then you started watching the clips of like I'm your Huckleberry, and it just became like a meme in your chat. And then you started saying it in character.
Oh man.
The truth is, I remember like staying up that whole night and watching who plays Marv Griffin. What's the character who plays Doc Holliday?
Doc Holliday.
Val Kilmer.
Val Kilmer.
Kilmer.
Yeah,
Val Kilmer.
I remember because like even if the movies were like funny, the guy's acting was so good. I like spent all night watching it. So yeah, you're 100% right. It was stuck in my head.
Well,
from that.
I'm looking at the definition right now. It kind of makes sense. It's not even that memey, to be honest.
It was so good. It was so unhinged of a line.
No, it's definitely the perfect line.
I think if he said anything else, there's an aspect that I like to keep in my mind of this is something that people keep in their mind when they're writing dialogue, but I guess when you're speaking dialogue and improving it, it's also important to avoid cliches. Like the reason Tarantino's dialogue is so gripping is that he doesn't use the same cliched phrases that everybody uses when they're writing dialogue. Somebody, when they kill somebody, would probably just say, "Any last words? Any last words?" Something like that, right? But Tarantino's characters never say that. They always have something grand, something insane, something cool to say that isn't a cliche. And I think that just the fact that it was such an unhinged line made that scene, and it would not have been as good if he just said like any last words. The fact that it was so fucking out of left field.
Yeah. Someone in my chat just reminded me too. One of the first telegrams Mills ever sent to Jack was after getting gunned down in the speakeasy like several days in a row. And Mills telegrammed Jack saying like, "I'm done. I'm ready to ride. If you need me, I'm your Huckleberry."
Man,
See, that's where I know it from.
So
That's
like
where
an
I know it
expression
from.
of camaraderie.
It means I'm the one for the job, according to Google.
In the movie, someone is out there like acting tough, and he's bullying the townsfolk, threatening to duel him, and nobody's like fucking wanting to duel the guy. So Doc Holliday steps up, and the guy don't know Doc Holliday, and he's like, "Hey, I'll be your Huckleberry," and then the guy kind of like freaks out and backs down. So it's low key a fucking really badass line. So in this case, it's like we're calling the bluff. Like you think we were bluffing about the whole like territorial stuff. Like here we go.
Well, so from that point, things don't go super well. We get shot a lot after this, but that is really where the bank robbery spree comes from. And does anyone even want to guess at what the real count of the Kettleman bank robberies is?
1,000.
20.
No idea.
Gotta be like
27.
50 and 0 at least.
No, it's 50 and 0. It's gotta be
50?
50 and 0.
50 and 0 plus like
It was
3
a
minus
lot.
2. 21 and 0.
Man.
Oh, it's way more than 21.
Do you have the actual
Yeah,
answer?
it's way
You're
more
saying
than
it's-
that.
you got
I
the
don't
answer?
have.
I
the
don't think
answer.
anyone
No,
has
no,
an
we're gonna do it
answer.
randomly.
It's incalculable.
It
All right, so
is.
here, wait, no, we were okay. So
What would the parameters even be?
40, I know for sure
Every
we
time
got
we
to
bid a
40 because
bank job,
40
we won.
wasn't a
Good night,
meme. We
Cactus.
got to 40 for sure. After 40, we just, you know, I mean,
Too many to count.
yeah,
That's the number.
exactly.
Yeah, it has to be like a lot.
Yeah.
Because I know just with the quills we did over 150 as of December of last year.
Holy cow, man.
Yeah, you're lying.
150 bank robberies?
Yeah.
What the?
Was that
hell?
one a week, brother? What the fuck is that shit?
I think ours was legitimately, like, all jokes aside, I think we were like 20 something at most.
No,
No, it was
no,
more
it
than
had to
that.
be over.
Way
we didn't
higher
do a
than that.
lot. We
When
did
No,
a lot.
I
Nah, it was
no,
more.
brother. Kelly did more than 20 with the Kettleman Gang, and he came
Hold
in
on.
Yeah, I
what a
was
year and
gonna
a
say
half
Aurora
later.
at least did 20 with the kettle.
Mhm.
When
Are
I
you
was
serious?
still in
Yeah,
Yeah.
way more than
officer
20, brother.
and you guys did the swim with the fishes, it was 18 and 0 at that time.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, but like 13 and 0 was like Sheriff Banks, and like we were always inflating that number because then there was like a murmur that people were getting annoyed that we had like an old record, so we just kept inflating it more. We just kept feeding the meme because like I don't want to like I remember whenever we brought Smokey's character, there was like some stranger that we went back for and he got us fucking busted. You guys remember? That was like the 7th
Yeah.
bank job.
Yes.
Oh, that
So
was,
that's when we
that-
started
that
doing the
doesn't count. That
arithmetic,
was a
the minus.
mulligan.
Yeah, who is it?
No, that was a mulligan. That doesn't count.
Yeah,
That does
doesn't
not
count.
contribute
But
to
that's
the
what I'm
score.
saying. Like, so we started doing -1 and fucking division to keep the 0 number intact, and then from there it just became a meme.
The rule was if you got a smidgen of loot out, it was a success.
Yep.
That's right.
That's right.
One bank bond out. That's a bank job.
Win.
I remember like there was like a murmur that it was pissing people off that we had like an old record and that like it was
I
like too
remember
sweaty
that.
on our behalf. So we just doubled down on the meme, man, and like every time.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember 352 and 0.
Sheriff Banks getting permit was 13 and 0. I'll never forget that.
Man.
That was wild bank robbery, by the way. But keeping in the timeline here.
Oh
This is
So
my favorite clip. This is my favorite
yeah,
clip of all time.
Jimmy, could you introduce this clip?
I don't know the backstory. I just love the clip. I
Okay,
love
then-
when I'm not going to spoil it.
He
but,
wasn't. He wasn't here
Yeah.
for it. It
I
was
wasn't around. I
okay,
wasn't around for
Jed,
this.
Jack and there was
This is
another
where
guy there. I think.
Clayton
This is
saves
I,
Jack.
I like this
Okay.
because it's
Solid
a
joke
movie
there.
scene. It feels like something you'd watch
Peppo?
in a movie.
Yeah, Peppo.
Yeah, okay, Peppo, explain Jack's mindset going into this scene
So
and what this scene is.
So mind you, we still haven't ever gunned down and got the better of this gang ever in a gunfight. And this is like so far down the line, we still haven't gotten ours. But someone in the uninvited reaches out and wants to talk to Jack. So obviously you kind of yes and we show up here and they kind of want it to be over, but you know how we were all in back in the day. Like it's gonna go on forever.
Who was the uninvited real quick?
This is the uninvited. I think this is Wanted Maniac's character.
And they were
Is
affiliated
this a subset
with
of like Van Horn?
Summers.
This is a
yeah.
no. This is Van Horn's like Royal
Gang?
Guard.
Yeah.
This is the King's Guard of Summers.
I see.
This is like the Secret Service of Summers. This is like
The
his
white,
right
the
hand
white
killer.
cloaks of King's Landing.
This is the white cloaks of King's Landing, exactly. So
Except
the
these
the
guys can
Nazgul.
actually fight.
so
These guys were good fighters.
they showed up. He was like trying to like make a deal for us to drop it, something along those lines, and we just were not biting one bit because they were completely in the wrong, and we were wronged. So we have our back and forth, and then he tries to shoot me down, and you'll see right here what happens.
All right.
In the East, yeah, you still got the West, but now you got the law, and you got the law fighting you from the East side, and you got us fighting you from the East side. Are you gonna win this war, Kettleman? It doesn't fucking. You can't fucking win.
Then I'll die trying.
Or you can die today, like a man.
You ain't gonna die, motherfucker.
nobody, motherfucker. Yeah, fair.
Oh man, that was
Guys, hold on,
Brennick,
pause
do
it,
you want
pause
to?
it.
That's so
pause it.
fucking sick, brother. That is
Listen,
so cool.
There was a. This is right when they added the reload fucking thing where you can do the quick reload, and there was a bug during that patch that if you joined the server, your guns were always empty. So if you crashed and came back from a head pop, your gun and your belt was always empty.
That's amazing.
And he had
Wow.
forgotten to load the bullets in.
Yeah, I heard the
Hey
click.
wanted.
That was maybe Van Horn's best gunslinger too. Does what was that character's name again?
I think it was Beckett.
Beckett.
Somebody said in chat Beckett Flowers.
Yes. And then of course all of Butcher's
Yup,
quick
you
attacks,
gotta fight all of Butcher's Creek.
Go back across the bridge. Man, my boy saved me, man.
And this
My boy
was
saved me.
back in the day where you just had to drag people out.
Did you not
Just
know
there
they
was
were coming,
My
Pepper?
boy saved me. My
I
boy
love those
saved
guys
me.
running with you.
Did you not know they were there, Pepper, or was it like a plan?
Wait. So if our gang was there, where I told him to stay back because like
you
Jack
said
was the
that-
type, if I'm going alone, I'm going alone. But the crew didn't trust it. So as soon as I saw this part, all I was thinking of Scarface at the end scene when like people are scaling the walls and he doesn't notice. So at this point, I could obviously see them, but because we had him outnumbered, I didn't want to be the one to initiate, you know. So kind of let him do his thing, and he pulled out. The gun had no ammo, and the rest is history.
That's cool as fuck. That makes it better that it wasn't a setup.
No, it was it was the first. I mean, we always fought dirty, but this was a really this was a guileful moment from a very kind of thick-headed group at this point.
Oh, I remember. I think we thought that they were gonna have backup, so Jed and Clay and everybody was kind of keeping a
Yeah,
lookout from a
yep.
distance. You know, can I say what I really admired about what I loved about this era is, as close as like Jack and Jed and stuff were, we were always off doing our own thing, and half the time, like I didn't even know what like Clay was up to, what Kaniklo was up to, what Mills was up to. I feel like you guys will at that time do a bunch of. You guys would do tons of petty robbery, wouldn't you? At that period,
We had our own. Yeah, that's why. I mean, I'll speak on this, but that's why like KG has been my favorite gang. Not only because it's been fucking years, but everyone had their own stories going on constantly. Clayton was doing his own thing with Armadillo. Kaniklo had his schemes. Mills was doing his own thing. Even when we brought in Pip, he had like his own story going on. And like those super early days, I think that's what made it special because, for example, when Mills got robbed, that could have just been like one of my own stories, right? But whenever like one of our characters would get slighted, that's when the gang would come together and ride, right?
Yeah, I mean, even when Kelly joined, that was still going on. I remember I had heaps of shit going on too, but that's what made KG good, at least for me. I agree with Peppo that everyone was their own individual character outside of the gang. Like you'd say the Cattleman gang, but everyone knew every character in it as well because they had their own shit going on as well.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't just
Roar had
a
a
gang.
whole
It wasn't just a gang of six
secret-
riding around robbing banks all the time.
Yeah.
Had a secret relationship with a lawman for a long time before
Mhm.
anybody found out.
Scandalous.
We I think the end of this section, the end of the first Summers War is Summers goes to jail. They get taken down by the law. Huge victory for us. Our B team, the law, takes down the
That's
the
right.
Summers gang. I want to fast forward a little bit if we can.
But
if I'm
hold
not
on, let's
jumping the
also
gun.
mention the tragic death of Sammy during this time.
Wait, Graham, can I?
The
Can I?
radicalization of Wesley Shields.
Before we get to that, I have a question for Grenig, and it pertains to everything that we just talked about.
All right.
I don't know, Wombax, it might pertain to you too. I don't know if Nash was around during this time. I know Wesley for sure was. What was it like being on the outside of this this war because to me it felt like this was the only thing like getting talked about in the crossing at the time.
Oh, for sure. Like, because I was a lawman at this time while it was happening. And to be honest, my character only joined the law to fight Summers because they have a very long history, like back before all of this. So as soon as he became like a gang, this is Wesley's thing. It was getting like, oh no, these guys might come after me. I better find some powerful allies to like fight them.
Too
Right?
crazy.
Yeah.
Kinda.
So I went with the law during that time to fight them. So honestly, that's all that was happening for us when Summers was fighting you guys, was us trying to fight Summers as well. We had like bush like combat groups that would hang outside of Van Horn to try and take them out individually and stuff like that. So
Right.
If you wanna know what Nash did during all this, actually the latest clip that I posted, Nietzsche, in the
Oh yeah, let's pull
under
that
my
up.
name.
Nash was around.
So that's what I was doing. You know, like when all of this was going on, I had no idea about any wars. I had just joined the server. I knew absolutely nobody except for the friend that I joined the server with.
Ash, don't do this.
Is this the right clip?
Yeah. That's my friend. That's Nash's friend Harold. Yeah, that's the friend Harold that everybody Like a thought was bear is just magically gonna appear.
Nash's
invisible friend.
Not so invisible now.
There was a lot of stuff going on in Tall Trees.
I remember Nash would just walk around. He was Jack, one of Jack's first friends, the potato farmer.
Stand your ground.
Harold?
Ew.
No way. No.
It was the
Guy's
burp.
brilliant.
It was the burp for sure.
That was.
This guy die? Is this a perma or?
No, it's not a.
Ah.
It's not a perma, but yeah, that was what was Nash was doing. He was just walking around like me and my friend. That we joined the server and we was just like, all the money we have, let's throw that away in the beginning. Let's say we lost it all gambling, coming over here and start with absolutely nothing. We didn't even have horse for like a month and a half on the server. And then he was walking from one town to another. That's when Jackie found Nash, and that's how they started talking.
So Nash had no idea about the war that was going on.
Nash had absolutely no idea.
What was the server cap at this point?
32.
32.
This was you got an issue, buddy? Meet me on Beta County.
Oh, that's right. I forgot about that.
Wait,
Yeah,
what?
people
What is
actually
that?
did people actually say that, or is that just a meme?
No, people
No,
dead
we
ass said that in
separated
character for
Who said
sure.
that? Who said that?
Oh my
I
god.
can't.
People
I
did
can't.
say Beta County.
People said
Okay.
Beta County all the time.
I think when I joined, there was only one server.
I was looking at the One Sync thing today. I think it
There was
was
always two.
late August in 2021 is when One Sync came out.
No, there was always a A and a B. If A got full, people would hop on B. And I remember whenever we would see B get full, we would get like happy because the server was blowing up.
Yeah.
So if you had to have a big conflict or you wanted a big scene and you didn't want it interrupted, you would pack your shit up and you would go to the B server.
Bro, back then KG had. Listen, our sleep schedules have always been cooked, but back then we would wait. At least I would. I would wake up at like the crack of dawn, jump into the queue, go lay back in bed, and wake up, and I would be in queue
Yep.
several hours later. I would
Oh
be in.
man.
Man.
Yeah, I'm trying to go through and find some clips from that era, but while I do that,
So what I want to do right now, we've talked a lot about the beginning of KG. We talked about the beginning of the Summers War. He gets captured. He goes away. Can we fast forward to the return and then the fall of Summers? Were the Kettle kids were like the later generation Kettleman people there for that?
Jimmy and Cheever should lead this topic for
Yes.
sure.
Do we want to
and
do we
Bud.
want to just focus on Summers,
Bud.
or do we want to go through the timeline of KG? Because there's like a whole period before that.
I mean,
I want to. I'm just a little hesitant to just go straight through the timeline of KG straight
could-
up, just because
we
it's going to be a
could-
lot of me talking for like 2 hours.
We
and
could
then
focus. We
the
could
later
focus
people are not gonna
on.
be able to talk.
Just do
We could
Summer.
focus on antagonists. Like we could go Summers and then the Cut and then the Chenzos and go through the timeline that way.
Sure, we can do that.
Okay.
All right.
Can I
Or
just-
we pull
can I
up
just
some.
mention something
the-
before we
the-
go any further?
Yeah,
I just want to
sure.
highlight a
Fine,
point here.
Sam.
So we're talking about the Kettleman gang, but you notice how
Mhm.
the conversation is revolving around the antagonist, and that's so important, for the story that there was somebody like Summers, us bigging them up, them likewise making the Kettlemen seem like child murderers. I remember at that time, like
I
when
forgot the baby killing.
yeah, when we killed a 6-year-old baby out in the desert.
I can't even say the thing I want to say. This
Oh no.
the person
Wait,
we
what is
killed
it?
the
Just say it,
person
whatever. Just say it. What
because
is it?
Grenick was dating that person, and I don't want to say
Oh.
Grenick was
But
dot
it-
dot
like,
dot.
At that,
They
at
were
this
a
point,
legal
man,
adult. They were like 20 something, by the way.
anybody we would talk to, or Jack, I would like talk about the Summers thing. But I feel like everybody I would bump into, they would be like, "Oh, you're Kettleman. You're the guy everybody's trying to kill. Oh my god!" Like, I feel like that's a very important art in all of the role play. Because look, we're here
Yeah.
talking about the Kettlemans, and the whole time we're talking about Summers. It just shows you that little concept right there. So like props to the
Well,
opponent
that's the
as
thing.
well.
To make a good story, you have to have good conflict, and that comes from most of the time a villain in the story.
I remember when Summers was in prison. Remember, we had the German scientists trying to figure out how to make the mouse
Hey,
run.
Ivan.
You guys remember that?
Oh my
I think
god.
I remember
Oh.
bits
Called
and
it
pieces of that.
Operation Paperclip. And
Yeah.
fucking
Oh
saved the day.
my
I remember
god.
that. Yeah.
So that was like he was in
Okay.
prison for 6 months, but like we kept hyping it
That
up like this
was
person was gonna come out from prison and take over the world. We had orchestrated an arc where he was in prison, like giving orders through the Wallabies. Remember?
Yeah, because like he was in prison for 6 months, but every couple like weeks or a month, you would hear like whispers of like Summers from prison sending telegrams out. It was like a
Yeah.
big build up to when he was released. It was sick. It was really cool.
Is this where we disclose, some of the secrets that have been kept? Because I remember at one point Nash was getting a little fed up with Jack and his antics, and his ramblings about Gavin Summers. So he pretended to send a letter. He sent a telegram to Jack, pretending it was from Summers, just to see Jack's reaction, and then he was gonna tell everybody, "Can you see, how fucking obsessed this guy is with fucking Gavin Summers?" And, he's literally, painting the devil shadow on the wall here
Oh,
before he even shows up.
What was
That's
What
so
was the
nasty,
telegram you
dude.
sent? It was like the summer
Yeah, the
wind. What was it?
yeah, the winter's cold is over. Are you ready for summer's heat?
Oh, I remember that.
Oh,
And you were
That
doing
was
it
from
to prove
Nash?
that Jack was
Yeah, that.
super paranoid, right?
I remember hearing
Yeah.
about that telegram.
That
That was
sounds
that
right
was
to a
coincidentally
RP, man.
right before Summers got out of prison too
Yep.
for the first time. Can we hear from Jimmy, Cheever, anyone else that was a part of the second half of that? So that
Yes.
I'll start
You can
with
catch me
kind of
up.
how Summers, kind of how Aurora did. So Aurora didn't really know many people from KG. She knew Goldie, didn't know too many other knew Robbie Gold. She got taken hostage by Gavin Summers,
Mhm.
and he told her that she needed to go into town and get Robbie Gold, lure him out, or she was dead. So instead of doing that, she told Robbie Gold, and he went and saved her life by meeting with Summers willingly. And she kind of went back and told some of KG some of that, and then Summers tried to get her to spy on Kettleman Gang for him, and she kind of chose to stick with Kettleman instead of doing what Summers wanted.
Ooh, spicy.
So that kind of started, and then I'm trying to think. I don't even remember the first kidnapping. I think Jack might have confronted Summers. I don't remember what kind of escalated into actual
In
fighting.
the swamps. It was in the swamps, I think.
What
was it the Swamps
escalated the Summers War? Because
Oh, it was the Swamps one.
Yeah, so Summers originally wrote Jack and said like, "Hey, we're not going to have a beef like anymore kind of thing. We're done with that." But the thing was that Wesley did not like Summers, so I just kept writing Summers because I had his telegram as a law officer, and I
my
would
God.
antagonize him. I would just talk about how I remember the time that me and Renee like dragged him behind a horse, and that whole like I would just go on and on about that a telegram like every day. And then I was part of Kennelman Gang at that point, so I just was like, well, this is perfect because these guys will fight them for me, and I don't need to worry about this anymore.
A little fucking gremlin.
Yeah, so then they'd
100%.
come to Thieves and there'd be Aurora alone to be kidnapped as bait constantly.
I remember seeing or hearing or being told Aurora got kidnapped again. Like almost every other day, somebody would tell me Aurora got kidnapped again. I think I was playing a lawman at the time.
Like
That
Aurora, because I
was-
was always out doing my own thing, so then I'd get grabbed because I was always alone.
Multiple times in one day too. Keep getting grabbed. I
Yeah.
remember being told. That's so
Aurora was also playing with the law a little bit, trying to like play. She was a little bit of a manipulator with law, tried to like play innocent, that like, you know, she was just trying to survive and nobody was that bad.
Shiva, I'm trying to remember. Was Rascala Fork the summer solstice before or after the swamp?
It was after.
Okay, all right, I'm wrong.
I'm pretty sure it was because I think the swamp we got shot down. That kind of escalated some of the DiCenzo stuff, right? Because the DiCenzo said shit in that, and then we kind
Because
of went after
the
DiCenzo.
DiCenzos were meeting with the DiCenzos were meeting
secret.
with Summers in secret. After I think,
And they
saying
were
weren't
hiding
gonna
in
get
the
involved.
huts quietly.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then one of
So-
them said something about like,
So I forget, Peppo. Can you lead us up to the swamp incident?
Have fun with your corpses.
Does
Yeah, have
anyone
fun
have
with
a clip? And if they do, DM me.
I've got a clip of the summer solstice.
yeah, do that one.
But that's after the swamp.
So I
That's not when
remember
it
when
started.
I remember there was a few like bumpings we had with Summers, and I think both Summers and Jack, I think there was like an understanding like let's not just immediately go at it. Let's kind of avoid do
Like
other
we
things.
had a
But the
situation
fate-
with the lighthouse where it was Wes, Aurora, and Jack got trapped up in the lighthouse with the Summers Gang.
Yes, but like yes, the fates were just destined for us to fight again. Yeah, it was a trap by Peter Gray who had like gone undercover and was living as like Chester fucking Carlisle.
Longbottom.
Monfrere,
Chester-
man, I forgot about him.
Chester
Yeah, Wes was
Longbottom
just
for like
dancing
4
as
months.
Summers is like thinking about shooting us down at the lighthouse.
Oh, I remember that. I remember that. Something happened where I think they fucked with Aurora one too many times. So we're like, we're gonna go catch this motherfucker. Like, enough's enough. And I don't know if at this time Kelly and Aurora had already shot him down. I don't remember
think
that.
that was more. I can't remember if the swamp or the summer solstice happened first. Like, I genuinely can't remember. I think
I'm pretty sure the summer solstice was after because it was a really fucking big deal that
Yeah,
the
we
Kettle Kids won. It was like it was a
it was
massive
the
deal.
first time we
Who was
Yeah.
your buddy that like perma? He was there fighting alongside you. It was Nate Casey.
Yeah, we had Nate Casey and Toby.
Nutcase.
Yeah.
Yeah, the original Kettle Kids, Nate Casey and Kelly.
Nate
Yeah, but the
Casey.
swamp was. Yeah, that was a rough fight.
First. I'm trying to find it.
Okay.
I think I have a clip of it. Peppo, you will,
I-
100%.
I've got a clip of the swamp incident.
Right.
Someone
Uh,
perma that Claire, I remember. Sorry, go ahead.
Was the swamp before Rathskeller? Okay.
Yeah, we.
Well, we'll say the swamp is before Rathskellers. Peppo, can you tell us about what brought us here specifically?
I remember that it was like grievance after grievance after grievance after grievance, and at the end of that, it's like, all right, too many transgressions have happened to my people. I don't give a fuck who you are or what you are or what happened. Like, we're coming after you. Period. And I don't know.
Right.
Were we fighting the Del Lobos and the Cuts at the same time?
Yes. Yeah.
Yes.
This was during that time.
Because I feel like this was the first time we actually rode out, and they just happened to be in the swamp, and we lined up Aurora was
So-
there. I remember
Mhm.
Kelly going down
No, I
instantly.
think.
Yeah, so if
I
you
think this is-
remember,
I think this
actually,
is after the cuts and the
Yeah,
Dincenzos.
because the cut was just before Aurora joined.
so
Yeah.
if you remember, we rolled up on them being here, but don't forget, this is where the DiCenzos were hiding in those houses to stay out of the conflict that we brought. And then after we got all taken down in this fight, that's when Oliver said that comment to, like, you know, enjoy your corpses or something like that. And that's what
and that's
started.
What kind of escalated a lot of
Yeah.
Vincenzo stuff.
Yep.
Plus, I
Wait. I've found the highlight of the summer solstice, and it says Kelly Gang. I'm pretty sure after the
it
swamp.
wasn't Kelly Gang.
No, I'm pretty sure after the swamp. Isn't that when Jack kicked Kelly out?
Yeah, I think.
Yeah, and then Kelly went and made his own outfit, and they beat Summers, and I think he joined after. He
Why
joined
did they
back.
kick Kelly out?
Peppo can explain that one.
Wait, say that again. Sorry.
I'm pretty sure
Why did Jack kick Kelly out of the gang?
it was after the
Well,
swamp.
because we were
incident, I'm
6
pretty
people, and he was like, the 8th person. So I said, motherfucker, you gotta go.
Oh my
scot-free.
God.
Oh, is that right
No,
when
no,
the
no.
rule popped up?
No. I think it was kind of like, listen, man, like you just gotta prove yourself. Like you gotta have your own thing happening on the outside. It can't just kind of always be around. You gotta go out there and prove yourself. You gotta like earn your stripes, pretty much. That was a story. You gotta spread your wings, and it was sink or swim. And Kelly could have done what every other fucking character did whenever the Kettlemans told him that, was hold a grudge and go figure out a way to backstab, betray him, and ruin their life. And just kind of spread the Kettleman's rhetoric, but he didn't. Instead, he's like, nah, I told you, like, my heart is in this crew. He got a crew together. He backed Aurora, and the Kettle Kids just kept fighting and kept fighting. And I remember, like, if we were around, they were still there. Like, hey, if you guys need something, like, we're still here. And that's kind of what made Kelly Jack completely, like, from that moment, he was the Prince of the West. Period.
I remember because it was a really big moment. Jack kicked Kelly out, and Kelly took it as, I got to prove myself. That's when he picked up Nate and Toby, and I don't know what was Aurora there again.
Aurora was getting chased by Summers.
Yeah, so they went to back up Aurora. I'm pretty sure, right?
Yeah. So then we went out west and kind of found a good spot because figuring they'd be hunting for Aurora because they saw her alone.
I'll finish. No, I put a highlight in chat. It's better than this. This is shit. This is not a good clip.
Okay.
This is a report clip. We'll do the swamp thing first and then move on to this, I think, because I've got more to speak about.
Okay, let's do the swamp thing first, which was more of a spiritual victory, and also an escalation.
I could tell you. I just wanna grab a hold of the timeline here. The Kettleman gang only fought the Cut one time, right? I mean, they had multiple battles, but it was just like one war with them, right?
It was one big long war, yeah. The Cut and Dincenzos.
I think so, yeah.
Listen, if we're all
I know for a fact that the Cut started attacking Kettleman gang the day after Jackie he stabbed Nash.
Why did he stab Nash?
Nate, you good?
Because that was the whole rat arc.
Yo, James, you good?
Yeah, the rat arc.
Yeah.
Yes.
The
You mean
rat
the
arc?
Granny arc.
What is that?
That's the Granny
That's
arc.
when Wesley first met Jack after he quit the law and wanted to get into Kettleman gang. So I knew that Nash had been an informant for McGregor. So Wes decided to use that to basically his into the gang, because he was like, oh, if I give this information, but not straight up give it, I had to make it seem like it was Jack's idea that it was Nash. So I kept hinting,
Oh my God.
like, who could it be? Who could it be? And then like would drop little hints, and then Jack was like, oh man, it could only be Nash. I'm like, oh man, you think? And then it
You little schemer.
Yeah, 100%.
That
Okay,
arc
let's-
was so good, though, man.
It was so insane that day, where Nash he kind of got outed as a rat because he was told, hey, come meet us here in behind Owangila, and then completely randomly a fucking team of law they just show up out there, and it had
What was-
nothing to do with Nash at all.
100% it didn't, yeah.
What was crazy is we saw you looked at us with binoculars, and I think for you it was bugged. You didn't see us. You saw us with binoculars, you turned around and you went towards the cops, and then 6 cops came in where you were standing.
I didn't see anybody. I didn't see anybody out there. But then as soon as I went down there and I heard all the fucking cops' horses riding, I thought, okay, shit, man, they've spotted you, so I gotta do something because otherwise I'm just gonna fucking look bad. So I just rode in there in the middle of the whole thing, fucking tried to take a cop hostage, and then when they wouldn't listen and they kind of started moving, that's when I just started blasting.
Wow, all that to maintain your cover. Well, yeah, so this was a big deal, not just for the Kettle Kids. This was a big deal because this was like the first time someone had bested the Summers gang in battle that
And it was
wasn't
a
the law.
4v6.
And they were, yeah, it can. Hey, Jimmy, do you want to talk about the odds on this fight or like the numbers?
We thought
Yeah,
we were gonna
6v4. It pretty much. I don't know if it's in here. I don't know if this actually happened, but I'm pretty sure there was like a big fucking Braveheart speech before this too, where they were all pretty much just saying, you know, we're not getting out of this. This was the beginning of General Kelly. Everyone's barking orders on the roof. You know, bullets are flying. It was a great shootout, man. You just gotta watch it, I think.
Okay, let's check it out.
Obviously not all of it. It's 47 minutes long.
Yeah.
Oh
I think
god,
you
the
should
mic.
skip
Yes.
to when they confront them at Rathskeller.
Aurora was just standing there as a beacon.
We're shooting.
In her
Was the
corset.
10-man rule a thing now? Like where gangs had to be 10 men? I don't think that was a thing yet.
Oh no. The 10-man thing started like a month after Zip joined.
Oh, okay.
It started the day after Nash and F died.
Yeah,
Right.
that's when it started. Yeah.
Oh yeah, okay.
Well, it was
Does
like a
Zip join
2-week
during the fight?
notice. No, Zip joined. Well, Zip met Jack the day Effie and Nash died.
God, we were so
I don't know when
patient
they-
with this. We knew they would come for Aurora at some point that we stood there forever.
Yeah, you guys.
Yeah, Aurora was
waited
the
your-
bait.
This is a great plan.
I think Aurora sent a telegram to Summers, right, and said, I'll be here, waiting.
I might have.
I'm pretty sure that's what happened. I'm pretty sure the plan was to use Aurora's bait.
I know that's why I was standing out in the open.
Let him out.
waiting for you.
It's either that or I come up to you and
Hello?
you up here on the roof? All right, there.
Hello there.
How you can spot that?
Ooh, look at that guy on the roof in the distance.
I've never seen this.
They were great at being really just scary.
Hello. Oh, just who we're looking.
Indeed, Dinah.
Out of there, Aurora. I assume you.
They were
remember my name?
menacing.
I do not actually.
100%.
Oh, it's a damn shame. Well, Shaw.
Hi, Shaw.
You mind stepping down
Great
here so
track
we
in the
talk face to
background, by
face?
the way.
I was just thinking the same thing.
It's either that or I come up to you and you wouldn't like it if I come up to you.
She has a friend back there. Dressed all in black with a black
Make
We
sure
got
you
someone.
come down. I'm gonna grow.
Damn.
They were not expecting you to call their bluff there.
Hey, legends, how are you?
Also, while this is happening, Wesley is sipping tea and saying to me, not fighting this
I'm
war.
on the wolves.
God fucking damn it.
Nice
Oh
down.
shit.
Behind you, James. One went behind us.
On the. He's down. He's down.
I was gonna say, I think our call out was the only reason we survived this.
James and Aurora made a great fucking team.
Even though they hated each other.
My voice
Yep.
wasn't working.
Wait, he was just lying down that whole time?
I think so. I think he ragdolled, yeah, to fix his
That's-
mic.
To fix his team
What a
speak, yeah.
group.
Yeah, yeah.
Three down, 3 down.
That rocks.
Be careful.
3
don't-
misfits and a ranch
risk
hand
it,
took
okay?
on hardened outlaws.
We got the numbers, fellas. We're okay. Still on the roof.
I did not miss that fucking mic one bit.
Two on the roof.
Can't take cover.
The wonderful Navy revolver. Just a classic.
That was the Kingslayer. That was the original Kingslayer gun that killed Solomon.
Oh my god, it was the same gun.
Come over here, Knight.
Forgot to reload.
Be careful.
Clickety click.
Come around with me, Knight.
I don't know about.
We got a flank
I'm
on
not
them,
sure
Knight.
about that.
We can see all of them. Come with me.
Nate Casey had such a great vocal affect.
Mm-hmm.
I was gonna say it's great just hearing him in the corner giving encouragement to everyone.
Yeah, it's really hard to sound like you're just in the world, in the
I got off the
game.
roof.
That's a
There's
that's a
one
real
still there.
talent.
Behind the wall, probably.
And Nate Casey definitely had that talent.
There's 3. There's 3 down over here. The rest of them are over there.
Who's that out front? Is that a horse? Is that a horse riding off?
Yep.
Daza was there
We got
too.
2 on the roofs with us.
How's everybody feeling? We got 3, I think.
I think that's Toby, not Daza.
Is it? Oh, okay, yeah, that makes
Yeah.
more sense.
Watch the walls.
Yeah, so this was like a turning point in server culture. This was the end of an era.
How so?
Like this was Leviathan. Like
got 3 over here.
the
It made
Summers
everybody
gang.
realize that Summers wasn't untouchable.
Yeah, this was the first time he had been like just. He had taken a decisive defeat in battle, like a pitched battle.
And like
They're still
you're
here.
saying, like it's like a group of essentially random people. Like nobody
Yeah.
was like, oh, Nate Casey the gunslinger or anything like that. It was just like this group of individuals took down
Mhm.
this like hardened.
On the
gang.
right side near the gate. Right side near the
Who
gate.
were basically
on
being
the wall.
they were being billed as a paramilitary at this point.
I'm
Gun
like
down.
trying to think back, like on any fight that Jack was in. I don't think we ever won one fight in any
One of
engagement.
the one of the manor during the audition.
Yeah, that's not true.
Yeah, that was the end. That was the
That
end.
was
with
the,
it.
that was the end. That was after that the flag went up.
That was after he went to jail and came back out again, wasn't it?
But like throughout the whole like war, like I don't think Jack ever, whether it was Taipan, the Del Lobos, I don't remember any one of those that we actually. I only remember one fight from each of those prolonged conflicts.
Yeah, I don't remember us getting the better of
On the roof.
big groups of 6 that much.
The Chenzos with Mills once.
I mean, that's not how we fought the
start here,
wars,
James.
right? We fought the wars with swaying
get on the roof from here.
swaying the opinion, tenacity, gut.
Mhm.
Yeah, exactly. It-
Just
it
just
seems
like
like
running
Last
up and
Flash,
shooting
fix my
somebody,
bones.
like that wasn't the style. That wasn't the Kettlemon style.
They're going
I
around
feel like
front.
90%
They're
me.
sneaking around front.
after each
We're in
one where
front,
we got a
fellas, we're in
dub, it
front.
ended the war. Like the Del Lobo attack.
I'm gonna
Remember
start
that
here,
when
you go
Clayton
tell them.
gave that fucking chilling speech, and then they all got hit. That was
Walls.
that ended the war. Then and there with the Del Lobos.
Did it?
What's to your left
Yeah,
as
that was
well.
it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
They-
it
they-
did.
the peak ended
was-
after that.
That was it.
Damn.
I'm trying to think of the one with the cut. We never even attacked the cut. It was Kelly that did it.
Yeah, after Kelly
well-
killed Solomon, it was
Yeah.
pretty much over.
I'm trying to think of anybody else. Like Summers, it was that one incident in the Mana that ended it. Like we finally won a fight, and that ended the war.
Was it
Oh,
Nana
that
there?
was a.
Taipan. What about Taipan? Like Taipan was hunting us too.
We had a Taipan stabbed Kaniklo, and then Mills. It was the first time Mills brought Wesley to ride out. And I was like, I was using Wesley's his lawman experience. I was like, where the fuck do outlaws hide out here? And Wesley showed Mills like all the little hidey holes, and we found Taipan hiding out.
Oh,
and we gunned them all down.
Taipan was on the field in the plains.
That was when James Kelly like hatcheted Holly Frost, wasn't it?
Yeah, I was part of that.
Yeah, no, you weren't there for
was
those
a part.
parts.
No, Jack was there, I think, wasn't he?
No, it was Mills. It was Mills, Wes, James, Alice.
They were all behind.
Rennie.
See that little guy up through the.
Rennie, and I forgot. who
Rennie
it
was there for that.
Yeah, we brought Rennie.
Huh.
Oh, the lag, man.
I was gonna say after this, I think there's a couple more like Summers run-ins, but then Vought ultimately got him after he kidnapped Aurora.
Yeah,
You wanna
this
know- can-
was. I remember this day. This was a crazy day.
This is completely off topic. I mean, while this gunfight plays in the background, but one of my favorite clips of all time from Graham is like a year after the initial Summers versus Kettleman gang war. Clayton runs into Holly Frost in Sisika, and then he goes up to her and goes, "Jack's still looking for you," like scaring her, even though it's been over for like a year at this point. He's like, "Jack's
That
still
was
looking for you."
that was me bored in Sisika, and I just happened to see Holly Frost. I thought that character was dead. I just came up to them and just decided to like mess with them. I scared the shit out of them.
That was
Still looking for you, partner.
that was back when you had to serve your time in person.
I think so.
Yeah.
Knight, come back.
Yeah. Does anyone want to talk about that mechanic
Nope,
specifically?
not really.
No, I
don't
No,
like
no.
that.
Listen,
What
I'll just
mechanic?
say. So before
s-
you used to get minutes in Sisika, and you would have to be logged in for.
Oh,
them.
no, I
This
remember
was
that.
before OOC days were a
push it
thing.
back.
That's why it was huge when me and Graham, after Bullheaded, we benched our characters for a month.
You did 30
Like-
days. I remember doing 2 weeks, and I was like, I can't do it
Yeah.
anymore. So
We did
a month was crazy.
we did 30
Stay
days
down,
because we wanted to
motherfucker.
play
Huh?
our lawman, and the
Come get
rule
some.
still was you couldn't do crime for 30 days. But yeah, we benched them.
Right. You couldn't do you. Yeah. So when you got hired on as a lawman, when you completed your cadet phase, you got locked out of your criminal characters
Yup.
for 30 days.
Yeah.
These scenes here,
No,
like
no.
these fights, I feel like the sweet part is like all the stuff in between. Like, you know, let's say WrestleMania, there's gonna be a big like title fight. It's all
Yes.
like the story
Yeah.
and the little beefs and interactions, the stupid promos going back and forth. That's like what it's all about. Because I'm trying to think back on the fights that they're so hard for me to remember. Fights that Jack was involved in. It was all the like stuff in between that was.
It's the promos.
Don't even return fire if you don't have to.
That's right. That's right.
Selling
let
the
me-
opponent.
Because you don't want to beat the end. You want like shit to last a really long time so you can cook in between.
I mean, yeah, there was 6 months before this of Summers been in prison, and Kelly, like, you know, Jack building it up to Kelly that Summers is this big bad menace, and that's why this was so big.
Knight,
We don't have to.
When Clayton and Mills they were serving the time for that I think was it a murder?
I don't remember
Yeah,
what it
no,
was.
the story behind that was Mills got framed
One
for
right,
the
one left.
murder of Sheriff
They're going
Banks,
third.
which
Man,
was
we
really
cooked on
cool
that
RP.
one, dude. That was so good. That was so good, man.
So
Who framed him?
Well, Riggs was the one who, I mean, we could get. So Riggs killed
Oh,
Sheriff Banks,
yes.
and Mills told Baz like, take care of your woman. I'm bringing this lawman back to town. So Mills brought brought the dead sheriff back to town, and then as he was leaving the town, he got chased by a deputy, and we had like a little gunfight. Mills gunned down the deputy, but I did injury RP where like multiple bullets hit him as well. So I go back to town all fucked up, and I just collapsed at like the doctor's office. And
the
so
only
now,
reason one of us went
Ye-
down was they fell off the roof.
That whole thing,
It
Mills,
was Knight who fell off the roof.
was really cool because when they killed Banks, Mills takes the body back to the city, so the only visible witness that people can tie the body to was Mills. And they had a feeling it was the Mills, but Mills wouldn't say who it was. So him being in
right.
prison for 30 days, the story behind it was we spun it so that he's being held there because he's not giving up who the true murderer is.
and like that's where like this was before you even had like wardens in Cisco. I mean, Big L was still a thing, don't get me wrong, but it was like rare to run into them. So me and Graham were like pushing, you know, you get fucked up in Sisika, you get like tortured and shit. And then I remember Kono came to Sisika on his marshal at the time. It was Weaver. And they like tied a noose around Mills's neck and were like, "You're gonna talk or we're gonna hang you." And Mills still didn't say anything.
Oh, did they actually do that? Did Weaver actually do that with Con? Did Connor
Yeah,
do
it was.
that?
It wasn't Kono who did it. It was O'Malley, which he
Oh,
was a
that's
sheriff at
awesome,
the
man.
time.
Don't tell
And
me
Mills
Knight's
was like, "I
going
ain't
to-
telling you shit."
The
Like he
fuck,
was gonna
Knight?
die
It's all
for
Knight's fault. I
Riggs.
did nothing wrong.
That's why when we came out of Sisika, me and Clayton and like Jack was, you know, Baz was already dead. Jack was ready to go to war for Riggs. Mills had contention with Jack. He was like, "Fuck Riggs." Like she turned herself in as soon as I got out. I was about to die.
I don't think
Like that
that's
story was so
Do
good.
not give her the diamonds, Jack.
But that's when when Nash was inducted into the Kettleman game because he was actually with the range this whole month. Mills and Clayton was in Sisika. Like he had rode a little bit with Jack, and then I think Peppo he took like a month break from the server
What do you mean you had
or
this?
something. So Nash was just kind of okay. Now I'm just kind of roaming around by myself. I kind of became a little enforcer at the range for Bass and them. And then I took a little break for a week or so, and then Bass died when I came back.
Why are you picking them
And then there was this, you know, these big fights with the safety net and the Pale Panthers versus the ranch. And the day Mills he came out of Sisika, him and Pip was gonna mediate a meeting between the ranch and the Pale Panthers. And I remember Nash, he was just like, you know what, fuck this whole thing. We should be able to fucking hold our own and do our own thing, and you know take care of ourselves. And you know he didn't know Mills, he didn't know Aiden, and he was just like he told people at the range, you know, fuck these guys, we don't need them. And Nash he made the decision then and there that if the ranch accepted that somebody else were to mediate a meeting between the ranch and the Pale Panthers, he was going to leave the ranch. And that day, the ranch they said, "Okay, we're going to have Pip and Mills mediate with the Pale Panthers." And that's when Nash he left them. And I think a day or two later, he met with Mills and Pip in one of the speakeasies, and that's when Mills he said, "Nash, you should ride with us."
Yeah, yep.
That's right around the time I think that Pip really got heavily involved too, because I don't remember Pip being. No. He was
Yeah.
there at. You were there at Bullheaded. I remember because when Clayton and Mills went to prison, that's when Pip really started like holding up a big part of the gang.
Davey, can we get the Pip origin story? What he was doing and then how he joined the Kettlemon gang? Because I remember him doing some brutal shit to Captain Henderson in order to join. Can we hear it from you? I think Davey died.
Yeah, I think he's muted up right now. We'll save that question for a bit.
Yeah,
I do want to. I do want to
No,
just say.
apologies,
okay,
apologies.
whatever you want.
I forgot that I muted on Discord, not just my mic in general. Yeah, the origin of the Pip story was so he was an orphan from Africa, and the way he was orphaned, from South Africa, the way he was orphaned was that he basically witnessed his dad kill his mom, and while screaming "Home Wrecker," hence the name of his horse. And then he was obviously taken away from his dad after he went to prison and became an orphan. And after that, got on, like somewhere in England. Sorry, he got essentially abducted, put on a ship, became a semi-pirate, like not really a pirate, more like a pirate subordinate, but eventually became, you know, like someone who I guess the crew respected, but he hated them. And in the end, he killed them all and came to the crossing. And that was his big, like that was his, like, it was such a big, like, you know, sort of dumb story arc. But I went with it, met with Henderson, who took him on as like under his wing as a cabin boy, and then Henderson got me put in jail, and I met Jack. And Jack offered me, I think the way you said it was, you can have a space in my canoe or something like that.
I remember, I just remember you helping us out. I was running around with Baz and I needed someone to cover and be an alibi. And at the time, you were dancing in the Roadhouse Saloon.
Oh,
you were
yeah.
doing, you had this weird thing that you were doing in the Roadhouse Saloon constantly. It's like you were this pirate, and then you'd clock off duty being a pirate. You would put on this bow tie, and then you would just be doing the freakiest shit over in Parlor House.
I just dance. Yeah.
And I remember like
and let the tips roll in.
I think you were like providing meat or some type of food, and I wanted you to be like an alibi that at this hour we came to buy some food from you. And you were always doing your own thing. And I remember talking to you once in Blackwater and being like, who are you riding with? And then you told me about the Henderson thing, how Henderson fucked up, was owed like $10,000 or $5,000, and he wanted you to pay all of it, and you were not at fault in any way. And I thought, that's fucked up. I'm gonna see if I can do something about that. And the way we found out to clear the debt was you had to kill Henderson.
Surrounded by
Does somebody have the
torches and a
Henderson
big-
clip? It
and a
is
big and a
Yeah,
big cult
I've got a
ritual.
much better memory of it than I
I think
do.
I think you mean sacrifice Henderson. Looking at the
It-
notes.
yeah, it
He
was
sacrificed him,
cult.
dude.
That's
Henderson was an informant, and Pip didn't know. And Jack heard rumors, and Jack told Henderson, "Look, I'll fuck with you constantly. I'm gonna like keep buying shit from you. I don't care what anybody says. If you tell me you're not a snitch, I will believe you, and I'll like back you. You'll never have a problem with me." Come to find out, Riggs joined up with us, said, "Oh yeah, Henderson is a snitch. He was an informant."
Yeah.
So
Don't
Riggs,
forget.
through Baz, led us like the actual truth. So once Jack found out, I thought this motherfucker's lying the whole time. And because he was a snitch, that means the DiCenzos were telling the truth. And the DiCenzos were justified in asking for a fucking $10,000 payment from him. The problem was Henderson said okay and said, "Pip, you have to pay the whole thing." But Pip had no
Yep.
fault. So Jack grabbed Henderson after warning him, you better not be lying to me about this. And he delivered them to the DiCenzo and said, there is proof. He is a snitch. Riggs is here to testify to it. But in punishing him, Pip gets cleared of the deck because Pip had nothing to do with that. Yeah,
Someone
right,
in
dude. This is
yeah,
like,
no,
it
that
is
shit's
such a good
legendary.
story, man.
It's so good. Someone in my chat is asking where the Pip Juice song origin came from.
Well, that was you guys. It's Pimp Juice, right?
What is
It's
Pip
Moonshine.
Juice?
Pimp Juice.
Moonshine.
Jack,
Pip
we-
Juice.
Sorry, Peppo. You was what? Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Pip Juice.
man. You know, guys, Pimp Juice from Nelly. You guys never heard that song before?
That's it,
No,
Nelly, not R.
no, I'm
Kelly.
too
Yeah,
young.
Nelly.
Nelly has
Wow.
this song called Pimp Juice, and Pip was always running shine. Always, like if Pip wasn't around, he was running shine. So he was like the king of moonshine, and we called it Pip Juice. That's how we were gonna advertise it. And we would do that funny yell that Pip always does. Yeah, those were the good old days, dude. A golden age, the golden era. Can I ask
That was
Pip
a
to
lot of
relay a
fun.
certain scene? Can I ask you to? I don't mean to like railroad this thing, but can you
No,
talk about the
please
scene
do.
where you pulled up and did the final charge for Baz? That shit was legendary. Can you talk about that from Pip's
okay.
perspective? Because
Well,
Jack
sec, let
wasn't
me see if I
around.
can find them.
We were all in prison. I was in prison. Like and you were there to kind of have his back.
Yeah, like the way I remember it is I just rode through Kerrigan Ranch just to see if anyone was around, and then I came across Baz, and then Danny turned up after a little bit. But yeah, I came across Baz and immediately could tell that something was up. You know, like he was going through his whole injured, drunk arc. So obviously he was always a handful to deal with at the time. But yeah, I could tell like something was up, and he.
Is this a famous cavalry charge?
Yeah. Like it.
It was
can't
so
remember exactly
cinematic,
what
you
set
being
me
up
off.
there with like the camera and the dust rolling in, and him ordering you to stay back, but you refused to, and you still charged
Exactly, yeah.
in.
Like he told me to go and not come back, and I told him, "You better come back."
You've had a few of these moments.
Yeah, I went up to the hill and just stayed up there. And then when the shots rolled, yeah, went straight down, screaming.
So if anyone
Very
doesn't
emotional moment.
know-
It was great. It didn't do
Yeah.
anything. I don't think I downed anyone.
This is the last stand of Baz Kerrigan. And Pip here is coming in to avenge his
Fuckers.
friend.
Legendary, dude.
Motherfuckers.
Oh,
It's a classic. It's a
I just-
classic. It's a classic Pip maneuver, man. You did like that 10 times, brother. I always remember seeing Pip ride in with a horse and a cleaver or some shit.
Pip knew the value of mounted warfare. I think better than anyone. I'm thinking of another clip, which of course I don't have on hand, of Pip riding into battle. Oh, here it is.
Genghis Pip, brother. He's always on a fucking horse.
This is so good.
I was gonna say you should have it in
He's
there.
a continental cuirassier. He's in like Napoleon's army.
Oh, this is brilliant.
Mhm.
To be fair to them both, they were both using varmint rifles.
Whoa!
Got it.
Is he still riding Farlap?
Yep.
Yeah, this is you and Bill, I think. When I
Yeah.
took you and Bill down with Machete.
No one was willing to ride around with Machete on a horse as much as Pip. And it was such an out there maneuver that almost
see him,
no
I
one
see him.
like this is him doing it against two people with varmint rifles. But Pip would like not
can-
it like this was his tactic sometimes.
I love that you can hear Peppo's screams as he's coming in.
Was this the first time it actually worked?
It did. It worked
Yep.
so well.
Oh,
my
man.
god.
Dude,
he-
okay,
he
like,
really
alright,
just
this clip's
beheads
funny, but
Coyote here.
I want to say Davy's got the next war screams in
Yup.
KG.
Yeah, let's
Like
let's
when he
check
was
out a
getting
clip.
when he was gonna get tortured by the DiCenzos and he like
Yes.
yells out "fuck you." That
He
shit
like
is
goes
so
to take a
good.
knee, like he's faking it, and then he just gets up and says "fuck
Yeah.
you" and starts punching.
The
Yeah,
Guarm
Davy's
arc!
got-
I love this arc. This is top
Davy-
3 arcs, man, of all time.
If anyone doesn't know, Davey has a great voice.
Mhm.
Very expressive.
Lean back.
It's like a TIE fighter.
It's
Oh! I didn't mean to kick him.
I don't know how you do this. It doesn't even sound human, brother.
Oh, yeah, I got the fucking box. I'll take care of Pip.
No,
He's still going.
Oh, look at his arm, brother. It's broken.
It was traumatic.
I'm so
Get the
sorry.
fucking box. I got him. Don't worry.
Are you
No,
sure?
put him down.
Okay.
The best pip screams are when they're too loud and their bass boosted.
Yeah, when Davy's mic physically cannot handle the pip scream.
Yeah, it goes
It's okay. Yeah, let's see. Nobody expects a train.
Mm-hmm.
Shit! 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 Shit!
It's closing in.
Austin Powers did.
That's so scary. You can see the light
The mic
on
is
your back.
entirely fucked.
Oh man.
I wish he just plowed through.
Did you
Yeah, it
complete
would have
that
been better if
run?
they just plowed through it.
Did you complete that run? Was that
I think
a
I
success?
did in the end. Yeah.
Oh my god.
That just speaks to how many runs you did. You were the
Mhm.
uncontested king of. Didn't you have a counter at one point?
I mean, it's still up. I think it's like 213 for Pip.
Oh my
Something,
lord.
something daft.
I wonder how much money that is.
Dedication. The 3 years I've been on Wild, I've never done a single moonshine
Let's
run.
get back on topic.
Mhm.
So, all right. What arc should we discuss next? Actually, no. Let's do
Hey,
a
let's
question.
finish-
Let's do a
while
question.
we're talking about characters, can someone explain what the hell a cheddar bob is?
Oh my god.
Cheese heist.
Cheddar bob.
Please, somebody tell me what the hell a cheddar bob is.
Oh my
So,
god.
the Chenzo War. This was after the whole good boy tax thing. Kaneko has to pay $5,000 for going up the
For exploded
the ice cream
milk.
shop.
Yeah,
And
thanks,
Jack
Graham,
was-
by the way, for that one.
I
Thanks
also
for all
played
the
another
help.
character called Herbert Parker that was in the Kettleman gang for 1 week, started a war, and then disappeared.
Isn't that Wesley's son? Is that Wesley's son?
That's
Yeah, that's
Wesley's
right.
son.
That's
Parker's
right.
son. Oh yeah. And we were, the whole, we're not playing the fucking good boy tax. Fuck your safety net. And so we went to war, and it was one of those classic schemes during the war where we had a scheme. Jack's idea was to impose a cheese embargo on Saint Denis so that the Vincenzo's had no more cheese. So we formulated this heist. We had code names. Everybody had like a cheese code name. I know cheddar was mine. We
Mozzarella
had
Mills.
Pepperjack.
Oh my god, I
Mozzarella
forgot
Mills.
about this.
No,
Alice was
ferret.
the nose.
The nose was
The
Alice.
nose.
Yup.
And we went with a wagon and everything, and the idea was we're gonna seal the cheese and leave a trail of cheese to Annisburg that the Cenzos were gonna follow, and then ambush them at the end of the trail. It never
Could
panned
I-
out like that, but we did see a giant wheel of cheese and left a trail, and we called it a day.
Yeah.
Weren't you?
Yeah.
It
Didn't you just walk
wasn't
around
part of-
saying cheddar bob? That was the whole
That's
thing
right.
you
That's
did.
the only thing. That's the only thing he said was just cheddar bob. Whenever they asked him anything, he just said cheddar bob. That's
The
it.
2 legendary dairy heists, brother. The ice cream
Yeah.
heist and then the cheese heist.
Mhm.
So let's get into those themed heists. Because not all of them were as successful as the cheese heist, right? But we always did try to have we tried to do additional theming on top of the mechanical heist we were doing, or even in the absence of the mechanical heist. Specifically, one bank job, we decided we were going to jump off a cliff into the river, like in story mode.
Mm-hmm.
But we needed high-tech waterproof suits to do it.
No, to preserve the money.
Yeah, that was.
To preserve the
Right,
money,
just
right?
put it back, no.
And we needed alligator skin.
Fuck them up.
Get it! Yeah! Don't let it retreat. We did it, guys.
Oh no.
We did it.
Wait. No.
Clayton.
if he's been bitten. That's
See
amazing.
if he has been bitten.
He just got chomped.
Oh, my
man.
lord. Yeah,
I love doing that, man. I
Tell me
think
this one. Tell me this one, because I wasn't there for these two. I think Graham, you set this up, or Nietzsche. I was there for the Valentine letter heist, but there was one that you guys did in Rhodes where you guys took the family picture and replaced
my
it.
god.
Well, what was that about? Because I think that
Oh.
was like one of the first non-bank robberies that kind of made waves.
The
Was
very
that
first
Christmas?
non-bank robbery that made waves that we did was robbing the Rhodes gunsmith, which Nietzsche has a clip of. That was robbing the Rhodes general store. I
Yes.
played Clayton as just truly a misanthrope, just truly just hateful of society, and incredibly jealous of anybody else having an actual like good relationship. So just stealing the family picture in Rhodes was a little Christmas gift to himself. Something to make himself smile. He got a lot of joy in being the Grinch.
which was a source of internal strife in the gang, but we'll get to that in a bit. Not everyone hated Christmas, but this was a heist where we didn't want to do a mechanic.
Don't do anything funny. Hey! Hands up! Whoa! Don't do anything funny. Put your fucking hands up.
So I love doing RP robberies where we show up and we do a robbery, but nobody has to actually lose anything. It's something I loved setting up. It's something I love doing.
Whoa! Jesus fucking Christ! Yeah,
This is one where we robbed, quote unquote, robbed the Rhodes gunsmith, but I just bought a bunch of cattlemen beforehand.
I'm gonna take all the guns in here.
I got fined.
Might I ask who's the leader of this bunch?
I got fined like $2,000 for doing this, by the way.
Wow.
They did not know that I had bought all the cattlemen.
What? I'm talking to the fella inside.
Okay, do what you gotta do. We're out here. Law's out here.
That's something that's always kind of brought me pause and hesitation, man. Is I want the robbing scene, but I'm a soft little marshmallow man, and actually robbing people and actually like stealing shit makes me not very happy. So this was my way of robbing people without robbing them.
4 hostages. Okay, is all the hostages unharmed?
All the hostages unarmed.
All right, I'm gonna talk to my sheriff.
This is the clip that led to the Orange Trail massacre, by the way.
Yep. Wait, shit.
My sheriff will be taking over negotiations.
Oh my god, was the Orange Trail Massacre to get the cattlemans for this?
No.
Oh my god.
He had one of the cattlemans he stole from here, and that's what we said.
Oh
was-
my god,
Yeah.
that's why we got arrested for this!
We want you to stand by, not cause us any trouble, not touch any of the horses outside.
Yeah, we took like $10 from people. You got
tried to
like
rob 'em.
$3 every 10 minutes, and we
Me
took
too,
$10
Dinas.
from people.
All right, I already searched these fellas. Don't take anything else from them.
Oh no, I was leaving something with them.
Yeah, Clyde Davis had a rule that if you were robbing someone, you had to take something.
You fella!
Yeah.
Open up the gun safe.
All right. Give me a moment. Mind if I pick up my cane?
Flood? Dude, I love Flood. Such a good character.
Blood.
I can't
No
do
funny
that.
business. Pick it up.
None whatsoever.
Boy, being shot about 3 days ago. He need that cane.
Yep, nope. Just gotta fumble with it for a moment.
Oh my god, someone in my chat said this is what turned all of the civs against KG during the cut town hall meeting. I
Oh,
remember
this
Peppo
was,
being
yeah.
like, everyone started like, Peppo was like on Jack, we haven't done nothing against you town folk, and then everyone's like, yes you have, yeah you fucking have.
Clayton robs us all the time. Clayton terrorizes us. He's the boogeyman.
Jack just being insulated from that is so
There's nothing
fun.
in there. I'm gonna take all these display guns.
But once again, this adds on to what we were talking about earlier. Everyone had their own stories going on. So like Jack having no idea this was even happening is an example.
Plenty of display guns going around.
Oh yeah, the faulty firing pin.
I think Flood is genuinely confused that I came here not to actually rob everything, and that I'm just fucking shoveling slash me guns into my pockets.
So this went the best it ever could have because of the weather mechanic for the winter.
Hey, which one is A?
A ton of people were in this shop because there was a blizzard outside, and people like to RP that they gotta go inside for the blizzard. And it was such a perfect time for it to take place.
Oh, Jesus, sorry, Jesus. Need bandages.
All right, I think that's all
yeah,
you really
that's
need to say. I don't think
basically
it's the whole thing.
I do want to speak on this a little more. There was after this robbery, we hit the general store eventually, and that's where we take the Rhodes community photo.
That's on
And,
that's on the channel. I tell Marty to shut up.
Yeah.
During that one.
Yeah, I put that clip in his channel
I
there. Yeah.
think I have that one. Let me.
Nietzsche, can you find there's a transport where Clayton and Mills are getting transported. Literal Bears leading the prison transport. And you know, he was an absolute sweetheart because instead of just rushing us to Sisika, he takes us through Rhodes. And at the time, the Rhodes community hated Clayton and Mills, and they hated our guts. So he brings us through Rhodes, and like the civilians there just start like spitting at us, throwing shit at us. It's so good.
What was that first clip I was finding? Sorry.
Clayton telling Marty to shut up in the
Yeah,
general
okay,
store
I've got
robbery.
that one.
Man, Jack was never around for any of these.
Jack wasn't a petty robber.
This is all of our side stuff.
Yeah,
I
Jack
don't
was.
think Jack likes this
No,
shit.
Jack hated robbing people. He never robbed anybody.
I just wanted to tell you that.
I did.
feel
We
like-
do.
you
You
had
were
that one
around for
coming,
one of
Marty.
them, and I remember you fucking hated it.
I think it was the
Was it a Telegram
telegrams-
one?
the
He was around for a
telegram-
Telegram one where I hand wrote the saddest telegrams ever.
That was great.
And
That one was
I
good.
laughed maniacally.
Even after
as
these,
I had everyone else read them out, and I ate the confectionaries that they mailed along with the saddest
was-
letters ever.
It was Valentine's Day. We did
Yep.
this twice. Once for Christmas and once for Valentine's Day, I think.
How do I get it?
I remember even after these, even after Clayton was dead, Jack still kept telling everybody, "Oh, we never rob civilians, only banks," and everyone just believed him. No one knew that Clayton was
Everyone
out there
just
being a
believed him.
menace.
No, the entire town of
More
Rhodes knew he was
people
full of
than-
shit because his gang was just terrorizing this town nonstop.
I think even Kelly joined in. I think Kelly was at the latter end of like the KG Roads town thing. I think Kelly robbed some candy from the general store or something.
No, I remember the telegram
bless.
robberies on Valentine's Day where like little Jimothy had written
Yup.
to his grandmother.
His grandmother
Oh,
made
man.
cookies.
This isn't right. This is morally wrong what we're doing. We're stealing happiness from like a grandmother and a grandchild. I can't stand this.
You didn't know what little Jimothy would become.
Till this day,
Clayton knew that he had to fucking stop him.
till
Yeah,
this
that
day,
was
fuck little
vindicated.
Jimothy
Fuck
because
little
Graham had
Jimothy.
too much fun playing him. That's why Permud Clayton. That's my number one op.
Oh man, there was so much stuff
Oh.
going into the Clayton perma, man.
When did the KG versus Rhodes town thing end? Because I'm trying to get a timeline for it.
There was
Well-
never any active beef and like war.
No,
other
but it
than
was
them
just like,
being
you know,
angry
just a-
civs.
Yeah, just like the little heists against Rhodes. No, there was a beef, man. Wasn't it Pronghorn Ranch?
Yeah, but it
Was
was at
it?
Del Lobos.
No,
that
no,
shot
no.
them
That
down.
wasn't. Don't put that on me. Don't
That
put
wasn't
that on
KG.
me.
I know, but like I remember the big old
all
Rhodes
the-
versus criminals shit.
I love those
all the
road
Rhodes
saves. They added so
people-
much emotion.
They were fantastic.
All the Rhodes people got fed up because they were just getting hit over and over and over again. So they moved to Pronghorn Ranch, far
Actually,
away from
pocket
everybody
wiped, by
else.
the way. The robberies were.
That wasn't us. I was
know that
doing
wasn't
like fun
KG.
little robberies,
Mhm.
and I would explicitly only do it like once a week. They were getting hit by like cannibals. They were getting hit by other gangs that saw what we were doing and like wanted to get in on that.
Crate thieves.
I'm just trying to.
Yeah,
place-
crate thieves.
I'm
The
I'm
crate
thinking
thieves
of
are
the I'm thinking
crazy.
of the Halloween thing, or was it Valentine's
Oh wait,
Day?
wait.
With Isabella,
No,
I'm
no,
trying
no.
to think if that was a part of
Wombax,
the Rhodes
can you-
thing.
Can you talk about the crates?
Oh no.
You guys don't know this. The
I
crate
think I
thief-
do.
I do.
So there was one time after the crates they got released to the server.
Oh no.
I think I got a hold of like 15, 16 crates.
They were
Um,
$50.
Oh yeah, that's
during-
right.
during- During one day,
crate baron.
and I hit them at the Braithwaite Manor. And then the very next day, I set up shop and road, like right next to the telegram office. Come buy your crates cheap here. Come buy your crates cheap here.
Wait, you
And-
were the crate thief? Everyone was
Dastardly.
Yep.
Yes.
And
Oh
He was the
everybody.
crate thief.
And the thing is,
I remember that.
right? The thing is, right? I mean, I made it so fucking obvious, that it was me doing that shit, and
You were
nobody,
undercutting the guy.
yeah, and nobody except for one person, and God bless him, it was Flood. He was the only one coming over and say, "You fucking piece of shit! You stole all the crates, and now you're selling them back." And I'm just like, I don't know what you're talking about. And then you had a
crate
bunch
scalper.
of and then you had a bunch of deputies also coming over. Hey, you know what? We have a bunch of our friends who lost their crates. Could we buy some cheap ones? Absolutely, you can.
Can we buy some cheap ones?
I remember being there a little bit for
Lord.
that.
That's oh
That
my
was
gosh.
a big
it-
point of contention. I remember when there was like a big
People were
scandal in
mad
the server
about
when
the
the crates
crates.
when the crates got stolen.
Okay,
Yeah,
wait,
and-
something.
and
Oh no, go
The
on.
thing is, I just gotta say, I remember a lot of people being upset about, especially like, nobody put down any details. Nobody, let us any clues to who it was. And I'm just like, I mean, there's a guy like right the next day selling like fucking 15 crates at the store. I mean, I think it's pretty fucking obvious who did it.
It's so
He's
funny,
selling
man.
them cheaper than they can be bought for. So he's
I think-
either
Didn't you sell the same box to the same guy like twice?
Yeah, I did.
I love when the crates came out. Remember when we loaded one crate up with like 2,000 worth
The
of gems?
The
and had to
fishing
deliver
and
it?
on the boat, dude. Oh
Yeah.
my god. Speaking of petty robberies, Peppo and Grenig, you guys were both here for this. Nietzsche, you were as well. This is when Jack had like most of our funds, and I'm only bringing this up because she's in my chat right now. And you got to meet her other character that became like a part of KG at the very end. You kept calling her Whitney when her name was Winnie. She played Edie. Do you remember when you were gonna invest all of KG's money? 'cause
Oh my
you
god.
were gonna hand it over
Yeah.
to
Right. That was when that's when Clayton and Mills got out of jail, saw the business shit Jack was doing, and were so disillusioned.
I got one.
No, it
never
was
mind.
it was
No,
so
no,
good
say-
because Mills knew Edie beforehand. They interacted a bunch of times. She was a part of the Rhodes community for a little bit.
And same with Wes, yeah.
Yeah, Wes knew her too. And like Mills knew the backstory. Like she would cover her hands because her hands were fucked up. They were burnt or something. I don't remember. But like slowly figuring out it was her was so amazing. And like going up to Wes and being like, I think I know who this is, and Wes being like, I think I do too.
But also not wanting her to die.
Yeah.
Was Clayton alive for the Jack business arc? I thought he was long dead.
He was in
No, this
prison for
was-
the drag business, and then he got out at
Th-
the end of that.
He's talking about a different one.
I
Oh,
want
There,
to.
there was two. Was there
That's
two
when
business?
Fraser
yeah.
came into the mix. That's when MF came
Yeah,
into the
that's-
mix.
that's-
Jack,
Hey,
MF,
No,
and
Clayton was dead for that one though.
This was K and K.
And the
Unruly, can you tell
assassin.
me about Frasier? Because that's a character that I interacted with on Little Jimothy early on. I'm pretty sure. But I never got to know them as a member of the Kettleman gang. Can you tell me how you ended up joining the gang? The gang?
Wait. Do you want to do you want to start from the cryptid hunting? That was a highlight. That was good.
All right, bet. So you know, Marquis, aka the motherfucker, first came into the crossing, and he was with a group, and they were hunting cryptid scamming pretty much. And it ended up being that they scammed so much. Eventually, the biggest scam, which was hunting Bigfoot, they eventually killed a cannibal up in the snow. They actually murdered somebody, and the guy permaed. And so,
Oh!
yeah, he like came at us while we were hunting for Bigfoot, and this guy was like dressed conveniently like Bigfoot. So we we ended up hunting him, and next thing you know, turns out he was cannibal, so we didn't feel so bad. But the law found out because we had a lot of injured with us, and a lot of and there was some rangers, like off-duty rangers with us and shit. They were scamming too, and so we ended up serving time for murder. And,
Unruly,
and so and,
Unruly, do you remember? Do you remember what I did that day?
Remind me, bro. My memory's shit.
Because Nash was outside the saloon in Valentine and hearing that people was gonna go up there for cryptid hunting, and he had just met Marquis like a day or two before that, where he
Right.
he was teaching how to fish, and he called him Young Bull, and
Oh yeah.
and then Nash he dressed up in that white bison outfit, and he went up there, laid down in the snow, and as people was passing, he was just laying there in the darkness, just going, ooh.
Oh my god.
ooh." And that's the same
I
day.
actually thought it was.
No, and that's the same day you all came back and you killed that cannibal down there because you thought he had been stalking you, but it was actually me up there in the snow.
Oh my god.
That's hilarious.
So that's the turn where it's like you killed an innocent man that wasn't the guy that was stalking you, but
Oh
he's
my
a cannibal, so it's okay.
So it was fine.
Well, fuck either way. Marquis was looking at the dollars he was making. He was like, "Oh shit, okay."
Oh my god.
Yeah, I mean, it was one casualty, shit. But
So you cryptid hunt. You serve time in jail. What happens? What happens next?
So afterwards, the crew starts disassembling after that whole situation because it was like, all this. Now we got heat on our heads, all that. So Marquis was like, "Man, fuck this. Y'all don't know what it is to, just do what you gotta do and be scummy when you have to be, just be a fucking bastard, So he had met he was working with this one girl named Tilly and all that. And through Tilly, he met Jack because Tilly was the one that held this whole council of civilians that came after Jack. You remember you were there for it on
Council of Civilians to fucking go after Jack.
I
remember
forgot.
that?
I
It was-
totally
it was
forgot
that
about
meeting.
Tilly,
It was that
man.
meeting they were having. The whole meeting. Remember the whole meeting of civilians? They had
I-
the Jack.
At Solomon's house.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh
Please
my
pull up that
God.
clip. It is so good. It is my favorite thing. We're the bad guys that go after the bad guys.
Yeah, that shit's.
Doesn't
funny.
Clayton fucking terrorize us every day?
Can someone DM me that clip or
Please
The,
send
the
that clip.
situation was that the Del Lobos were robbing the Rose folk, like you guys were saying, and other people were robbing them. So Jack was like, "Listen, motherfuckers, we're actually going after these guys. So when you see us, don't like fucking try to call the cops out. Don't like get in our way. We got nothing to do with y'all. We've never ever harmed you ever." And then someone's like, "You guys robbed the general store," and then someone else was like, "You took all the guns from Rhodes." And I was completely oblivious to all of that. I didn't know that you guys were doing that shit on the side.
It was the Townie Rebellion, brother.
Oh yeah, no,
We
that
lost.
was their whole idea. Their whole idea was starting a county rebellion, bro.
And then I gave it back.
We were cutting out faces of that of the picture. I remember that.
So the business arc was the MF. So you came after that? You came right after
No,
that,
I.
right?
It was
No,
during.
no. Me and Drew started the business arc together.
Yeah, yeah. It was a
No,
start.
I mean after the meeting, the town hall
Oh,
meeting.
after the meet, not like the thing is that no, Marquis had already met Jack at that point, right? But Marquis like, why y'all, persecuting Jake for all that shit? And then Marquis started going further away from Tilly and all that towny bullshit. He wasn't fucking with that because he was already type of like, that mentality of him like, hey, fuck all that towny shit. Hey, you gotta do what you gotta do and stick to your principles. So he really agreed with Jack's perspectives and all that. And then that one day when I believe you were taken down by what were they called after like by what's their face? Fucking
Tipidus.
These nuts. Tipidus, yeah, Tipidus. Tipidus dick, yeah.
What? What is that?
You don't know about Tipidus?
The wild card.
No, I
brother.
died. I was dead.
You didn't know about Tipidus? That was during my business arc. I got fanned down in the DM, so I said I'm never gonna attack another person again. I'm just gonna do strictly like economic civ like RP and kind of do that instead. So that was during that period.
Yeah, we picked you up right after you got injured.
What was Tipidus' real name?
Tibbet.
Tibbet, that's right.
Alright,
Who was the leader of the wild cards actually? Was it Tibbet? It wasn't Tibbet.
It was Atlas.
Yeah, I think it was Atlas, there was Tibbet, and then there was another one.
Sorry, I was muted.
Crow.
Moose?
Moose,
Mhm.
that's right,
Yeah,
Moose.
Yep.
Moose, yeah, I remember that. But hey, pull up that clip real quick.
Moose.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Moose.
Okay, I posted it.
Wasn't there a clip
page.
of a gunfight in the swamps or something, and Alice stabs all of them? Am I misremembering?
No.
It was on the way here though. It was on the
to go
way
and find
when we were driving in the wagon. I was trying to explain to you the name of the person, and you couldn't figure out what it was. Tisbit.
Hibbit, Moose,
anybody have
Atlas,
that clue?
ED, Mismatch, and Dr. Crow.
Yep. There you
Guys,
go.
guys, I gotta bounce. It's
Okay.
getting real late.
Thanks for being here.
Take
Good
care.
night, Wanda.
Thank
I
you.
love you.
I'm also
Bye,
gonna take
booby.
this opportunity to bounce because I don't want to
Yeah,
interrupt
Tibbet is.
in the future. But yeah,
That's right, but
love
it
you
is,
guys.
man.
Love
Much
you,
fun.
Love
David.
you.
Take it easy. Glad you guys got
Catch
it.
you later, Davey.
Peace in it. Peace out.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Take care. Can you play that one more time, please?
Yes.
Or he's trying to get names to go and find the people.
Yeah, damn right. I want to find who the fuck is this Tipidus?
God.
Wild cards. The mild cards.
The motherfucker they call Tipidus?
Tibbet.
Yeah, Tipidus.
The moment you entered
right, brother.
conflict
Tisbit, man.
with the
Yeah,
KG,
Tipidus.
it was
It's over.
a matter of hours before there was
Hours?
some permutation on your group's name and your name and like.
That's how we
Yeah,
win all our
but-
wars is with the
Yeah,
memes.
the meme names were legendary, brother.
Oh man.
And then hey, and this essence pretty much just leads into the business arc, which in my opinion is a heavily slept on arc, to be honest, because that right there was my favorite KG arc. I mean, that I was really a part of.
That
Because-
is
Really?
Because bro, I know you hate it. I know you hate it. But it's just because it was so different, bro. You never heard of a group of outlaws as being like, you know what? Hey, fuck this life. Let's go do. It was just the aspect of it. Obviously I grew bored of it. I was bored of shit, to be honest. But I was like just the aspect, the story was, I was like, yo, that shit was fun. We managed that mess. How much was it? 60K?
We did like 60K
Yeah,
in like
just
4 weeks.
Wow.
In 4 weeks, 60K
Wow.
in
It was
4
something
weeks.
crazy.
And we were employing people, and we were doing this crazy ass shit in the city.
What was the
Man, I
what was the
remember-
colognes you had? You had lick.
Oh, yeah,
and you had,
Oh my god.
Fuck.
yeah, there's
Yeah.
lick. And then Cliff was a part of that
no.
too.
Oh, the assassin Cliff.
Danny's in the shit.
Cliff.
Cliff the wagon assassin, brother.
The assassin.
Please pull that up.
I'm
Please pull that up.
Taipan said Cliff was an assassin sent by Jack Kettleman to assassinate him.
Right.
That
wasn't
was
Cliff
great.
like a clerk. Like,
I don't know where the fuck Cliff came from, but he was the funniest motherfucker I've ever met.
He was
I think.
so
Cliff was
funny.
He was
man. I
very
remember
funny.
Cliff was
we were
hilarious, bro.
trying to sneak into Rhodes. This was the same day.
Wait, this is the
James
Isabella
Kelly-
thing, wasn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, this is the same day
Oh,
James Kelly
no.
brought
It
Isabella.
was
to
Valentine's
Jack.
Day.
That
Oh,
clip
one
is
second.
that. Yeah, we do have that clip with Isabella.
Is that
Oh,
in
that's when he
Kaysen's
was riding the
perspective?
wagon
I
like a
think it might be.
maniac, Remember?
And I think he
Shit.
killed someone with it.
Don't ever let the fucking
Cliff
ride a
drove the wagon.
But we were
Driving
trying to
that was
sneak into
good.
Rhodes, and he was just like walking around, and I remember all of us were
Mifa,
like, "What the
stop."
fuck is Cliff doing?"
So, does everyone remember that clip where Jack burned that woman alive in the bar? This is like years later. Jack is now a legitimate businessman, or wait, was this after the business arc?
I think this was after or before. I don't know, but
No, by
it
my
might have
dress, you
been
can tell it's after. No,
Yeah,
it's
it's
by the
af-
dress, you can tell it's
but
after.
Okay.
I don't know the backstory. I think this was Valentine's Day. I'm pretty sure. Does anyone have any lore? I forget. A while ago.
I think it was Valentine, and we were trying to set somebody up to do a secret setup date with. I don't know. It's something along those lines. We were just trying to.
It was
Oh, no,
some
we were looking for a
bullshit,
nurse.
like-
Were we looking for? I
Yeah.
don't remember what we were doing. We were just
A doctor. We
This
needed a
time felt
doctor.
like
I think.
Felt like the filler episodes of KG around this time.
Man,
Yeah.
man, yeah. That wasn't no filler episode. That was a whole
This is-
whole fucking season.
This woman's inside the knee, and she's got
And
the
why
information.
did you bring her here?
What was the fuck?
So we can know where they are.
Why?
Even she goes, "Why?"
Kaneko, can you talk to Isabella here for a second? Ask
Oh my god.
how she's doing, how the day is.
God damn it.
Did you bring me to this man?
Oh my god.
Go fucking
Get
over
the man
there.
away from me.
I am so sorry.
It would have been great if we were fist fighting in the background right now.
From Rhodes, what is going on?
He can't even hold it together. He's completely lost it.
It was literally the one. It was the funniest possible person he could have grabbed in that moment. Just
Can I-
like,
Can I just do a little honorable mention real quick? Oh,
Yeah.
yeah. Left. Fuck. You guys remember Relevane?
Oh
my
my god.
relevant.
I heard the tales in RP. I don't know who the fuck he is.
It
He's
was
the
like
artist,
Steven
yeah.
Seagal in RP, brother. He even made his character look just like him. He was a part of a secret society of assassins that had shown up to the crossing, and then Nash ended up kind of like beating him up and kicking him out, and that was the last he was ever
wait,
seen.
Cliff tied into Relevant because he left and came back, and then
Oh, it's
everyone,
okay, Lizard.
everyone was calling
Hi.
the wagon assassin, and we're memeing that Cliff was Relevant's
I
protege.
hope you're doing good.
There's a question in here that I think we should answer,
Yes.
and it is, who were your guys' favorite LEO antagonist throughout the entirety of the Kettleman Gang story?
Wow.
Oh, that's such a good one.
Yeah.
Would have to be Rabbit for me, I think.
Oh, that was the first one that came to me too, just because of the journey that
Um,
she did. Going
I-
from
I-
Rory.
So tough. There's a few.
I
can
always
think of.
loved every lawman that Pandas did, because Pandas played Banks, Pandas played Hart. Pandas knew how to push buttons specifically for
Oh, he was
criminals.
such
I
a
was
good
and
actor.
literally gonna say.
he was
I literally
willing
gonna
to
say
push.
Hart.
Exactly. He was willing to push buttons, and then also willing to accept the repercussions of pushing the buttons, which I think is it's very important that if you push the buttons, you got to be willing to take the heat from it.
Do you
Yeah,
remember? Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, but I was just gonna say, Nietzsche. Actually, do you remember? I did put it. Heart's red shirt. That's what the clip is called. When we were up on what is it called? Caliban Seat or something like that, just above Valentine. And Law ran up on us, and Hart was there, and you said that one line where it's like, "I see you wore the red shirt today." He says, "I always wear red," and then Kanikla goes, "Good choice," and then opens fire.
Infamous.
Oh, here
Yeah,
we go,
that
here we
it's
go.
yep.
Yeah,
This
yeah.
clip.
It is maybe something I would have done differently if.
I see you wore the red shirt
They
today.
charged him for fucking attempted murder for saying that hot one-liner, dude.
That was a good choice.
I forgot I was wearing the fishing hat for this.
Yeah.
Because this was during the despondent Kaniklo fishing
Yup.
arc, I think.
Kaniklo
like
was
how
an
he just takes
enigma,
off.
man. He was a fucking, he was a crazy bastard. You could just tell
He
by
was
the way he
great.
spoke.
Incognito.
Incognito.
I wish I
Sounds
had
like a
clip of
massive
Guy
serial killer.
Incognito. Yeah, he was a shady fucking weirdo.
It's fucking heartless bastard.
He could
So
be
at
cold.
the very end of the like, I'm trying to think of Mills's main ops on the lot. Sheriff Sand is great. He really played up to the last arc, like because during the last arc there was a lot of law permud to like the new lineup we had, but like it was kind of getting forgotten about. But Sand was one that would like send Mills telegrams like saying like I haven't forgotten. All this law blood is on your hands. You're not fucking making it out. I'm coming for you.
Yeah.
Which
think
was
Dan
really
Lin
cool.
does really good with that too.
Yeah.
At least for
Dan
Crisis
Lin.
Spirits.
Yeah, Dan Lin was good, and then
Dovey.
Dovey at the very end.
I was really impressed with Dovey a lot,
Yeah, she
man.
did so
She
good,
has
man.
such like good emotions to like sell the scene. The last few moments, I'm thinking back on like the kettle, like on, at least on Jack Kettleman. Jack's like beef or story was never with the law, so I can't even think of any. The only one that comes to mind was Rabbit, just because she was a part of the crew and then turned into a like cop. But even there was a few times that Jack could have killed her, where she even presented herself to like be killed, and Jack passed on it. He never really had a beef with law ever.
Yeah, that's crazy that none of the gang ever really got at Rabbit.
I want honestly,
did.
I want to
Really did.
hear I want to hear Cheever's and Bud's answers. Honestly,
I mean, for Aurora, it had to be Kramer.
Kramer. Yeah, okay, I thought so.
Oh, that was I
We
guess
do.
That was a pretty
Yeah.
big part of her story.
Yup.
Bud.
Like secretly sort of dating him into
Mhm.
yeah. She
I
tried to
remember,
kill him.
dude, finding that out in character was so crazy.
The
'cause-
clip
When you
of
have no idea.
Yep,
that
there it
scene
is.
where Alice, not even that one, where Alice found out.
Oh my
about it
god.
that night was terrifying.
Oh shit, was that?
I don't even know
Oh,
if
no,
anybody
Alice
was
did a
really-
lot of things with
Mills-
knives to people.
Yep.
Mills got gunned down. I forgot who gunned me down, but she was like riding Mills out of somewhere, and she went to the piss shack. This might have not have been the first time she found out. I was
yes.
unconscious,
Yeah.
but Aurora and Kramer were secretly meeting there.
Yup.
I was
I didn't know it was
unconscious.
a spot you guys had ever. Like I had no idea that was a normal Kettleman
That was
spot.
like the
Yeah.
spot.
Never
Yeah.
knew. That was where Kramer and Aurora literally hung out all the time.
Peppo, you're saying that Jack didn't have any ops with Law, but you're lying. We had like Charlie Branch, Dakota Gun.
I was gonna
Oh my
say
God.
Dakota Gun.
But were they? We never shared screen time. There wasn't. That was
they
just
were
us doing our
foilers.
KG memeing, like
Who was the Bushmaster? Which one was that? Was that Gun
was
or
Dakota Gun.
Dakota Gun.
Yeah, that was
He was the best tracker on the police.
I remember.
force.
I remember.
They
hearing
were
about
people that foiled us, but I don't think they were necessarily like huge villains towards the game.
Yeah, no, that's what I meant.
When we
Did
went
anyone-
to Guarma, whoever was trying to thwart us in Guarma is really the one that.
Oh, that was
Mm.
Panda. That was.
It wasn't. It was Righty's. It was Righty's sheriff.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah, that's right. It was Righty.
Mhm.
Righty also plays.
Monroe.
You're not
Yeah.
free here.
Every single lawman Righty has played is amazing.
Yeah.
too, by the way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't like any of
But-
his lawmen.
This clip, yeah.
Yeah, let's watch the clip.
Aurora, do you want to give a little backstory?
So Alice found Aurora and Kramer in a wagon in the middle of the woods one night and found out that Aurora had been with Kramer for months. And she talked to Alice about it. Alice said she had to talk to Mills, so this was like Kramer knew Aurora was going here, knew everything that was happening, but she wouldn't let him go. This is Mills' reaction to finding out. Oh god, he's gonna do it.
So you don't have a choice, Aurora.
Hold on, can you pause for a second?
Yes.
Mills wanted Aurora to leave the gang forever or kill him, pretty much.
Damn.
And she said she couldn't do either.
But I'll make the choice easy for you.
This is blood washes out dishonor.
I've never seen that.
Yep. And she came back like a fucking champion. I was so proud of Aurora for that. Oh my god.
Mills and Aurora became like best friends at the end, man.
So proud of her for getting shot in the back.
No, I'm proud of her for coming back, like taking that shit on the chin and coming back and being like, yeah, I fucked up. Let's move on. Even though, obviously, it was much harder for that in character.
Yeah, Alice really liked that kind of stuff. She was really happy when she paralyzed Kelly and he came back as well.
Listen, I didn't know you were gonna do that.
That was Alice's favorite
traumatized me,
dude.
Okay, can we talk about Alice being scary? Can we the clip of Alice kidnapping Aurora not long after this?
I did put it in there, yeah.
Okay, let me find it.
Like it's like Alice kidnaps Aurora, not clickbait or something. Go on.
Can we talk about how Kelly regained his fucking ability to move because Jack busted him like Jesus?
Oh my god!
All right, hold on. Start from the beginning.
One thing.
What the fuck? Alice paralyzed Kelber?
Okay, so listen.
It was the scariest thing I've ever seen in RP.
Neither Jimmy or I was streaming like when it happened, and it just he was yelling at her. They were having an argument like they usually do, and just I was like, you know what, I'm gonna do this, and I just he kept yelling. She told him to stop, and he didn't stop, and she just snapped and started fucking slinging her knife at him. And
by the way,
go on.
No, I was just gonna say the downfall, the outcome from that was really good RP because Mills really liked James because Mills was the one who brought James in. He was like, you're in now. It was at the Braithwaite gazebo.
This is
like
also. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was just saying, like, you're gonna ride with us now, Kelly. And then he finds out Alice did this. Funny enough, Sloan was the one who told Mills, like,
I was
Alice
gonna say this is the everybody's favorite arc.
Because Alice
that saved him.
Yeah, Alice telegrammed Sloan to come find James because Alice couldn't fucking handle what she'd done. She was having a mental breakdown.
Mills brought Alice to like this, or no, Alice was all the way out west, like having a breakdown. Mills went out there and like wanted the answer for himself, and there was gonna be two outcomes. It was either gonna be Mills shoots Alice or he just leaves her, and he couldn't do it. Obviously, he couldn't shoot Alice, so he just like he told her like, you fucked up, like you like stabbed him. I get like he's an annoying little shit, but you can't just be throwing your fucking knife around like that. And Mills left her in the cabin crying to herself.
No, but there's like some of the best RP came from that because I remember Effie was taking care of paralyzed little fucking Aegon Targaryen in the fucking bed, couldn't move, and Alice would visit him and then slow burned, revealing that she did it because like a past trauma was really good, a really good couple weeks.
Yeah,
I remember Sloan was in like, you can't let this pass. You gotta do something about it.
You gotta get rid of her.
Yeah, I remember. Do you remember that, Alice?
Oh, I fucking remember. I don't like talking about it, man.
Okay, let's.
Alice was terrifying, and in this, Alice sent Aurora a telegram saying we need to talk, and this is not long after like she's back.
Yep.
This is how
and she
Alice
literally
talks.
just ties her up.
Yep.
Oh my god, you use the same rock.
Yep,
so
I
much.
sure do.
Let's not talk about the other scene that happened here.
Yes.
Fuck is this?
It's actually nothing. I just wanted to see how scared you would get. I just did it to fuck with her. I fucking tied her up at like what, Emerald, and I just dragged you all the way here, didn't say a word, and then I did that.
After she's been shot by Mills.
Yep.
After Mills shot her.
This is Alice's way of showing love.
So, when we're talking about Kelbert. Kelbert gets paralyzed by Alice. Is nursed back to health by Effie May, and then you mentioned something about Jack. Can you tell me what happens? How does he get his walk back?
Where is Jack Christ? Does anyone have a DM me?
Yeah, I'm sure there's a clip of it. I don't know where it is.
Kelly
though. I'm
was
trying to find
like
it.
slumped with his back to a tree in Thieves Landing, and he couldn't move. Like his legs were inanimate, his hands were inanimate. He was just slumped over, and he wouldn't fucking move. So,
oh my
and
god!
I think I was getting annoyed because I wanted him to get up so he can go RP. So it just spawned off way.
Okay, was it your intention to like set up Jack as kind of an antichrist figure by doing
No,
imitations
so
of Christ's miracles?
everyone was like memeing on me for this. It's like, you know, you're trying to set up like Jack as this fucking like god or something. I'm like, no, there was an actual illness I was RPing the whole entire time, and it's literally exactly like baby goats. When they get traumatized, people can like become paralyzed and locked up for weeks on end.
Yeah, he was telling me about this in DMs.
And it's an emotional thing and not like an actual physical injury. Like he wasn't physically paralyzed. It was like emotional, like trauma,
like
that
a
you can
mental
actually get
block of
paralyzed from.
sorts.
And Jack, like dumping water on him and like consoling him was the break for that. Like a totally realistic thing that can happen. I promise. You can look it up. I forget what the thing is
I
now.
remember you telling me about it, like in DMs, like what you were
Probably in our DMs somewhere.
kind of
like the
yeah,
actual illness,
definitely
yeah.
is.
Yeah, and back in the day, they were probably like, yeah, that's demons.
Yeah, no, and
Demons.
yeah, you wouldn't be able to
Alice is a
explain that
witch.
back in the day.
She
the
hexed
one
Kelly.
one thing I
does have
want to
witch
bring
powers.
up before we play this clip, speaking of like the Aurora Mills and Alice thing, the thing that made it like I said, Mills and Aurora like became really close after that, and when Aurora was gonna join the bastards with Jabaz, like Mills, like Aurora asked Mills for the blessing basically, and Mills was like, "I'm gonna do it the only way I know how."
I think there's a
and
There it is, yeah.
Oh my
hopefully there
god!
is.
Once.
Yeah, we can watch it after this one.
No. Play the other one. Play
No,
the other
yeah,
one.
yeah, we should.
Okay.
The first
Play
one.
the
Mills
ones that
SPG.
we're
Yeah.
Okay.
that we have context for.
Yes.
All right, hold on. What are we playing? Are we playing the one on screen right now?
No, we're.
Nietzsche's gonna grab the Aurora clip.
All right, grab that one so that
Yeah,
so
so
that
this is
we're not
after
jumping around
Aurora.
wildly.
Aurora is leaving Kettleman and joining Bastards.
So this was his
And she
test.
talks to Mills about it.
Yep.
What the fuck is going on?
Oh, Mills.
What the hell is going on?
Mills.
Is Mills talking?
Was that Sam Baz?
Mills.
Just wait.
Hey, Uncle, it's my chance to be with Alice.
That's CD.
Say the word.
That's CD. He had a huge crush on Alice. This is before he was
Alright.
with Rebecca.
Mills is making sure she's not gonna
Yep.
ride with That's all I wanted to Pandies. see.
Making sure she's
By
in
the
good
way.
hands.
Guns unloaded. Y'all got my blessing for Aurora.
That was a good conversation. That's still Kramer's hat, isn't
Kramer's
it?
hat. Yeah, that's after. Yeah. She
Yeah.
stole
Mask
his
up.
fort for the longest time.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Just to contextualize the clips whenever we go into them, so that people aren't lost. This is going back to the conversation we were having about Rhodes. Jack is trying to galvanize the Rhodes community to leave him alone and kind of support him against an even greater threat of Del Lobos and other gangs that the Kettleman gang are fighting.
Pretty much every
But-
other gang in the
Pretty much every other gang who is terrorizing Rhodes at the time. and this is the response that he got.
One thing you didn't talk about. I heard a lot of stuff about the good guys versus the bad guys. You want to know who keeps the bad guys in check? Bad guys like us. Now, you must have heard about my name, my family's name. Solomon here is a man with great respect, and everything I say he can vouch for. But there's one thing you didn't talk about.
This doesn't have the.
It was
Marty
right
Malone
after that.
did
We
those
never fucked with
great.
you.
Wow.
You guys robbed their entire gun store. I
There was
remember
another-
this in my memory as there being like 3 times as many people in that room.
There was another legendary clip
That's a
this
lot
day
of
too, wasn't
people,
it? The
though,
one with
bro.
Solomon and
I want to
and
request
Clayton.
another clip. I
Mhm.
want to request a boo-hoo, fella.
No, that one's in there.
Uh,
I posted the
I
YouTube
can't,
link.
that
I
one.
can't
Fast
watch
forward to
that
that one.
clip. That
What?
clip makes a fucking shiver run down my spine.
Why?
Let me finish.
I know.
Oh, this is
hold on.
this is my all right. So this is my my POV. This is you guys didn't hear what was going on in my head right before I said this, but you will after watching this clip.
Oh wait, should we watch someone else? Okay, we're watching.
No,
this one.
watch this clip.
We need to know
It's
what each
just,
other's intentions are moving
I
forward.
say out loud what I'm thinking.
What the
There's
next
a lot of
moves are
yapping
gonna
here.
be,
Can we fast forward to Clayton's fucking
so that we can
promo?
best each other's efforts.
Keep going.
Either
to,
by-
like, yeah,
Like
there you go.
that.
No, go back a bit to before he starts talking.
Hey, I ain't got.
What does the ranch intend to do moving forward?
You know, Jack, I just want to say something. I don't think you got that quite right. You say outside there's so much to lose. I don't think that's quite right. I think there's a few people here with lots to lose. Me? I ain't got nothing to lose anyway. What am I gonna lose? The ranch? Quite frankly, I don't think some of the people that live down there got the intestinal fortitude to live the way we live. If they abandon that ranch, go out to the wilderness, go out to the alleyways and streetways and street corners. I don't know if they got the fortitude to live like that. And the cuts? Talking about...
It's just a cut, mate. It's not
And a
brutal.
cut.
I have a big grin on my face.
And the
after you said
fucking
that.
cuts?
The pause.
This is a real fancy house and all. Talking about Riggs give up her fucking place?
Can you pause it real quick? Can you just pause? I want to make a comment. This guy's dissing the ranch, dissing the house, and they're smiling. I don't think they understand what the fuck this guy's saying.
Yeah,
He's calling them smile, and they're like, smiles endearly. And, you know, just...
I'm over there
they're
grinning.
just smiles with warmth. Meanwhile,
I
he's
think-
just cursing them out and, like, dissing them.
I think Solomon there meant like a smirk more than a smile, you know, like a this guy, fuck this guy.
No, I think they're smiling warmly. They
I don't think
understand
no, I
what
don't think
saying.
he's
They got
smiling
no
ear to ear,
idea.
brother. There's no way.
They
There's
got no
way.
idea. No, because Riggs was smiling too. He's like, the ranch. They still.
Okay, maybe.
I think. Listen, I think what happened was
Maybe
just
Riggs is
everyone in the
smiling.
room knows Clayton, and him like being this way. Like I think the smiles was just like, yep, that's Clayton. Like
Bro, in
that's.
my
I don't
point
know,
of
I
view,
don't
I'm
think
going Tokyo
Solomon-
No?
shit, Clayton. Like,
No way
So
Solomon
fucking-
was thinking that. This guy
Solomon
pops
was
off
for
right
sure.
after. Solomon
He
was
just did the
pissed.
cut thing, yeah. I
Yeah,
think
he's
Yeah.
probably yeah.
I think Solomon's smirking like, you know, fuck this guy. I don't
All right, good
Solomon
point.
gets
Good point.
pissed because
Yeah.
you just keep watching. You'll see because he pretty much insults his.
This place is a much bigger beacon, a much bigger target than the ranch ever was. Now, way I see it, way I figure, I'm out there, Mills is out there, Jack, you're out there, Alice, Pep, Nash, we out there fighting like gorillas. And I ain't talking about the ones from the jungle. I'm talking about the one with the U in the word.
Guerrilla warfare was another specialty.
They got some people out here. Riggs. And Riggs, I do have to say, all the things you was talking about with Bags, I have respect for that fella Baz, but unfortunately I never got to meet the fella. At least I never got to form a bond the way Jack did. I was predisposed, Mills as well. So any fighting that I had done in that end, I'll be honest with you, a little bit was on your behalf. Mostly it's because my brothers, I don't want my brothers and my sisters to die. But that kindness you showed me helped me with Kaniklo. I respect that. And I have to acknowledge that everything I'd said before that, I was incorrect. But now's that time to prove yourself. Show you got the strength, show you got the constitution to do what needs to be done. That don't always mean fighting, however. We got these peace talks.
Who are we even
Let's
fighting?
see them out.
Everybody.
I think it was.
This was the three-man war, I think.
I said I would go to the peace talks with the intent of trying to help smooth things out.
They were attacking the ranch, and Jack's like, "No, we're not letting them do that."
Right.
So we all jumped in.
War of the
Did
West.
they not just
There were
right
Lobos
here
in Taipan, I
fucking
think.
torture
And Pale
Saul's
Panther.
brother?
Yeah. And then,
Why are we even talking about peace talks?
Let's hear you.
if you ask
Yeah,
me.
well, let's hear Solomon's point to all this because we've spoken a lot about Kettleman's and the ranch, but let's hear about the cut.
I didn't really have an in this. I was quite happy to support those I consider friends, Riggs and Jack. I was happy to take enormous financial hits to make sure that both of you got anything you needed to fight this war. Weapons, ammunition, fucking this house itself has essentially become a fucking hospital over the last month. When you've needed it, you've had my men to ride with you. Now, things changed when I heard what Ko did to Benny over there. I am not one for torture for unnecessary reasons, and Ko had no real reason to torture Benny there. So it was at that point I decided it was time to get my hands dirty again, and I did get my hands dirty. By putting a shotgun in the chest of Ko and pulling both fucking barrels, and then blowing up their fucking gun store in the middle of Saint Denis. Because fuck it, I like fireworks. Now, I felt that was all right and proper. Now, they decided to wait until it was 4 a.m. in the fucking morning, sneak into the house, take my brother, who was a holy man, and torture him so that now
I
he's
forgot they
blind in one eye,
Solomon's
cannot breathe
tortured
properly,
brother was a
has a lung
priest.
that for whatever reason will not stay
You
functional.
guys want to see us get kicked out?
Afloat, shall we say, and the inability to walk of his own volition. Who fucking who? That's war, fella.
Shut the fuck up and let
You
me
shut the fuck up. You fucking crime bone around, getting involved in shit that don't fucking matter to you, and you surprised people getting hurt on your behalf? I was asked what my feelings were. I'm explaining it. Either you want to hear what I've got to say, or get the fuck out my house. I'm leaving this piss and shit place anyway.
Clayton.
Fuck you, fella.
Clayton.
You fucking mug.
Clayton.
Add another op to the list, bro. This was legendary.
I think
Fuck
the
everyone.
clip cuts out here because I had music that was playing or something.
Motherfucker, what are you doing, Clayton?
Yeah, no.
What are you doing, Clayton?
What do you
Where
think
you
I'm
going?
fucking doing? I'm leaving this fucking place. I'm tired of hearing people feel sorry about themselves.
Man, what a fucking
Bro, that was so cool because
Yeah.
after this, Mills and Clayton went and I remember they went and got dynamite and they were about to rob a bank. Just
No,
like,
didn't you guys
two of
dress
them.
up like Van Hornians with the jeans?
Oh, that happened later. That was
Oh
later
my
in the night.
god.
This was funny because like we had to go back, and then they're like, "Well, if Clayton walked out, I'm sorry, like it's over." And then me and Pip had to, we're like, "All right, peace." We even left the fucking box of diamonds. I was like, fucking keep it.
Oh yeah,
We're not
Nash
doing
was there
business
too.
with you no more.
Was this when the cut turned against everybody and joined Taipan? Was that later than this?
No, that's way later.
Way later.
This was interesting because at the time Solomon kept like bending over backwards and doing like being extremely accommodating all the time, especially to Jack for no reason. Like, and Clayton was
Yeah.
like, "What's he doing that for? I don't trust this guy. There's something to it." I was like, "He's just doing it. I don't know. He's just helping." He's like, "Fuck that guy. He's got something he wants. I don't know what it is. I don't like him." And then I guess this was like where it kind of verbalized all of that. Like, what the fuck what are you doing here? Because Clay said to him, "You're getting involved in shit that don't matter. Like, you're not involved in this."
That doesn't matter to you specifically, and you're telling us how good you have been to us, and then you emphasized again that it doesn't matter to you. Why the fuck are you involved?
Do you remember at Owangila when you went on a long tirade on Clayton saying like "fuck this guy"? Like yeah, he's like doing all this shit for us.
No, I don't remember
doing all this charity for us, which obviously we weren't accepting. We were still kind of paying for everything, but he was like, "We came here with a box of gems." Do you remember that? That we brought through the swamp where you fell into the water with the gator.
I remember bringing the box of gems. Actually, I think I have the clip of
Yeah,
moving
we
the
had
box
our-
of gems through the swamp.
The
We had
gems
our
are in the
gems
house.
at the house. Yep, in
The
the
gems are
backyard.
so once you left, Mills immediately left with you, and like people were still hunting for us. So we went in. Go
Me,
ahead.
Nash, and Clayton left. But I just want to add more context. Clayton didn't like the cut from the jump because they shot Kaniklo for riding with Clyde Davis before, like way before.
Ah,
Yeah, there
interesting.
was
Yeah, I don't
this
remember
was a
that.
brewing beef. Oh,
Clayton was in when
Kaniklo
we were in Sisika.
shot Solomon at some point.
Yeah,
I think that was
Kaniklo
one of
rode
those.
with Clyde Davis, and the cut like fucked up K.
I think that might have been one of those things where Kaniklo got fucked by these people, like shot and hurt by these people, and he was just kind of expected to suck it up, because Jack wanted to like work with them, and I think that didn't sit well with Clayton, but I don't remember 100%.
I think that was after. Not it was after this.
No, we were no, it was because while Clayton and Mills were in jail, Kaniklo went off and kind of did his own thing with Clyde Davis.
Oh,
and they got in a fight with the cut.
Oh yeah.
Which culminated with Kaniklo getting gunned down. Well, first Kaniklo gunned down Solomon, and then Kaniklo gets gunned down. I actually have the shooting Solomon on the roof clip here. This was when I was trying to stream in black and white. But I think at one point we were talking about the future of crime in the crossing at Braithwaite Manor, because Jack had decided he was going to like do something else.
K&K, it was his business.
Yeah. So we were trying to figure out, okay, what does being a criminal now look like? Like, what's the topology? And there was a big misunderstanding over, like, both sides here think the other is making a power play. But neither side was really making a power play, so it was just them fighting over nothing.
Yeah, well, it's a bit of an impasse, ain't it?
A little bit like someone's planning this with Apple.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and I've decided who that someone is.
Oh my god, Kaniklo with the hip fire from the double action is crazy.
This was during a parade. Oh my
Yeah.
god, there's a Tassara clip of the parade that's you can see in the bottom right going past. They just hear all this gunfire. I wish I had that clip.
Yeah.
That way, yeah, this was brazen in the middle of the city.
What's going on in here? What's happening?
Oh, I do appear you've caught me with my guard down.
Oh my
I'm going
god.
to walk out now.
I'm going to walk out now. I miss
Just had
Kaniklo.
to leave. It always, yeah, that was, so that was how that whole beef started.
To add on to like the cut thing too, Mills and Clayton never like from the jump they didn't like the cut because they're just dirty outlaws, right? They're criminal bastards, and like we're pulling up to this fancy, rich, huge fucking manor. I remember Clayton and Mills would always steal their food in their backyard.
I remember that.
And like yeah, that was kind of like the turning point because they were like Ram or like Clayton said boo-hoo because he's like saying I did this all for you, but I'm not gonna mention it by the way, but I did this. So it was kind of like, you know, the dirty outlaws being like fuck these guys.
Hey guys,
Yeah.
I'm gonna pop out of here.
Okay.
Take care.
Sorry, buddy.
Yeah, have a good night, guys.
See ya.
Good night,
Take
man.
care, bud.
Can I was just about to ask Bud a few questions about Zip, man.
Aw. Damn.
Can I ask, just because I haven't heard from this person, I think at all, Waggy coming in is like way later.
Yeah,
Waggy's
yeah.
like the latest generation of principal, right?
Yeah, that's a long way down.
That's way down. How did Waggy get involved in everything?
Oh man, okay, so it kind of came full circle. I was more so doing hunting at the time on Waggy, and so I ran into Rudy a couple times, just on the road, at like just randomly hunting and stuff. And then one day, it was the day he split off from James to go do the Rude Boy stuff, and he can probably speak more about that in a second. But he ran into me in the West like an armadillo, and he says, "Waggy, get on my horse." So I'm like, "All right," and we jump on the horse, and then the Rude Boys formed. So like that same day, it was just me, Remy, and Rudy. So we went through tons of wars, and then down the line ran into Cheddar, and then Mills, and then kind of just got in with them later.
So Cheddar was a part of like that group, or was Cheddar
No,
already
so-
ingratiated into everything?
Cheddar was with Mills and Van Horn. So I think the day I kind of joined KG the first time was during the Bastard War when it first started. So there was a time when we had like the Waggles, is what it was called. And then
I remember the Waggles.
Yep. And then
Yo, guys, I got a break, man. Thank you guys for chilling. Love you all, man.
Yeah.
Take care.
Later, man.
Love you, man.
Take care, bro.
Bye.
Take care, Peppo.
It was the Bastards versus KG, and it was at the time where I watched Jack get gunned down, Mills got gunned down, I got gunned down. I think it was Raul too, whoever was with us on the canyon. And like we weren't really doing anything with the Waggles at the time. Like we had no wars currently. Like it was just, kind of just us hanging about. And then that's when I'm sitting there like, fuck, I had to choose who I joined. Like not join, but like help out here. Like I gotta help out the people I was with, so I ended up joining up with Mills and Jack to do the Bastards War. And then that's when a whole later I did the Bastards War kind of by myself with the Waggles when everyone fucking left me.
Whoa, bro.
You left me too, man.
Man, you left me first.
Oh no.
You left me first, buddy.
Yeah.
But it actually works really well for Waggy to have been part of KG, bro, because Rudy had learned the principles through James, even though Rudy never been in KG, but the KG principles and the morals and mentality and all that passed through.
Third generation.
Yup, and then through James, and Rudy learned everything, and then Rudy taught it to the Rude Boys, and so by the time Waggy joined KG, Waggy was pretty much not pretty much, was definitely of the same mentality. Like he was and he was already of that mentality, but then all the lessons and stories, like Rudy was, telling the same stories James told him, so.
That was the thing.
What were these stories? If I can
It's
ask.
like that's of Jack, of the times of the wars, James told him everything he knows, like even at Clayton, I remember a story too about Clayton, which by the way I wanted to ask you, bro, what was this? Like I only ever heard it, but I never knew like the reason behind it, like the the fastest gun in East Armadillo was.
Oh, the fastest gun in East Armadillo.
What was that about, bro?
I don't remember exactly what the incident was, but I shot down my dying best friend.
So sad.
What was his name? His name was like Danny or
His
something?
name was Danny Copper, and he was
Played by Literal Bear.
played by Box, and he was like dying of cholera The second to last
Mhm.
cholera kid finally dying of cholera, and I gunned him down the street.
Like a
and
dog.
I clinched the title of fastest gun in East Armadillo.
And he didn't even shoot at Clayton, by the way. He shot in the air.
Yeah.
My God, that was
We missed one
That was
clip.
brutal.
We missed one legendary clip before Peppo left.
Which one?
The one in Blackwater. I don't know any lore behind it, but the fucking dreadful shootout. I don't know who was shooting. Oh no,
You know, you
was that
got- you
Renee?
got-
That might have been Renee. Was that Kelman or Renee?
Oh,
Is
Renee.
it the?
I
the
think
duel
I'm
where
thinking
he
of
shoots,
something wrong.
like,
Yeah, that's
30
Renee.
bullets?
Never mind.
Renee,
Never
yeah.
mind. That's a different. We
That
should have
clip
We should have showed it
is
just anyway.
so funny.
You forgot to show the
If
bullheaded
anyone
clip,
has
man.
that,
Oh, that's true. Yeah.
Carlson for years. I've ridden with. You know how many times I've seen Jack go on a crusade, picking up lawmen, looking for X, Y, Z. You know how many times people have done ratted on Jack, and we went scouring, looking, picking up a lawman just like her to find out. And you know what happened every single time? Every single time we had to put them down. Every single time it was a murder charge. Every single time it slowly killed us inside. And you know what that did? You know what happened to us over time? All them stints in Sisika. My sister done lost his mind. Her brothers are all dead. James dead. Clayton dead. Jed dead. Where's Jack? Jack done hurt himself too on a crusade similar to this. Mills too. He ain't the same man I met. Alice ain't the same person I met. This is exactly the kind of shit she swore an oath over. This is exactly the same shit that she died for.
Man,
Ooh,
cheddar
that
rants
was
were the
fucking
good
best
fucking scene.
rants.
Yeah,
That was
cheddar.
Cheddar?
I've
Yeah,
never
that was
seen that.
cheddar convincing
were-
Waggy not to kill Zoe.
Why the
Yeah.
fuck? Why was
Yeah.
Preacher there? Was that Preacher in that?
So that was when Preacher was riding around. So Waggy and Preacher were like really close a long time ago. Cause we like rode together before he pissed off Jack, and then Jack ended up shooting him. So that's when Preacher.
So this is
ended up
before
going, like,
Kelly's death.
Yeah, because
Mhm.
like later on after Preacher, we ended up beefing Preacher and Waggy. Like we had a big ass shootout outside Flatneck Station, and then I think that
Mhm.
kind of ended the war. Was that Flatneck?
Yeah.
Wait, you sure? This isn't before Kelly's death. Are you sure?
Oh no, this
Cheddar-
is after.
I think
no,
this is after. Pretty sure this is after.
Mm.
Yeah, it has to be after, because if this is after, this would be after Jack.
Yeah, because he's with us. Yeah.
Preacher pissed off Jack. That's when Kelly died.
I want to ask Jimmy, seeing like the conclusion of the characters, and like we had the the skirmish against the bastards, and at the very end, you saw the bastards helped Jack save Mills so they could all escape. What are your thoughts on that?
I think. What are my thoughts on it? What would Kelly's thoughts be?
I guess both. Start
I
with
think-
Kelly.
I think it was a great story. I think it was very ironic that they ended up saving KG and making them escape. Kelly probably would be happy because that would be recompense for the whole Kelly gang versus bastards. I think Kelly would be Kelly would probably forgive him from the grave.
Oh.
That's sweet.
You know,
But
kinda
yeah, it
on
was
that
very
topic- Go ahead, Jimmy.
very poetic that the bastards were the ones that ended up saving Mills and Alice and Jack in the end.
I was terrified the whole time that Mills and James were facing off with each other because when I was on the Bastards, because Jabas would have chosen James and Aurora would have chosen Mills and Alice.
Damn, that's tough.
That would be a
Well,
good
that-
little.
that
We
would-
were
That would be a
talking
good
about
little
that, like,
arc.
Close.
I was waiting for that to happen, and I was like, "This is really gonna happen." Where like Jabas and Aurora are gonna be on opposite sides.
That would be a good
Oh.
little
It was
arc
really
to touch
close
on,
to
the whole
happening.
Jabas, Mills, Kelly thing. That was over Rabbit, right? The Kelly and Mills split off?
So Mills, yeah, I forgot the context behind it, but James wanted to go after Rabbit because it was the execution of Boone, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Oh,
that's what
yeah!
Kelly reformed the Kelly gang to take down Rabbit.
and Mills needed to talk to Rabbit about something with his charges, or I forgot what it was. It had something to do with a charge that he was getting charged for. Alice was getting charged for. So Mills told James, like, I'm gonna have this talk with Rabbit, and James was like, "But
It was
I wanna
about
kill."
Fiverr. It was about Fiverr.
Oh yeah, it was about Fiverr. And James was like, "I want to kill Rabbit though," and Mills was like, "No, you're not going to. I'm gonna have this talk." And at the time, James was still like riding with Mills and Alice, and that Mills telling like James no, is what made Kelly like walk away from them and start up the Kelly gang again. And Mills felt like a fucking piece of shit after that. And there was a lot more story to it, but he promised James to his face, like, I'll never get in your way with revenge again. And I remember when James was about to go to war with the Bastards, this is when Mills was in Van Horn with Wallaby. The Bastards were like, it was Jesse Gold. He was begging Mills, you need to, like, you need to pick a side. You can't just sit this out. You have to pick a side. And that's the day that, well, Mills basically chose to get himself fucking shot by Richie Gold because he wasn't going to get in the way of James again. And he knew the connection Alice had with the Bastards. So he basically got himself shot.
That was you know, that era is a huge blind spot for me. That
The Western
whole,
Civil
like,
War.
yeah, it's such an interesting thing because you've got these anchor figures of the West like Mills and Alice, and they're not in the West. And the West is like the whole
Yeah,
next
we were out
generation
in
has
Van
kind of
Horn.
succeeded them for like a protracted period for like one of the, well, there were some gaps in there, yeah, but like the whole second generation was just completely in control of the asylum. And
Yeah, that
can
was
you talk about like the roots of that conflict?
an interesting one. I'm trying to remember why the actual war started, but the gist of it was Kelly was like, I've became an outlaw in the West, rode with the Cattleman gang, lived in the West. This is my home, all this and that. He was upset. The bastards did something. I forget what it was. The whole thing was like, this isn't the West anymore. You guys have corrupted this. Fucking heaps of members of KG have died, bled for this, and you guys are fucking spitting on it. So he said, this isn't the West anymore, and he left. He went to the frontier up north. And we're chilling up there doing heaps of shit for like, I don't know, maybe a month. Just riding down west and shooting the bastards. I'm trying to remember what the fucking, why it started though.
I was gonna say, yeah, that was after Aurora and Jabassa died too.
Yeah, had something to do with Jabas dying because Kelly was really close to Jabas.
I think it might have
His
been
mentor.
started with something. Didn't somebody like trample on a grave? Ev got mad and shot down one of the
Yeah.
gang
Oh, there's a clip of this. There's a clip.
Wasn't this about Preacher?
It was about Preacher. I think it was
Yeah.
my first day back after being on Ignite for like a couple months. Preacher and Jack were beefing. The bastards were running Thieves Landing. Jack said no one get involved. And then everyone in Thieves Landing like hunted Preacher down and just fucking murdered him in broad daylight.
Yeah.
And Kelly was pissed. There's a clip. Hold on, let me find it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm looking for it myself as well.
I think it might be highlighted. Might be a highlight that has everything.
I don't think that Mills and Alice understood or heard the part where like no one else was meant to get involved, or if they did, they just obviously were like, well, fuck that, we're gonna back Jack no matter what. So when Preacher shot at Jack, it was like both of them. I think Mills actually ended up accidentally shooting Jack, but Alice chased Preacher down and stabbed him. And everyone else in Thieves,
I never
like,
missed any shots. I'm the fucking
okay,
gunslinger
all
of the
right.
West.
But other people in Thieves were confused and not sure what happened, and they were like, well, they
There was a
Mhm.
there was a whole big argument between Ev and Kelly. I'm trying to find it right now.
Yeah.
And then that leads up to Kelly shooting Ev in the back, right?
Yeah.
and then the whole like principal thing gets brought up, and Ev disagrees. The whole Bastards disagree. Shooting someone in the back is dishonorable. And Kelly's like, hang on, I've been here since pretty much the start. We've been in the West longer than the Bastards, and that was never a part of the principle. And then he's like,
always shooting
we're always shooting people in the back. We don't give a like. That's not
It's the
what honor
safest
means to
place
us.
to shoot someone.
And then I think that's where the like disconnect between Kelly and then the new generation of Westerners came in. And then the poetic thing is Ev makes Kelly turn around in the end after the last gunfight in Thieves Landing, and he kills him by shooting him in the back. I know, shooting him in the front. He made him turn around because he wasn't looking at him.
Yeah, at the last second, he called your name.
Nietzsche, could you play that while we're waiting for them to get the other clips? Can you play the one I sent you? This is the context.
Yes.
Like the context behind this one is this was after Kelly was dead and Mills woke from the coma. Alice was like really good friends with the Bastards, and like she did not want like our gangs to be going at war, so Mills was like stuck in the middle. And this is like the classic Mills coming out and just being like, fuck it.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, sweetheart.
Ooh.
I almost shot him again, but I chose not to because I didn't want to get in trouble. But Zeus told me later if I had shot him then, he would have permed.
Oh.
Yeah.
My favorite thing to come out of this arc was Kaneko after Kelly died. Holy shit. It's so funny.
Because can I play a clip that really affected Kaneko's perception of Kelly?
Fucking Colts were always countering me, man.
I said it again.
This is a clip that really affected Kaneko's perception of James Kelly.
Oh my god.
This was like the first time we had spent like any length of time together, and I forget why we even had this guy.
I forget too.
I don't know why you don't believe me. I'm being so honest with you right here.
I already made up my mind before I came here. I made a promise to that fella, and unlike you and Billy, I keep my word. So
It was over Billy Joe Barber, I remember.
Right.
I'm gonna put some in.
Because we were both like. Oh man.
God. James Kelly.
This was the Boone versus Billy thing. Because Billy kept sending hitmen to kill Boone. So Boone called in James Kelly and he just hunted down all of Billy's friends and killed them one by one.
We said this guy got eaten by a wildcat when we dropped him off in town.
Jesus.
Bro, I want people to like understand. Like, I mean, people clearly do, but like Graham, you weren't around for it. Clayton wasn't around. I don't think a lot of people realize how important and polarizing of a character James Kelly was, because he basically was like the father figure for the entire New West. Because he was
even Jabas, like he said, like James trained him.
Yeah, exactly.
Bro,
and then the Rude Boys and like
it started before
even
Jabas. It
Wakey.
was Kelly and Sam to start. Was the start.
Oh yeah, Sam. Yeah.
If someone was trying to speak there for a second, I'd like to give him a chance to speak.
But who, me?
Maybe. Were you about to speak? Were you about to say something?
I just wanted to say, I mean, that's why Rudy went so hard on being like so ferocious, is because you know, like he heard all the stories about James and all that, and it was like I got to be the same type of ferocious. So James not only inspired him through, you know, Kettleman gang shit, but he also, like, you know, taught him like how to be fucking ruthless, man. So James is the reason they've been merciless.
Is that something that's shared with Waggy and Cheddar Bob as well for you two?
100%. Rudy's shit was passed down to basically me, and then when Waggy ended up splitting off, that's when he passed it down to kind of like the newer Waggles, which
Cheddar,
Sam,
gone.
Cook, Winnie.
Cheddar was lucky enough to have ridden with James and everybody. Some of the older people in KG, luckily before they died, so he witnessed all that shit firsthand.
Mm-hmm.
Damn, I didn't realize how much
Yeah.
of a. I
Yeah,
didn't
he-
realize how much of an
wrestled 2
impact
hours.
James Kelbert
Bigger
had.
than
He
you.
did have a
Cocaine
huge
Kelly.
impact.
You're nothing.
Cocaine
And I'm
Kelly.
James Kelly.
James just fucking
Game
kicks.
Jelly followed all the. Game Jelly really was the prince of the West, man.
He
I know,
was,
was
man.
Prince of the West.
One down. Here wants some more.
James, this was, you know, there's a lot of parallels between Jack and James, which is something I love with my literature brain.
I'm an unchained
Right?
fucking
Like just the parallels between these two kind of similar characters. And James Kelly's like I'm Jack Kettleman moment being him fighting a bunch of wolves with his fists, like is just it's so like you could not write a better fucking scene. Like
I still remember a while back there was a newspaper article that came out, and I got it when I was in Sisika, and it said Waggy as low rank Kettleman.
Oh my god!
You guys remember that?
What?
Low rank
It
Kettleman.
was when everyone was calling Waggy Jack Kettleman, and they put it in
Oh
the
my
newspaper
God.
as low rank Kettleman.
That's
'Cause I was,
crazy.
Like, the time I was beefing with like 4 to 5 different gangs all at once. Shit show.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, I mean it was hard to be a bald guy with a mustache for a period.
All
Okay,
right.
I
There's
just
one more I gotta find.
yeah,
Found
so
it.
I'm gonna
Okay.
play the. Okay, do you want
It
to give
should
us
be in
context
order.
for this one?
Give me a second.
Bro, I just want to say, James Kelly was like Genghis Khan, bro. He's like every, all the
He
fucking
was a
new generation outlaws just came from his balls, bro.
I just loved Aurora always getting angry at Kelly.
That's
And
so
like the fact
funny,
she
bro.
blamed him for killing his horse when I know see it was Kason shot my horse when we shot down Sergio Barber.
Oh
But
my
James
God.
hated it, and even though he got shot down first, Aurora blamed him for killing her horse.
I did not remember
Bro,
that.
James running up to Aurora and like holding his hand out, not saying anything, just expecting like food or money. Was
Yeah,
so
that's
funny.
literally at the end when he literally said all you're good for is money and cigarettes.
That sums up their
Crazy.
relationship.
He got all of that shit from Jack too. He was much different before he met Jack.
Yeah,
yeah, I
Aurora
remember.
Literally, like James is like, I need a gun, I need this, and Aurora's like, here you go, here you go. That's all she was good for.
Oh no, it's not.
But I mean, he did have her back, like Rascal.
Of course, yeah.
This clip is like just like a prelude to all the other clips I'll link to just Kelly and Jabas's relationship.
Trying to
God, Aurora
believe
hated
that
it.
maybe they do something. And I love Mills, and I love Alice with all my heart. But even in that moment, I knew if a gun was pulled on you, that no matter who it was pulling that gun on you, I'd either jump in front of the fucking bullets or pull the trigger on the person holding the gun, no matter who it was. The only other person, maybe 1 or 2 others, might be Sam and Aurora that would come before that. I think there was times I was leading my gang that I knew I'd put you over my gang at times too. And that probably made me a worse leader. But I guess a better brother. And I was worried if you tried to
So Kelly was trying to like tell the new generation bastards in Everett the whole time they were fighting that, you know, Jabas, you're like your leader, the person who formed this gang would have chose me over you. You're
Mhm.
sitting there telling,
That's
trying to
wild.
trying to tell Kelly how the West is run and you know, killing Kelly's people.
The only other
Yeah.
person that knew that was Aurora. That
You you want to know something? Like I don't know if anyone like saw it, but there was a lot of voice. I collected voice lines from a couple people to kind of play during Alice's like really tense like hallucination moments. And in the cave, there was a line from that I had from John, of Jabas's voice, literally saying that he would have chosen James Kelly over literally anyone, except maybe his wife, like even his own gang. So.
Real quick
Yeah, no-
before you play this, give me 1 second. I gotta grab my food.
All right. No,
Preacher
when we
goes
had
with
our
Leonard.
when we had our Gorma arc, Fever.
Oh, yeah.
Jabaz told Mills that.
Oh, he actually did. I'm surprised. Because that was like
He
one
was-
thing they
no,
talked
he
about
was
all the
also-
time. That was like,
me and
Aurora would
John.
choose Mills and Alice.
Yeah, me and John had a lot of meta guarded conversations, but there was like talks about after the Guarma arc, just splitting apart like the gangs we had currently, and like Jabaz and Mills forming one with Alice and
I'm ready.
Aurora.
All right, do you want to give some context for this clip?
So, fuck. So I think this is like one of, if not my first day back. Kelly's like, I think we might have just got out of prison. Zarpino was a long prison stint. That's why he's got
Yeah.
short hair for the first time ever. And he finds out that Preacher and, one of the most important people to him, Jack, are beefing. So it's like one of his gang members versus Jack. And I think he's here to try and settle it.
Yeah,
And then this
is
is the conversation.
This is when Preacher was accusing Wallaby of snitching, I'm pretty
Mhm.
sure. And Jack was pissed off, like, because Preacher was always going to Wallaby and just accusing him of it, but he wasn't acting on it or something like that. And he just
Mhm.
kept accusing him of it behind his back. And that's when Jack was like, dude, you got to fucking do something about it. And I'm pretty sure this is after Jack already shot Preacher.
Yeah.
Yes.
This is Preacher going blood for blood.
Yeah.
Game Arms, thank you for the follow.
Make you happy to kill me now?
Hello.
No, Jack, it would not at all. But it almost feels like it's what you want, which is insane.
I'm a sick person.
Fine. Jack, here's the medicine.
What a messy fight.
Leave him be. Put the fucking gun down.
Preacher just shot Jack. You take care of Jack, I'll fucking handle Preacher. Go.
Don't you fucking touch him, Everett.
Fuck you, James Kelly.
Put that fucking gun down. Don't you fucking touch him.
Make you happy to kill me now?
Yeah, and then there
That
was a
kicked
whole
off the-
argument. Mm-hmm.
Is this directly after?
Relatively, yeah.
Oh, right. I remember this was my first day back, too.
Yeah.
Oh, is this that badass?
Yeah, indeed,
Jason's
motherfucker.
clip, or
I don't
is
give
this
a
something
shit
else?
how much
No,
you
this
think
is
you like
something
claim this place.
Are you fucking kidding me? I told him what would happen again if he were to fucking call.
I don't give a
Someone just
flying fuck
dragged
what
me
you
to
told
this
him.
Against my will.
Oh, fuck. You had that man abandon you the second a big name came around and you still fucking defend him. Last I heard, he said he was leaving Kelly Gang. He said you weren't worth nothing because you left to Mexico and left your gang behind. Yeah, fucking good on you, James Kelly. Prince of the West, my ass.
By the way, go back a little bit. Just
Did
there's
you
like
see
a
Clyde
few
Davis
frames.
shoot James
Yeah, no,
Kelly
that's
here?
Richie Gold.
Yep.
Oh, that's Richie Gold,
Yeah.
right?
So that's why I go to shoot him in Van Horn, because I was like, why the fuck did you shoot James?
Can we stop killing?
That's fucking wild.
Yep.
Alice's line, "Can we stop killing each other?" After that was great.
Yeah,
That
can
was
we
just-
stop
Yeah.
killing each other? The law is doing that enough to us already.
And that popped the whole war off.
Yeah.
And then
Wait, you got to do the gunfight first.
Aye,
I fucked
aye,
it
aye.
up.
Oh, okay. Okay, which one? The Four Horsemen of the West or
Um,
Cocaine
Thank you,
Kelly?
Maximus.
You can do the
Cocaine
Cocaine
Kelly.
Kelly and then Four Horsemen of the West.
Okay.
So this shootout, this is like the tail end of it. He's running up, light him up. He's running up, light him up. Get him. He's down, he's down, he's down. One down.
Short hair Kelly's so cursed.
This was Kelly's
Nice
best
try,
outfit.
motherfucker.
I liked this outfit on James. His whole snowy theme.
Oh wait, I thought he was bald.
Mm-mm.
Everett's still over here somewhere.
This part's so funny.
Sorry, Fiverr.
Oh, poor Fiverr.
This one was cursed. I couldn't pull my. Didn't have PvP on. I was trying to stab
Oh.
He spit.
Jesus, fuck, you're slippery.
He's going for the
Jeez.
web for the end of round kill.
He's running up. Light him up. Get him.
Oh, that rocks. Oh,
This shootout,
sorry,
Kelly,
Fiverr.
Kelly got 5 of them, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, Fiverr. And then the next day, Everett killed him.
Poor Fiverr.
Poor Fiverr.
Ay, ay, ay.
So this one, I forget the context of this. This is Ko. But he's like talking about some Western prophecy.
But before our separation,
of all the gangs fighting each other or something. Before it happens.
Oh my God.
Was the best. Ko
Go
was
rock,
so good.
We'll grow tired of this story.
Hi, Kima.
But I feel I must tell it to you.
Yes, he is just so great. He
Occasionally,
always had
I
something.
am struck with visions, Mr. Kelly. In these visions, I try to interpret the best I can and decide a course of action and certain things. And
No
I had
other
a
character
vision
on the server is coming to you with prophecies.
a month or so ago. I was in the desert and it laid me flat on my back in the sands. Woke up with a scorpion on my chest. And these visions, they're not daydreams, they're not idle thoughts. They are so real in my head that I cannot forget them or shake them. This vision, though, it was brown, kind of a rusty color, very dark. And the 4 pale horsemen were standing on a hill. They were looking down into a little valley. In this valley, there were many bodies, some of them still moving. In the sky, tens of thousands of bats. You could hear their little screeching. They were flying east at first. And then they swooped around and they began to fly west. And then, in unison, they all swept down into the bodies and began to devour them one by one until they were completely gone, leaving only the skeleton. Clothes, guns, everything gone.
Classic mistake not heeding the prophecy.
That is the vision.
Classic.
I interpreted it one way, and I'll admit to you that I was assembling an army to invade the West. All of these threats and talk and rumors and newspaper stories. Well, we never had the opportunity to face each other and see what this is really all about. It confused me, but I was preparing to do this. However, I met a shaman, a very wise man. And he interpreted this vision in a different way. And of course, I believe his interpretation is much better. Not only for us here in this room, but also more accurate. You see, these 4 horsemen, I thought they were the Eastern powers. And the bodies in the valley belonged to the West. But I had it backward. The 4 horsemen
Damn.
were the 4 kings of the sands.
Damn.
The bodies in the valley were the Eastern armies, if you will. And the shaman told me, Ko, if you invade the West, you will surely die. That puzzled me for a very long time. But I have grown to accept this shaman's interpretations and his wisdom. And I will not be assembling any army or invading the West, no matter what happens here today.
You gotta listen to the shaman's
You see,
wisdom.
I've been kowtowing to one person or another all my life since I was 8 years old. Sold into an army by my parents who couldn't afford to raise me anymore.
I've always liked Ko, man. Hakeem is great.
I am not growing any younger. And due to a lot of factors, I now have my freedom. And with this freedom, not only does it come, I am learning with responsibility, but also it comes with.
Not gonna lie, before we keep watching this clip, I think this is a booth clip. I think I misremembered what actually happened. I don't think this has anything to do with the Civil War. This was when this was after Jack left and everyone had different. Jabas had the bastards, Kelly had Kelly Gang, and Mills had
So his vision was right.
No, his vision. He was talking about the East versus the West still. This is when Ko heard Kelly was gonna go after him, and he came to pay him tribute, and he gave him like a gem or something. I can't remember.
Oh, that's awesome. Hey Kima, it was kind of just
Fantastic role player.
a constant side character in a lot of our stories, and he just has a gift for fucking creativity.
100%.
Okay, so here is the end of James Kelly, which this was fucking crazy, man. This broke my fucking heart.
I cried a lot.
Walk away.
Who was this other person?
Nope.
That's Everett, right?
Yes, that is Everett.
Okay.
Why are you having this confrontation specifically? What is this? Like, what happens just before this?
It was a conversation. I forget what. I think it was just a scene between.
They picked you up in Coulter.
Yeah. They kidnapped Kelly and Ice, I think, and then they bring him to Jabas's grave because they were going to kill him, and they said, "You want to say goodbye to Jabas one last time?"
Oh.
This was one day after the Battle of Thieves Landing, where Kelly got 5 of them, and then I think 5 was fucking, what's the word? I've been playing
She was in a
Pixel for too
coma.
long. Yeah, coma.
Yeah.
I was gonna say ICU, but
Why do you want me to walk away?
Walk away. Unless you wish to stay.
What was that?
Unless you wish to stay. James, before you go, it's that easy to get someone to turn around.
Ooh.
Heavy lays the crown. Ain't that the fucking truth?
Every Lays the Crown was the name of James's gun that Josie gave him. I think he just shot Kelly with that gun. That was also the gun that Jack left the crossing with while he was fighting with the bastards and Everett.
What made you perma in this scene?
It was just a great perma. It was because Jabas and the bastards were like tied in with Kelly, and you know the character had been running for a while. It was just a perfect perma. I couldn't turn it up. Just everything leading up to it, the whole war. Mainly in the moment, what it was is that Everett, when he said that line, "It's that easy to get someone to turn around," I knew I had the perma to that. That was perfect. And it was just a cool scene, man. Sometimes you get a perma to make someone else's character just more badass.
Do you regret your?
Because I remember Solomon, because fucking Solomon did that for Kelly at the start, and I just wanted to do the same thing as well.
Do you regret your perma? I feel like a lot of people sometimes do, but
No. It was like I had a bit of trouble trying to be creative and come up with something else, but once I made Blondie, it was fine. It was a good perma.
I want to get back to like a few questions. And this has to do with permas. This is for everyone. Someone asked which perma affected your character the most?
Oh, definitely.
For me, I gotta
James.
say Sam, man. Sam Booker.
Sam Booker.
Sam Booker was a huge for Cheddar.
Who's
Say
Sam
the-
Booker?
Yeah, who is Sam Booker?
So in the following times, when pretty much all of KG that was left was Mills and Alice, and I guess technically Cheddar from way back 1902. Cheddar and Wiggy, they had their own outfit for a while. That's how they met Cook and Winnie, Ricky and Dougie and a couple of others, and they did their own thing for a while until Mills eventually came back. And Sam was part of that outfit, and the dynamic with Sam and Cheddar was Sam was pretty much Cheddar's Mills is the best way to describe it. He was his right hand. He was there for everything, down for everything. Sam was always ready to give everything up for Cheddar. And he died on this last arc that we did. He got killed by the law. He permaed. It was an unexpected perma out of nowhere. It caught everybody by surprise, and it really upped the stakes with this arc that we're doing. It added to the urgency of having to get out, and it just gave us another reason to we gotta get out so his death isn't in vain. But he was I think if Jack and any of the OG members of KG ever got to meet him, I feel like he was a very good example of someone who could pick up or embody the spirit of what KG was, especially back in the day.
I agree. And I'm sitting here looking. I'm not gonna get emotional. I'm sitting here looking at the 16 names that I have on this list of all the people that Alice lost in the crossing that she started hallucinating. And to be honest with you, the one that hit me the hardest was Isaac, and it was because he literally died in Alice's arms.
Oh.
Who was this? Who died in Alice's arms?
Isaac Quill.
Oh.
Yeah, that was really tough.
Can you read the whole list?
All right, so and this is all in order. All right, so 16 names. These are the people that Alice hallucinated on the regular.
Wait, but can you name them and then after name the ones we got rid of in the end?
Yes. So.
Oh, got rid of. What do you mean by that? Hold on.
Oh yeah, so I don't know. Kason, do you want to explain? Because you'd probably be better at it than I am.
Yeah. Well, I mean, once we get to like the final arc and start talking about it, I'll discuss it more.
Okay.
But Alice was hallucinating ghosts of people in the past, and like so many people tried to help her out to get rid of the ghosts, but when we came back for this final arc, Mills and Jack, well, it was honestly Jack was the one who gave Mills the connection to Wildcat, which is High Priest's native character, great RPer. Jack gave Mills the connection, and like we found someone that actually helped Alice start not seeing some of the ghosts anymore.
Yeah, there were a few other opportunities for Alice to get help, and there was like Hummingbird that she did try, like, the whole like walk across the crossing like thing that Alice did, where she told Mills like, I saw my mom like for the first only time ever, and it was really nice, and she thought like, oh my god, like maybe I can get help. But then I think that was around the time that the war with the bastards kicked off. It just seemed like every time Alice was gonna get help, or working towards getting help, it got thwarted by something else. And usually it was like some conflict with either another gang or just the law came down heavy. It didn't really... Alice just kept getting worse and worse and worse. And it's one of the reasons why the Van Horn arc with Alice just being there kind of alone is one of my favorites, is because I kind of got to explore like the kind of more darker like mentality that she was kind of going through with all of these hallucinations, and just trying to figure out like how is she going to act, like react and kind of behave as all of this is going like on around her and through her head. Yeah.
So who was the worst perma?
like I
Well,
said,
hold on. Read the
yeah,
list and then yeah.
yeah. So the list in order of everyone, like this is in order of people dying. So first it was Clayton, then it was
The first
Clyde.
one?
Yep, Clayton was the first one. Then it was Clyde. Nash and Effie were next. Jed, Ronnie and CD, Aurora and Jabas. Then there was James. Then there was Josie, Peaches, Edwin, Isaac, Wallaby, and then Sam was the last one. So that's 16 people. And of the 16 people, she successfully kind of like got rid of 6 of them. Those 6 being Clayton, Effie, Ronnie and CD, and Aurora and Jabas.
Well, what would these voices do? Like,
Oh man, they were extremely manipulative and would constantly talk like a lot of nonsense and like just anxious-ridden thoughts constantly, like telling. Like one of the biggest things was like Clayton, for her in Alice's head, Clayton was always telling her like how she wasn't ever gonna be like strong enough to keep Mills alive, to keep everyone else alive, to like, and with Clyde it was a lot of guilt based off of their past, and then them coming to like at odds during the whole ranch war and stuff, because if y'all remember, like Clyde was kind of out west, like out hanging with like who was he hanging with, like the people that were out west, like kind of sort of fighting with Mills and Alice. They were friends with those people, and I remember Clyde getting angry with Alice and them. I mean, at one point Alice shot Bridget because Bridget was hanging around with a few of the Del Lobos, some of which were responsible for killing Baby, Jack's horse. And we tried to get Bridget to lower her gun. Pip was aiming at her, and Alice was kind of like around the side of a rock, and she decided not to put her gun down. She fired on Pip, and Alice put her down, and that's what started like a huge beef between Alice and Clyde, who up until that point had a lot of history together, even outside of the crossing.
What did Kelly's guys say?
Actually, that was an interesting thing because James never said a word to Alice after she killed Josie. But basically, up to that point, all James wanted was for Josie to be with him. So that was a matter of the ghost manipulating Alice into doing
what
something
the
terrible.
fuck?
Yeah, it was fucked up.
You piece of shit.
Yeah, I know, right? I know.
So he was happy after Alice killed Josie?
I didn't say that.
That
He
is sick
stopped.
and
He
twisted.
stopped. No,
That
he
is sick and
he
twisted.
stopped
That is
talking to her.
disgusting.
Yeah, he stopped
You
talking to
you
her
ruined my
after
character.
after
You
he.
piece of shit.
Listen, that's the point though. They aren't the real characters. They're ghosts. They're hallucinations of like
I'm
the
kidding.
darkest
I was
parts of her mind. You know what I mean? So after she shot Josie, after she did what James in her head wanted,
Even after
he stopped talking
even
to her.
after death, Alice was still just
Yep.
fucking Kelly over.
Yep. Yep. Pretty much.
Every step of the way.
Yeah.
Paralyzed his ghost.
Paralyzed him.
Oh my god.
Paralyzed him, became friends with his murderers, killed his wife.
Uh-huh. Yep.
Holy shit.
Yeah, she did a lot of fucked up shit. Actually, her torturing Ned was it wasn't because of Muppet Mills, which is I think what a lot of people got confused. It was just the fact that Alice thought that she told Mills about what she had done, when in reality that was the first time she ever hallucinated Mills, like, and thought that he knew the whole time. So when he found out and confronted her about it, that's why she had the reaction that she did. She didn't realize that she was starting to hallucinate her own husband.
Man, that's crazy to think that Alice was James's biggest op, bro.
No, I meme about that all the time, but seriously, technically, kind of, yeah, she was kind of the shadow antagonist to Kelly the entire way.
And man, all I know is if Marquis was in Alice's head, he would have said probably some fucked up shit like, "Go beat his ass."
Probably.
Go beat his ass.
If Alice and Marquis had gotten like closer, like had more like personal talks and shit, I'm sure that
No,
would
I'm
have
glad. I
happened.
don't think anybody wants to be in Alice's head. There's some fucked up shit
No.
going up in there, bro.
Yeah, there definitely is.
For me, I think The biggest weight, the permas would have been oh shit. There's a toss up between Boone, Jabas, and Sam. I think Boone was a big one.
Mm-hmm.
Sam was a big one. They're all big ones.
Mm-hmm.
How did Jabas die again? It was in Thieves Land, and there was a big
Yeah,
Gatling gun.
Yeah.
That shit was
Jabas and
sick.
Aurora. That was a sick shooter.
Actually,
That was
Nietzsche.
sick.
Aurora died in the first 5 minutes.
Yeah, real quick. Actually, Nietzsche. I put the clip of Aurora and the Gatling gun in her
Oh yeah,
little
this is how
channel if
it
you want to pull it up.
started.
Marquis
Yeah.
died in that shootout too. With
Yeah, he got burnt to a
Yeah.
crisp.
Yeah, he got
He
KFC
got
fried
burnt
chicken.
to a
Jabas
crisp?
got kidnapped by Big Al, but ended up killing him in the end.
Granick, I want to hear who's your what
What's the
perma
clip title?
Let me
hurt
look for it
West
real
the
quick.
most.
This motherfucker's AFK.
Yeah, I don't think Granick's
died.
here. Waggy, Wacky.
Nah, I was trying to think about it earlier. Honestly, Sam was like the closest one to Waggy, but I think in a weird so Waggy didn't know James, but I think the James shit sparks the most for Waggy with the whole bastards thing afterwards.
Wait,
I'd
how
say,
so?
Like the bastard war started right with you guys, and then that fucking whole thing trailed off like a whole nother like 8 months afterwards, and was the spark with basically the Waggy thing after. Like when I think the way it was just like all the tension was there, and then Waggy got stabbed just for going into Thieves Landing, and then that's when the whole other thing. So I think the most impactful perma was probably Kelly in the way that it sparked so much shit after, but the closest one was probably Sam Booker.
Wait, so Kelly's perma like didn't affect Waggy, but it sparked what? What did it spark?
So it sparked you perming sparked all the bastard war, right? So that's when Jack came back, was pissed off, and started some more bastard shit. That's when Mills came back, started all the bastard shit, and that sparked the most in Waggy's storyline, like with all the wars and everything. That like sparked the most, but that's what I'm saying. Like
I get it.
so-
I get it. Yeah. I see
yeah.
it.
All right, this clip, Nietzsche. This is like so Mills. I mean, Mills was gone for fucking years at this point. This is because I went and played No Pixel, and I didn't know how to end the story. But this is when I brought him back, and Alice was hallucinating, which chat came up with the name, but it was Muppet Mills. She started like seeing Mills. That's how fucked up she was.
Mhm.
And this was like Mills reuniting. with her
Yeah.
and-
I already decided before I ever saw you that when I did, I would just act as if she was hallucinating Mills, and would continue to do so until somebody talked to him directly, and she realized that, oh shit, he's actually here.
Open Mills is an insane name. I'm not gonna lie.
Howdy, Todd.
You are real.
Ah!
Where have you been?
Gosh.
Damn.
She
gonna
thought he
have
was a.
plenty of
How long
time to
did she
talk,
think
sweetheart.
this one was a ghost for? Like the real one was a ghost.
She
Right now, we need to go save
she struggled with
the
knowing
one
that
last
Muppet Mills
motherfucker that
wasn't
has a
real,
spawn
but
bone around here.
eventually finding comfort in him being there because the real Mills was gone. And let me just remind you, Kason's was in a hiatus on Mills for 6 months at this point.
Damn.
So
Yeah. So
Oh
it
my
was
God.
I out of character was convinced he wasn't coming back before Alice died.
I remember
What's
I
up?
didn't even tell her I was coming back. I just sent a fucking picture
Mhm.
of Wesley grinning when I went live.
Yeah.
It was Mills talking about at the end of this clip.
It was Waggy. Yeah,
Waggy,
he was
thank
talking
you.
about Waggy.
Oh, is that the beginning of the
Yes,
bastard
at the
war?
time, that was when you were in Saint Denis getting surgery for Jesse,
that
and you were
bastard
calling for
war-
backup.
So that's when I went over to Cheddar, because the bastards had stabbed Waggy in Thieves Landing, and this was right after was this No, this was before Sam died. It was kind of like the Waggles weren't really a thing. Like everyone had kind of just mellowed out.
Everybody
Right?
kind of split. Yeah.
Yeah, and so I went to Cheddar. I was like, Cheddar, listen, I'm gonna fight these fucks, but I need help. And Cheddar's like, sorry, partner, I retired. I'm like, damn. I went to Alice. Alice is in Van Horn. And then I went to everybody. Everyone had retired or done, like just quit. And I'm like, fuck it, I'm fighting these guys alone, I guess. And that's when I somehow recruited an army, and yeah.
Dude, to finish,
History.
I just want to say real quick to answer for me what affected Mills the most. I have two answers. Clayton, number one, that one actually fucked me up. OOC, I was crying like a baby.
Aw. Graham, you fucking laugh.
I was actually crying like a baby because I mean I was still relatively new to RP. I was like, I'm never gonna be able to RP with this person again. But shut the fuck up. But number two for Mills was Calbert, and someone like asked Mills in character like during this final arc, like or Mills brought it up to Alice. He was like, if I could bring anyone back, it would be like, and I think most people were expecting him to say Claytone, but he said Kelly.
Said James, yeah.
Yeah.
Came jelly.
Let's watch Aurora get mowed down by this machine gun.
Wait for that Halloween special. Wait for that.
Right
Halloween.
before Aurora gets lit up by a machine gun, I just want to say my answer was Dr. Robotnik.
Oh my god!
Oh my god!
That's Greenwig's character.
That character dies.
That
Wait,
character
before we
dies
play-
in Kaniklo's arms.
Run your fucking mouth, Big Al.
What? Before you play
Okay.
Achiever, do you wanna add like to the
Yes.
events leading up to how the bastards got all this heat for the
So
the
we
Gatling
were
cannon?
wanted for like 6,000 days. Aurora had
Oh
kidnapped
my
Kramer
God.
and shot him. We kept running into law. There was a big back and forth. Jabas had a big thing against Big L. Big L wanted to send him to solitary every time he went in there, and he was losing his mind every time he went. And the law kept screwing him over. They kept trying to make deals of him doing no solitary, and then the law would like turn their back and say because somebody else in the group committed a crime, Jabas couldn't have a deal. So it was like a huge back and forth with law for quite a while. We kept shooting him down every time, and Big L decided to come in a giant tank. So Jabas and
He
Big
has
L
a-
were going back and forth. And Aurora was sick of Big L and wanted to do anything she could to kill him to save both Alice and Jabas.
This was a big
That
one.
is
That was a big one
crazy.
too because that tied into Sam too because Jabas
Mhm.
picked up that whole
Get
fucking
solitary every time he goes
solitary
to sleep.
thing because he took it from Sam, and then it was like the same thing that happened to Sam with him losing his mind and like
Mhm.
and dying because of that. It happened to Jabas. That's why it was so good. It's like the sins of the father.
So yeah, Aurora was
shit.
doing anything she could to keep Jabas out of Sisika, no matter what it took.
That is.
Hold on, before you play this, hold on a second. I think there's a clip I may have put in where Aurora is talking to Mills about this, like before it even happens, because they already made their decision. Let me see if it's.
We knew so
Yeah,
at this
please
point.
send me
Oh,
that.
I
Yeah, it's
completely
called
forgot
it's
about
called
this.
by
his side to
yes.
the end.
Yep,
Hold
watch
on,
that
hold
one
on.
first.
Don't play that yet because
Not
before
playing
this,
it.
a big issue with this, the reason this happened was Big L was gonna try to dig up CD's grave because he wanted Sam's skull, and he was trying to find out where Sam's grave was so he could dig it up. And Jabas had a plan to bring him there because it was at the Leap of Faith, and he was going to try to push Big L off the ledge, and they were both gonna die. So Aurora was gonna try to kill Big L before that could happen. But then he found out where CD was buried, and he was gonna dig up CD's body, and Alice had already moved it.
Spoiler alert, Alice
And also,
didn't
I
move
gotta
it.
go, guys. Bye.
See
take
ya.
care.
Bye.
Alice only went and made it look like she moved him because like they were so against moving CD that I was just like, okay, I'm gonna tell them that I moved him to make everyone believe that I did, but I left details, and it was just that she made it look like she moved him.
Okay. Did Jabas tell you his plans?
Yeah, he did. I told him I'm not gonna sit around and mope about it. I told him we're men of conviction. Once our mind's made up, it's made up.
Gonna be
I
by his
think
side
of-
through all of it.
I know you will.
No matter the cost. So Jabas wanted to kill Big Al to get revenge for Sam because he ultimately is the one who killed Sam, and that was something even after Aurora and him left to Mexico for a while. Like he could never get over Big Al, and he pretty much needed to kill him.
So did he like come back to the crossing to kill Big Al?
Yes, that was like the whole reason that we came back.
So, again, trapped by revenge.
Yep.
You keep your mouth shut, boy.
Or what?
Run your fucking mouth, Big Al. I want to put that down.
Oh my god, it is a huge machine gun. It's a tank.
Go to hell! I was scared I was gonna hit him.
She just got mowed down, dude.
Rest in peace, Morosaurus Rex.
I
Swiss cheese just
dude,
like
watching
Swiss cheese.
watching
It's
that
moving.
happen on the hill, literally where Jabas and Aurora were buried, it was where Alice was watching this whole fucking fight go down.
Oh
And
my
seeing that happen
Yo, she gets
devastated me.
trampled, bro.
Oh yeah, I got
Oh
Yeah.
my god.
Just had to make sure she
shit.
was dead.
Yes.
That fight was insane. There was cannons, like it was
Yup.
It was
crazy.
that was
Yeah.
modern warfare. This tank was driving around like it was
Thing
the
had like a
Battle of
laser beam.
Verdun.
They rode that thing right through Van Horn.
Was that someone screaming out freedom as the fucking car
Was
started
it?
firing? I think so.
Big
I
ass laugh.
Yeah, you can hear it.
Me, bro. I don't know. I was screeching random shit. Hold on. Put on my point of view real quick. I had it in.
Oh yeah.
I posted a clip.
Oh yeah, by the way, for those of you who don't know, so many people perma'd this day. Marquis perma'd as well.
All right.
Yeah, there were a
Yeah,
few.
two other
No, wait,
bastards.
this
permit.
is
Wait, no. What is this?
sorry, I'm just looking through your which clip is it?
I posted it in. I posted it in the chat over here.
Oh, there.
Y'all motherfuckers want a piece of us? Come on, you bastards! Let me introduce myself, motherfucker. My name is Marquis Fraser. The motherfucker.
Oh my god.
Oh, he's red as a tomato. No.
Yeah, and he's up and he's fighting.
Oh my god.
Look at his burnt body. What is that? I've never seen that before. I've never seen that model.
Holy shit!
God.
It's Kentucky Fried Chicken, baby. Oh, nah.
And you're getting shot at from every angle.
I was
Oh my god.
Man. Look at his charred flesh. Jeez. That's rough.
Holy shit! You win. That was fucking crazy.
I couldn't have asked for a better ending because one thing about Marquis was he was just endurance, bro. He was just fucking like a big guy. Like I just made him. This was before he could like really make it character big, you know. So I made him as big as possible. So it's like this guy on fire and just shooting shit, you know. It's like fuck it, bro. I'll take that, bro. Fuck it. He's fighting through the burns, man.
I just saw the clip title Mr. Fire.
MF equals Mr. Fire.
Y'all motherfuckers want a piece of us? By the way, I had my elephant rifle in this shootout. I was shooting the elephant rifle. Come on, you bastards!
Oh my god.
Yeah, I use the elephant rifle. I realized, by the way,
myself,
there's a certain, range.
I love how you can see the boom of the cannon. You can't even hear it in yours. though.
Yeah.
I was hearing it throughout the stream though.
Sorry, what were you saying, Unruly?
Oh, I was saying there's a certain range for the elephant rifle that I realized was. I'm like shooting it, but it wasn't hitting anything. You know? Like I was trying to hit the fucking like thing, but it doesn't even reach it to make it look like I'm even hitting a crate or anything like that. I was like, oh fuck.
Oh,
So
this
you-
gun sucks.
Man.
I was like, I want to take out one person with the elephant rifle, please, one person.
Did you get anyone?
No, but
No.
I was passing it around like that. That elephant rifle got passed around in that shootout. All I know is it got taken off Marquis' body, and then I've always added like Marquis' character, like his whole dream was to have it, continue to be a legacy item in the West, like passed around from hand to hand. You know, like oh, now we got this cool elephant rifle, but I think it's been locked up with law, and
Aw.
yeah, never been given out. It would be
So
cool
people
one
keep
day.
asking in my
Come
chat,
up in a
so
gun auction.
I'll just answer it real quick. People are saying, or multiple people have asked how Mills met Alice. Mills was friends with Clyde Davis. Clyde was brought on one of the very early KG bank jobs. It was Clyde, and I think it was Annabelle, honestly. I don't remember. We had Clyde there, and I think it was Annabelle.
There you go,
But
Nietzsche.
then he met Alice through Clyde.
Is this how they met?
No, this is
Oh
this is
my
Mills
God,
asking
look
for
at my
Alice's
picture,
telegram
God.
number.
See what that skull figure.
Yeah,
Could
let's
run
talk
out of
about
guns
this
to start
later.
I know. I'm gonna run out of fucking guns.
Ooh, what's this?
It's my telegram, but it's missing something.
Wait, what?
Millicant.
Yeah, his book is called Millicent.
Smooth as hell. They're smoother than Kerrigan.
Now just imagine I'm putting pomade in my hair and I take my hat off.
Mills' early telegrams to Alice were the cutest fucking things. I have a couple of them that I pulled out and put in a document folder.
Fastest gunslinger in the West, right there, folks.
That's right, folks.
Yeah.
Gunslinger.
Gunslinger. I think Kelly surpassed him. I ain't gonna lie.
Oh, someone asked also, which this is kind of a funny question. Someone asked, who do you think out of all of KG had the most permas?
Like
I don't
perma
fucking
to
know.
them.
Yeah, like people perma
Oh
to
my
them.
god.
Oh.
Don't know.
Gotta
I think
be
I
Alice.
think I had
You
three.
think so?
Alice, yeah, I died because of Alice.
What the fuck? That's not true.
Damn.
I did kill a few people though.
No, here's a real question: who would win in a duel, Mills or Kelly?
Oh my god.
Oh man.
I don't
Should
know.
I poll it
been
here? I'll
cool
poll it
ending.
in my chat. Hold on.
Oh my
Is
God.
Kelly coked up?
Yes.
The cocaine.
Cocaine Kelly
Oh,
versus
man.
Kelly.
Peak Mills.
Peak babyface Mills versus peak cocaine Kelly.
Babyface.
Babyface
This
Mills.
is this
Ooh.
so this is Two-Eyed Mills cocaine.
Two-eyed Mills.
Two-eyed
Yeah, he's got two
Mills.
eyes and he's not old.
To be honest, I don't know if Two-Eyed Mills is better.
I don't know.
No, One-Eyed Mills. That's
Yeah, maybe
Two-Eyed
One Eye
Mills
is
isn't
benefit.
Prime Mills. Yeah,
Yeah.
Prime Mills is during like the
Yeah.
War of the Wild West one. Because during that time, bro, KG had okay. First, let me just put this into fucking context. 'Cause I need to talk my shit. We had Nietzsche running around with a double action. We had Graham, known notoriously for purposely whiffing. Peppo, who couldn't hit anything because on his screen he had paint splatters everywhere, and he thought those were like a cross.
And his little mouse. Didn't he have his little
Yes,
painting
yeah.
mouse?
The
Yeah,
carpal
this
tunnel.
So I was carrying the fucking team on my back.
The
That
entire
I was the only one who could
Oh,
shoot.
remember
Oh.
that clip where we're in Saint Denis, it's snowing, and
Oh
we're all
my
super
God.
wanted, and we had somewhere to be, and the law comes up to us. Everyone else is just trying to get us to leave, but I pull out my gun and I fire twice into the ground, and Mills is just shot down within half a second.
Oh my God.
I see.
Yeah,
I turn back,
yeah, I
everyone's
forgot
dead,
about
and I
that
just kind of
movie.
stroll away into a fucking alleyway.
Can you
We-
I
say
think this is on your channel. I
There's-
think that's on. It's
Yeah,
the gold deal
somewhere.
gone wrong. With
Oh
Marty Malone.
no.
There's one that pisses me off till this day, and it was like we had this massive plan, and Kelly like laid it all out for everybody. It was a plan to follow to flank the law when on the fuck, what's that place called with all the ramps and shit in the west? Fuck, was it
Kettle
Kettle
Canyon.
Canyon? Kettle Canyon.
Mhm.
Oh my
And
god,
the
is this
plan-
the fireworks?
Yes, the plan was
Oh,
laid out. We sat
no.
there for 30 fucking minutes doing this plan, and Peppo had the simplest task. Jack had the simplest task. He was like one of the people flanking while there was a distraction. For 10 to 15 minutes, this guy is sitting there and fucking around with fireworks, trying to get him to work to start the shootout, not realizing the shootout had been going for 15 minutes.
I remember that.
And by the time he ran around to do the flank, everyone was dead, brother. Everyone was fucking dead.
I just want to say how much of a relief it was to get Kelly into the crew, because then I actually had
Clayton.
someone to fucking actually help me in gunfight.
Yeah.
Oh my god, here it is.
You can.
I don't know though. Clayton
skip
did.
a lot of the beginning here.
Clayton did draw when it mattered.
You can't get on that wagon, Clayton.
You
And
can skip
why's
it
that?
more, like way more. Back
Oh
behind
wait,
us.
yeah.
You're gonna have to start what?
Said I'm gonna have to start shooting.
The double barrel is also comically
You hear
bad.
that? You
at
hear
this
that? I'm
point.
already dead at this point.
Yup.
Shot, there I am, shot in the
He's
head.
dead.
Ay, ay, ay.
I take a look at the
Dead.
left.
Instantly fan down.
Take a look at the left. That other guy's dead. That one guy everybody likes.
Oh man.
Yeah, that guy's dead.
The other guy that everybody likes.
Dead. Oh my
That guy's
god.
Oh my
dead.
god.
That guy's dead.
What?
And then he just runs away.
It's not a fight that I can win.
Disappears into
Oh
reality.
no.
Was
He's
the
got
double barrel
4
still
Oh,
shotgun
yeah,
shells left.
I was also carrying a realistic amount of bullets at that time because I wanted the realism, so I only had like 6
Oh
bullets.
my god.
It was whatever I had, and and then like a couple in my pocket, and that's it.
Was
That's
the double barrel
incredible.
still a fucking pea shooter at this
The
point
double
in time?
barrel
Yes,
is
the
the
double
dog
barrel.
shit weapon. It's been a dog shit weapon for like 3 years.
Because if the double barrel's good, the worst playstyle is incentivized. Like, so the double barrel just does joke damage. Like,
Yeah.
it
Such a cool gun too.
There's an early, I don't think this is a clip, but there's an early Peppo scene, where it's Renee. Renee pulls out a knife, and he starts stabbing somebody in some saloon somewhere, and the guy behind the counter pulls out the double barrel, and just lights everyone up, kills everybody in the bar with the double barrel shotgun.
Right, the barkeep pulls out a double.
The barkeeper pulls out the double barrel and kills everybody in the bar.
I remember. Yeah, that's so good. I remember in Armadillo's Saloon, there was about 3-4 people that got murdered by Boone with a double barrel. They're so good when the barkeep has one. It should. I think it should be better though, because it's such like a cinematic weapon. The pump shotgun is
Yeah.
fucking broken. Like, I don't think people would run around with a double barrel and just murder everybody. I think it would be used in the right times, hopefully.
The repeating shotgun actually shoots spitballs out.
Yeah, that one
I think-
sucks, but the pump shotgun is really good. And no
I'm
one
headed to
really.
bed. Have a good night, guys.
Good
Good night.
night.
nice night.
Good night,
Good
Chiba.
night.
If we're talking about legendary shootouts, though, the Saint Denis shootout was probably the best on the docks.
Oh my god, that was great.
Ah, yeah.
Yeah,
That's a
can I get
core
a
memory.
link to that one?
This is
find it.
we were talking about it earlier. This is when Mills brought Sheriff Banks' body to Valentine, and then the deputy chased him out.
Ah.
Listen, if you don't want to fucking die,
It was a
get on that
baby
horse and
voice.
leave right now.
Baby Mills.
Look, you just need to take a moment to calm down, all right?
Ripley, get on that horse and fucking leave right now.
Hey!
Fuck.
So then I end up dragging her. So I bring a dead sheriff to town, and then I bring a dead, gunned down deputy to town. Like 2
Really
minutes
not
later.
the best for like making him look innocent.
Yeah, that looks great.
It's shot to shit.
Shot to shit. Fucking Tassara, why?
Oh my god, is this the one where oh my god, is this the one
The legendary fight.
What is this? What is this? Give me context.
this is
KG versus DiCenzo's.
This
Is
is
this-
right
is
up.
this
This is
the
the. This is
spilled
right
milk
after
war?
Effie and
This
Nash. This
is-
is right after Effie. This is the first. This is the first shootout after Effie and Nash.
By the
I
way,
think.
the answer to the poll. You ain't gonna be happy.
It's
about
what's
it.
fucking biased. It's in your chat, brother. So, come on.
yeah, we gotta
We have
this
the
is
same
not a
fans.
fair and balanced
Listen.
voting.
Poked out Kelly.
all-
takes it.
All I do know is, look, Mills and Rudy had a duel, all right, in Sisika, and we know who won.
Okay, listen, fella.
That's all I gotta say.
Bro was quicker with the /E. Remote. Give me a fucking break.
Hey, man,
Nah,
just
it's
bring your
actually
guns,
really
bro.
close though.
Yeah, it was really
It's like
close.
50-50.
Yeah, damn, bro. Honestly, bro, shit.
Ooh.
Honestly, we gotta make them go ahead and do it just to see who actually wins, because it's too goddamn close. We gotta put an end to this.
Yeah, you have to make Schmills and
Bro, this
Mills is a
motherfucker
bookworm.
just muted his mic and told his chat to go into my chat and vote for him. I know.
No, I didn't. No, I didn't. No, I didn't.
100%
No, I
you
didn't.
did.
No, I
This shit
didn't.
went from
No, I didn't.
60%.
I 100% did not do that. I didn't say a single word.
Oh my god.
the international community sides with A Jimmy. So this is right after these guys kill 2 of our friends.
Yup, dude, this shootout was legendary, man.
Marcus,
So like while you all are walking around over here, by the way, DC is like spying on y'all, waiting for you guys to come closer.
What?
Yeah.
She's out of it. I'm just happy you guys are
Like tone would have been great during this arc,
Mhm.
man.
Good old Cheddar.
This is the spilled milk arc, right?
Yup.
Yep.
Oh man. No, I wish I was there for. I was there for this. I started it and left.
Yeah, you were there for this.
The spirit of Claytone.
You might want to get out of here, fella.
That's
You might want to get the fuck out of here, fella.
I have a friend who's about to be transported.
I don't give a shit.
Currently in the Saint Denis office.
Stick together. I'm losing y'all in the fog.
Wait, is that Ronnie?
You're
I think
stopping
so,
a-
yeah.
You're stopping a breakout attempt.
Who are your friends?
Oh wow.
Peppo just immediately going into, do I need to kill this guy?
Billy
mode.
Blasters is there as well.
Yeah, because
Yeah,
Billy,
so-
you know,
Billy
Billy's
Blasters
okay.
kidnaps.
So, shh.
There's a little transport coming, fellas. Let's get out of here.
Come on. We're losing each other in the fog.
Dude says we're gonna get spotted. We need to move. Moves right towards DiCenzo's.
Behind who, motherfucker?
Hey, I'm gonna have to dip, but appreciate y'all for the podcast, by the way.
Yo, take
Yeah,
care.
thank
on
you for
Ruby.
showing up,
So,
man.
I love y'all, man.
Have a great night.
See ya.
Load 'em up, fellas. Load 'em the fuck up.
This is one of the best gunfights.
I think this is the only gunfight
Jack's down, fellas.
against like another gang Mills and James had together.
Yeah.
So we were always off doing our
It
own
was
shit.
really, it was sight to behold.
This is breaking my heart.
By the way, Jimmy, the poll ended 50-50.
Damn.
50-50.
Ah, yeah, here we go. The music.
Home Depot music.
Classic Kelly.
Hey, Pearson.
Why? Wait, the Home Depot music?
Ah, yeah, this was in Zip was. I'm
buy fucking drill.
I'm sad that Bud left already. I wanted to talk so much about like Zip, because Zip and Alice's relationship like was real close. I think closer than anyone else in the gang, to be honest.
Over here, over here.
Yeah. Yeah, I wish we could have asked him more stuff.
Yeah.
Over here, fellas. Load 'em up. They're running back to the docks. Running back to the docks.
As Western Outlaws, right? We never got the chance to have many gunfights here.
Yeah, this was.
This was a
piece of shit.
special privilege.
Over here, fellas, behind the barrels, they're hiding. On the docks, on the transport docks. Light them the fuck up.
I remember having a ski mask on the.
I-
the bandana.
Dude, I was just thinking, like,
I wore a medical mask.
Yeah.
A COVID mask.
I love that you guys all did that.
I stole it from Graham.
Man, I thought doing it at the time was cool, but going back and trying to like find clips to submit to NoPixel for the app, and all of my clips are just the shittiest muffled fucking mic ever because of it. I did not like it then.
Hell nice. +1 still. The people going over your app just think you have a dog shit mic.
Thinking I have the shittiest mic in the world.
Does he have like a fucking napkin in his mouth?
I did. This rocks,
this is
man.
the barbarians from the west, by the
Just
way.
wait.
That was this arc.
Just wait, Graham, because the ending of this fight is the best. This is the best part right here. Just wait.
I think that's all of them, fellas. Get Pip. I'll go Jack. Let's get the fuck out of here.
The bald guys just seem to die first.
Take that all you fucking muppet. And you bitch.
He's got Jack on his shoulder, and he continues to gun down 2 more Gentos.
Run up on
That's
me like that.
so cool, man.
Sit the fuck down, fella. The barbarians from the fucking
Zip.
west are here, you fucking
Yeah.
Muppets of the West, who's on the fucking floor, fella? That's for Effie and Nash, you cock-sucking prick.
James Kelly.
James Kelly.
Yes.
Fucking concrete,
This is before he got
Where's
down in
Billy
the,
Blasters?
Yeah.
The last fucking month.
Where's Billy Blasters right now?
We don't. Y'all never saw him. He sneaks in. He sneaks in and abducts Sonny.
Billy Blasters
This
sneaking
the
in
head-
and torturing the DiCenzo.
The head of the DiCenzo.
Uh-huh.
Dude, he waterboarded him.
He did, yeah.
Billy Blasters, leader of the Dusty Danger Gang.
A man who...
Yeah, he got waterboarded. He took him and he waterboarded in there.
We were looking for Sonny. We're like, where the hell is Sonny at? He's already yoinked.
He's already gone.
He swoops in like a vulture and just takes Sonny and waterboards him.
What? He water
For Nash and Effie.
for Nash and Effie.
Yeah.
Why is Billy so cool, dude? Why?
You got all of them?
Ah, why does Billy rock, dude?
I don't know.
Billy
He certainly
Billy
had his
is a hero.
moments.
It's a shame about
Ooh,
all those
Bud-
times he fell out of hot air balloons.
Bud says he'll be back in like 10 to 15, by the way, so we
Alright,
can ask him
cool,
a
we
bunch
need
of
to
stuff
get
when he
them
comes
zip.
back.
Let's move.
Yes.
I got Jack.
I think this is the end of it. It goes on for a while, but it's
Get
just
in
like
the holes,
torture. It's
Mills.
kind of
Yeah.
Should we talk about the final arc finally?
While we
Please
wait
tell
for
me
Bud.
about
You wanna
the
wait for
final
Bud?
Summore's gang. Tell me how Summore's was defeated.
Oh yeah.
Oh shit!
Yeah,
we
let's
forgot- we
talk
didn't
about
do this
something
when
else
Peppo
before.
was
Yeah, but before Bud gets here, because Bud's like
Well, I don't think Zip was like integral to that, was he?
no. Well, in the
We can do the final Summers fight. That was a good one.
yeah, we can do that. That. I just meant like before we do the final arc. Like I want to get Bud in
Yeah.
here and talk about Zip and stuff.
Probably do it from Peppo's POV. Probably, yeah, that's definitely the best one. Actually, there's a fucking great clip I just remembered from that fight. Here, let me find it.
Too many tabs. This is, this is really just the ultimate Jack and like Clayton moment. Just, we didn't do anything to you. This meeting they're having with all the civilians and Rhodes, or it's just, we were always just subverting whatever he wanted to do.
Yep.
We didn't get the chance to play it, but I want to play just quickly when everyone almost there was some tension within the gang over whether Christmas should take the form of giving children guns.
Yes, please.
Or Christmas should be canceled.
And speaking of double barrels, I just found one as well. We can do it off.
Are you gonna play the Cattlemen's for kids?
I'm trying to find it again.
Oh man.
So as a Bud joined, man, I wanna ask some questions.
Oh,
good. Yeah, okay.
All right, Bud, what's going on, man? I think the only way I can phrase this is what's the deal with Zip? What's the deal with Zip? He always seemed like this weird little freak character. Every time I heard anything about him, it was the most absurd shit in the world. What's the deal with Zip?
He's just a fucking psychopath.
You want to talk about why, like how he ended up that way? Because he wasn't that way when KG picked him up. Like I want you to explain like how he lost his shit in Sisika that first stint, and it fucked him up for the rest of his life.
I think it was just so when we first went to Sisika, it was the very first time that Zip had ever been in Sisika. It was the 13 days for the whole DiCenzo stuff, and I was around a lot, and I was, live every day playing Zip, and when everyone else wasn't online, I started to like come up with ideas for Sisika and Zip, and so I started like a journal. Zip wrote a journal in Sisika, and then it just, why I was just sitting there writing the journal, it devolved into like, well, Sisika should really fuck this dude up. Like, every time we go in for like OOC days, it should really have like an impact on Zip and him just come out like more like fucked than he was before. Because there's been like so many situations where like when Zip burned the guy alive with Hank, Zip like broke and became a ranger. Not like officially, but he like started investigating like bear murders and doing like all this stuff to try to cope with just burning somebody alive. And when Zip was going to be a lawman and Ollie was going to be the outlaw. It was gonna be like that brother dynamic where it was gonna be that, but I got denied for law. So I was like, well, shit, I don't know what to do with Zip. And Zip was like already embroiled in family drama, so we went out west to make opium, and that's when we ran into Jack. And then the story kind of unfolded from there. So as soon as that happened, I was in a call with Liam, like after we had gotten off the server and stuff, like, well, now I want to add something to Zip. And the thing that I made him be is like this fucking psychopath, but he had like a heart. Like he wore his heart on his sleeve. He was like a Western, like influenced outlaw, but he was emotional. Like he had like a lot of emotions for the thing that he did. But then the more times he killed people, the more permas that ended up happening because of him, and the more demented shit he started doing, the more it stopped affecting him outside of Sisika. So it was when he went to Sisika that he became like this weak little person that was like paying for all of his crimes, and then he started feeling like he needed to go to Sisika because he was such a horrible person, and that was his punishment. So then it just every Sisika stint we kind of rolled the dice on like, okay, well he's gonna come out and he's gonna piss everyone off, and he's gonna piss off the people that love him, that care for him. He's not gonna give a fuck what they say, and he's just gonna do what he wants type stuff. Or like when he left the Kettleman gang, it was because a Sisika stint. He got pissed off with what had happened with Booker torturing Alice and starving her, and so he left the Kettleman gang to go after Law. And then after that, in 3 days, we racked up 49 OOC days. And I knew that when Zip got out of that, it was just going to be like a completely different person. So I just immediately pissed off everyone out west.
Yeah.
Started wars with everybody out west. And then the Max Brady thing happened and all that shit.
Well, hold on, because don't get ahead of yourself, because, I mean, we just watched a shootout, sorry about the kitten, we just watched a shootout with the Chenzos in Saint Denis, but, like, you had a whole thing going on with Sissy, who was a DiCenzo.
Which happened the first time in Sisika.
Yeah.
So, yeah, Zip started talking to this lady, and Zip didn't know that Sissy was a DiCenzo. So he became really good friends with Sissy. But the whole time, Sissy knew that Zip was with the Kettleman gang. It's just Zip didn't know who Sissy was. And so they got like really close, and then like halfway through that 13-day sentence, it got revealed that she was a DiCenzo. And that like we're supposed to kill each other when we get out of these walls, but we don't have to do it over and over again inside the walls, so why not just talk? And we kind of just, I mean, me and Angel and I have spent like 7 hours sitting on the water tower in Sisika, just in an intense scene of how we ended up where we were, and her Valentinian lore, whatever it's called, the Valentine, whatever her last name is, and like how her family, and she went and like got with Cesare, and how that kind of happened. Zip kind of explained what led him into going out west and his fight with Enola and all this stuff. So they got like a really huge bond, and then Zip and Aurora were just doing Zip and Aurora shit and got picked up by the DiCenzos. And we just kept doing slash me's to kind of show everybody that Zip and Sissy had like a thing going on. And Cesare made Sissy shoot Zip. And then it that was like kind of the end of it. And then Zip shot Sissy.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you had a whole scene with Sissy after you shot her as well. In Rhodes where she was staying.
Yeah, and then that kind of was a crazy coincidence too, because Sissy was in Rhodes alone because she woke up and Aurora, who she didn't know was Aurora, was just encapped outside the cabin she was staying in. Well, the DiCenzos had gotten Aurora and encapped her, shot her down, whatever it was, stabbed her, did something, and Sissy like woke up with this random person bleeding out on her porch, so she brought her to Rhodes. And I think she was sending like a tip to like medical to say like, oh, Aurora's injured, but she didn't know it was Aurora. Zip didn't know it was like Aurora until like 6 months later when it got revealed that like it could have been the same day. But it was like a whole thing, and then that gun that was used to shoot Sissy is Make It Alone, the gun that Sam Winters
Oh
got killed
shit.
over.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, which that's why that like arc had been like building for like a year and a half, because that
Yeah.
was the gun Aurora gave to Zip when Zip got out of Sissica, and Zip used that to shoot Sissy. And the whole like Make It Alone thing was Zip shot his friend, making him alone. And the gun
Wow.
started to take shape that way, but it was also Alone Backwards is a Nola.
Yeah, I remember that. I didn't know that about the gun though. That's why it was called that. That's crazy.
Yeah.
Shakespeare
Yes.
shit.
What'd you say?
Some Shakespeare shit.
It was crazy. That whole like arc unfolding was really crazy.
Nietzsche, I put the final shootout with Gavin Summers as the most recent thing in general.
What's the quintessential Zip moment? Like, what's the moment that perfectly encapsulates Zip?
I would have to probably say it roots back to that scene with Sissy, because that's when like Zip realized that he could kill somebody that he cares for loyalty, and loyalty has
shit.
always been Zip's like Zip has so many faults, but loyalty was like the thing, and
Also, your
nobody
scenes with
asked him to do
Zoe
it.
were
The
good.
Zoe arc, like that was like Zip. The very first time Zip met Zoe was saving her life with Aurora. Devin from
Oh,
the Bloody
wow.
Hoods had tortured her, and Zip and Aurora saved her life. And then they became like kind of that relationship. But then, you know, Zip was in the wrong 100%. But Zip like had it in his head that Zoe like fucked him up and set up an ambush, even though it's her job. It's just Zip wasn't thinking straight. And so Zip started like, okay, you want to like, I had people, well, Zip had people telegramming Zoe at the exact time from each telegram station around the crossing on the hour, every hour, saying you're still being watched, we're still watching, just so she would get all the telegrams from all the different locations just to scare the shit out of her.
That's so creepy.
It was so like bad. We were saying like, oh, how was your trip from Valentine to Blackwater? Like that ranger was weird, right? Just because we had people like following her, just keeping tabs on her the entire time for months. Like for a solid month every day that was happening.
Jeez. Zip was
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Zip is a monster.
He is.
By the way, I just want to say, Mills had he was wanted for 7,000 days. This is for everyone that said Mills doesn't like Zip, never liked Zip. Mills was wanted for 7,000 days, and Mills and Alice stalked Zoe Winters for like an hour and a half. She was riding around with a law posse. And she was in the middle of Saint Denis, and me and Alice snuck in there, kidnapped Zoe out of the middle of Saint Denis, and brought her to Zip.
Yep.
It's so funny because I heard somewhere that Mills was probably going to go back later that night and save her.
No,
Is
yeah,
that
that
true?
that was true. Yeah, 100% he was.
Zip was going to go back and kill her.
Oh my god.
Yes.
Holy shit.
Mills was gonna go like the RP was gonna be crazy because Mills wasn't gonna tell Zip. He would just play it up like, I don't know, maybe someone got her. Mills never lies. He would just be like, I don't know what you're talking about. But yeah, he was gonna go save her.
Yeah, because I know that, like, well, Zip knows that Mills is, like, not with the torture. And when Zip gets fucking angry, he gets very torturous. And with, like, certain characters that I know they don't mind, like, doing that RP, it's like, all right, well, I'm gonna unleash a fucking psychopath right now then. Like, when I started breaking the fingers and knowing that Mills would hate it, I was like, you know what, I'll just wait. Like, I'll come back. And I think I even, like, whispered something to her, like, I'll see you tonight or see you tomorrow or something like that.
Yeah.
But, yeah, no, it's... The Zoe... there's so many, like, deputies that, like, mean... Like, it's crazy how they evolve. Like, Sand. Sand was the first person with Rip Riley to arrest Zip. And then it's also Sand was the guy that showed Zip how heinous the Kettleman gang were because Zip took the guns off Sand at Shady Belle, and then Jack shot him down right after. And it's like, oh shit, okay, that's how we do it. And so like Sand has been a major part of Zip's story, but there's so many like law that do it. It's just I think the biggest thing is how long I'm actually on the server. Because during those times it was like 16 hours a day I was. And so like when everyone would go to bed, I still wanted to push stories. So then I started stories with, Manius and Zoe because they were up late at night. So when it's like, not just constant bank robbing or robbing people, there was like story to be had when everyone was asleep. That wasn't just pushing crime.
Mm-hmm.
So I think a lot of stories kind of unfolded that way. But that, because Aurora and Zip would go do scamming shit in Saint Denis. They had like Tim and Kim's Hasta La Pasta Emporium where they just sold custom noodles to people and they made like $3,000 in like 2 hours or something like that. Or it was a ridiculous amount of money.
Wow.
Yeah, it's just I don't know, it's easy to like make a story when you don't really want to like just keep doing the same thing over and over again. And when you're streaming for 16 hours, I don't want to rob the entire 16 hours. So it was just easy to make stories with certain deputies that
Wait,
have a lasting effect.
but someone just said some wild shit in my chat, and I need to know if this is true or not.
What?
Oh no.
They say you got visited from the cops because of some of your RP was overheard and people thought you were doing
Dude.
something.
Yes, in Ignite.
What?
Oh my god.
Because Guy was selling fucking meth.
Oh
I had cops show up to my house. Luckily, I wasn't like live or anything major. I think Scarlett and I were just kicking in the apartment. Someone was over there. I forget who it was. But like I like walk out, say hello, and then all of a sudden like I hear like really loud knocking, and they could tell right away that that wasn't the case because the apartment was not like a shit show. How it would look if we were actually cooking meth.
Crack den.
Right. So like I immediately invited them in and showed them, and one of the cops ended up like knowing of RP on like NoPixel, like watching a cop streamer. I don't know who they're talking about, but like they watch like a cop streamer that does NoPixel.
What a fucking self-insert. Fuck that guy.
It was like crazy. I was like, yeah, no, I'm not selling meth. So then I like started pulling up like Ignite VODs and like showing them that it's just like the character cooking meth in an RV.
Sir, are you cooking meth? Show us your VODs.
That's
Oh
where
my
I
God.
live. Where I live is like that shit would happen. There would definitely be an RV and someone cooking meth. Because I live in like the desert of California. I live 30 minutes south of Death Valley. So it's like pure armadillo looking outside my house. And there's like 12,000 people that live in this place, and more than 60% are like military. So the rest are just my age people that move up here because it's so cheap. So it's not uncommon for an RV to be filled with meth.
Oh wow. Oh my god.
Did you ever find out which neighbor it was?
It could have only been one.
Oh.
But I never said anything to
Awkward.
them.
Oh man.
Yeah, how do you even broach that subject?
I just close my window whenever I play it. Like, it made me realize, like, okay, if they called the cops on Ignite, like, during the Ignite, all that was during the prime Zip torturing Zoe arc.
Oh my
So, like,
god.
we would go on to...
There would just be, like, Hannibal Lecter's in there.
Yeah. Because we would go, like, Scarlett and I were in Ignite, our characters were like a couple. So we would go back, like, go on Ignite and be super sweet to each other. And then we'd get on Wild, and it's like Zip saying that he's gonna torture her family, make her fucking drink her brother's blood. Shit, just crazy shit like that. And so if they heard me saying one thing about the meth, I can't imagine what that phone call to the police were if they were hearing Zip during that time too. 'Cause it had to be fucking crazy.
Oh no. Ay ay ay.
That is the wildest RP story I've ever heard.
Has anyone
Dude.
else had to worry about that, like in here, like about
No.
haven't really?
No.
Wow.
That's crazy.
Hell no, I live in a suburban ass
No
neighborhood.
way.
Yeah, no, that's never really come up.
It's the biggest issue was so like I was saying, it gets like 130 degrees here in the like summer. Like I just posted a picture in my Discord. It was like 102 degrees or something like that at 1 a.m. But
1
so my
a.m.?
windows, like open, like all the way. There's like a fan in it. So like even in the winter, the coldest it gets out here is like 20 degrees, 30 degrees, and my window's just constantly open. So I if you go back to like that time, you can hear my shift because like I'm either very quiet talking during RP
Mhm.
or like I'm like dying of heat because my
Yeah.
window is shut so that I can RP. But my window literally shared the next apartment over's window. Like our windows were I could toss something into his room out of my
Yikes.
window. So it was like very close to each other.
I gotta go get ready for work. Thanks for
All
having me,
right,
guys.
Jimmy. See you later, man.
Appreciate yous.
Bye, Jimmy.
Oh my
I
god.
should probably also go to bed. I have work in the morning.
All right.
Kasins, do you want to take over?
Yeah, I got it.
All right. Thank you, everyone.
Thanks,
Have a
Neech.
nice night.
Have a good
Have
night.
a good night.
Take care.
I think before we can end this, we have to talk about the final
Yes.
Summors. So, tell me what is the final Summors arc?
Oh man. If you're gonna take over Kasins, the Braithwaite Manor shootout is the most recent in the general chat and then in this channel.
This is the Braithwaite shootout that Kelbert was a part of, right?
Actually, Graham, can you
yeah.
stream them?
No, I have a thing where my
Fuck,
audio
okay,
will
hold
make
on.
a sound.
Yeah. Oh yeah, you're right. You're right.
I don't want to subject the.
Yeah, that would not be fun. Okay, which one is it?
In general, it's the most recent one. Highlight KG holds down Braithwaite.
All right, give me a second to figure out how I'm gonna do this.
Do you just? I can just do it if you want. I can.
Yeah. You
All right, give me 1 second. All right.
I,
I'm gonna raid Kasins, you
I
guys,
think
and I'm
I've
gonna take
seen
over.
this clip, the Summers
In
fight at the Braithwaite
streaming stuff
Manor.
for everyone. So
If I'm
go
correct, this is
check out the
during
rest of this on
propaganda
Kasins
arc
channel.
where they're
Okay.
making a movie, right?
Thanks for hanging out, you guys. I'll be back
This is
with more
that.
Annie later.
I had a